I don't think that's a good idea, sir.
Well, for once, Commander Cole and I are in total agreement, sir. By the way, I do have 50 gallons of bouillabaisse that I need to prepare by tomorrow.
My birthday.
Yes, sir, I could do the cheeseburger routine.
No, it's not for me. It's the crew. They really love that stuff. So we'll
Round one, fight!
Come on, you ape! You want to live forever?
Hey everybody, this is Dean Kane, and you are watching Double Impact with Gabe, Shanth, and Jericho Green. And so am I.
Not sure why I brought the three of us on the side of the screen there before that ended. Not sure what I'm doing there. Guys!
Who knows, man? Who knows?
Anything can
It's
happen.
live. Shit's live.
Yeah, Wednesday, April 12th. But I didn't pull it away like an amateur. I left my mistake, and I just let it sit there, guys.
That's right.
Wednesday, April 12th. That's right, guys. It's Double Impact. The new Double Impact. 6 p.m. Pacific. For all you weaklings on the East Coast that need me to start the show earlier, I listened to you. So it's only 9 p.m. over there. So we hope to have more of you guys from the East Coast in. And, yeah, we're very excited tonight. Lionheart, Shantan Jetty's favorites.
That's right. It's my favorite. And just to be clear, I am not one of those weaklings. As these two gentlemen know, I will reply to a text at 4 a.m. my time when they send out a group text. They're like, "What's up? It's late here." And I'm like, "Good morning. Let's do this thing." But yeah, Lionheart is my favorite Van Damme movie. Hail, Jared Weaver. I got to say hi to all the fine folks in the chat, too, man. We've got some great people with us, some regulars. Thank you guys for being here. Blast this out on social media. But this is the legendary Van Damme movie that I went to go see with my really good friend Zachary Hartford Cullis from when I was growing up in Chattanooga. And the gentleman in line in front of us saved us the difficulty of having to buy another ticket and sneak in. He goes, "What do you boys want to see?" Because he could hear us. We were stealthy criminals. Talking about sneaking into the movie.
You were smooth criminals, like Michael Jackson.
Yes, oh yeah. We were smooth. And Chatty Boss was just a little Chatty Boss back then. And he had to, the guy turned around and totally cool. He was on a date with his gal and he said, "What movie you guys want to see?" He goes, "I'll buy your tickets." And I'm like, "To wherever you are, good sir, I'm going to give you a Marine salute."
A perfect Marine Corps salute.
Yeah. Throw out my shoulder. It's like you're spiking a football.
That's right. He's throwing out the first pitch.
Dang.
Terrible. And that made it to a mainstream wide release movie, by the way. Terrible.
Yep.
You know, that guy, you guys probably got him laid that night.
We
that's
probably
so
did.
sweet. That's so sweet. You know, he probably got him, you know, some kind of activity that evening. So
I'd like to think we did, Jericho.
I think he owes you a thank you.
That's true. He does.
It's going to be a Rumpelstiltskin situation. He has to name his kid Sean. You know, something like
I wouldn't
that.
do that to another kid. I mean, look.
Oh, look at that. Look at this. Already making progress. It's 9 p.m. down here in New York City for me, so it's a perfect time. One thing I like about New Yorkers, you always find out right away they're from New York City.
New York City.
I appreciate the constant reminding me of where they're from. I do like that.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to meet an atheist, vegetarian, vegan from New York.
Vegan. Oh, vegans are the worst.
Because I would know it in 30 seconds, all three of those things. I would learn all three.
Vegans are the worst.
So,
yep.
Vegan,
well, you've never heard anybody probably say they're from Rhode Island. I mean, I try to keep it brave, man. Most people will be like, where are you from?
State. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, I'm from New England.
Oh,
it's so tiny.
Right.
I know. It's like suburb of New York.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, Tammy. Oh, I like the reverse here. You got to let everyone know you're not from New York. I think that's a new character. He's the guy who just lets everyone know he's not from New York all the time.
By the way,
yeah.
By the way, I'm not from New York. Ew.
Yeah. Just so everybody knows.
People in New York.
I gotta say, Tammy's from Cleveland.
Cleveland
rocks.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Who came up with the colors for their fucking football teams?
Well, his last name was Brown, so we called him the Browns.
But brown and orange? Yeah.
You know?
The worst color combination ever.
I heard someone once on sports radio call the Cleveland Browns the factory of sadness. So,
they're up there with the Detroit Lions when it comes to like bad seasons and multiple, winless seasons or 1 or 2 wins.
The worst three franchises. The worst three are the Arizona Cardinals, the Browns, and the Lions.
Yeah, agreed.
The
Texans. The Texans are nipping at their heels.
Yeah.
Texans are like, hey, wait, we suck too.
And let's say this, though. The Lions have one thing going for them that few have, which is a jacket in Beverly Hills Cop 2 that's iconic and fantastic. Let's be real.
Look at this. In the chat, we have someone literally named Cleveland Indians.
No, it's the Cleveland Guardians.
Right. What a stupid name.
No longer the Indians. I'm offended by that.
I'm glad. I'm part Native American, as all Mexicans are to some degree Native American. I'm glad they got rid of Chief Wahoo, the Indians, because all racial problems for Native Americans have been solved once they did that.
They have been. They really have.
That fixed everything instantly. I like that joke. I like that little. There you go.
You're done.
Clean.
Done. What's next? Finally got rid of that pesky Cleveland Indians mascot.
Tammy says the Cleveland motto, there's always next year. I saw a stand-up comedian. I can't remember who it is, but he was opening for Bill Burr. And he was saying he was a Browns fan. And he said being a Cleveland Browns fan was like having a shitty, like, deadbeat dad that wasn't around. So I'll be there next year, son, I promise.
Leave you sitting on the sidewalk with your little suitcase waiting for him to come.
Oh, come on now. It's too soon.
I told you guys, my parents got divorced when I was little. And did I tell you guys about thinking I saw my dad somewhere when I was like 8? It's heartbreaking. I can laugh about it now. I'll tell you real quick. Guys in the chat, this is like, you could go ahead and laugh. It's very sad. I went to like I'm in San Diego. I went up to like a big church thing in Anaheim where a bunch of youth groups, like kids in middle school and all that, went up to a big thing in like a gymnasium or rec center. We're playing broom ball. It's like hockey, indoors, and we're doing this. And then we sit down to hear a little church sermon from the youth pastor. I'm 8 years old. I'm in 3rd grade, and I don't wear glasses yet because I didn't know I needed glasses. Didn't know I needed them yet.
Common thing I've found.
And I miss my dad. My parents have been divorced for like a year. I don't see him ever. And I'm in the gymnasium sitting in the bleachers with all the kids. And far away in the corner, the door opens. It's my dad. I'm like, oh my God, he traveled 1,000 miles. He came to LA. We live in San Diego. He found me. He wants to say hi or take me for an extra something. And he's walking closer. It looks just like my dad, same color, bald, shiny head, black hair on the sides. He gets about 15 feet away, and I'm like, oh my God, it's a Chinese guy. My dad's an Arab. It wasn't my dad. But from 50 feet away, it sure looked like him. So that was an emotional roller coaster.
From the highest of highs to the lowest of lows in a matter of seconds.
You lay in bed every night. I wonder if he'll call me or if he'll see me. Like he came to surprise me.
I mean,
like when you saw him, when you laid eyes on him, like all the kids, like all the sound went away.
Right. Oh yeah. It was.
Yeah.
It was something.
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
It could have been worse, Gabe. You could have went up to him and been like, "Dad, you're Chinese now." Like, it could have taken you longer to get it.
Like, okay, but
that happens.
I wasn't that young. I did know people couldn't change races, as far as I know. But just wait.
Maybe you need to go get a PhD, Gabe. Go get a PhD.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
5 fucking minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
I like this. Mr. E, not from America, but I found if I say, how about those Jets, it works out. Oh. JETS, lose, lose, lose. That's their motto.
Lose. The Jets suck. Jets are shit.
Well,
and this is Sports Talk on 102.3 The Meat. We have our Sports Talk on Wednesdays. So
that's right. We only talk about sports teams that are related to meat on 102.3 The Meat.
Right. How many sports teams are related to meat? Are any?
I don't think so. I think they're all animal based.
No one has thought about this, guys.
What sports team would be the most delicious sports team to eat?
I would have to say, just since we're here on 102.3 The Meat, I would have to say maybe the Chicago Bulls or the what are they? The Milwaukee Bucks.
Oh, there you go. Okay,
nice.
Yeah, too bad there's no.
But do people eat marlin? Is that something people eat? I don't eat seafood.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Florida
marlin.
Let's see. Not
the
gonna
Marlins.
eat the. How come women's teams don't have real names? Because like the men's teams, it's the Giants or it's the Warriors or it's the Buccaneers or the Pirates, and the women's team is like the Mercury or the Liberty.
Because nobody's
LA
watching.
Sparkle.
The
Los
LA
Angeles Sparkle.
Dude,
the
seriously.
Las Vegas Aces. Or Asses, whatever.
No. It's all wrong, man. It's all
wrong.
why?
You know why they have names like that? Because nobody cares.
That's right.
Diesel said he heard that Mulvaney kid tried out and made the squad as a 49ers cheerleader. Do you know that the Los Angeles Rams, your Los Angeles Rams, have a male cheerleader? They really do.
Yeah, he would. I think he would fit best on the Rams. Get it?
Uh-oh.
Yo, Diesel, since we're slinging arrows at the 49ers, when people do this, I like to ask this question. Who's your team?
Yeah, Diesel's out there in the high desert. So
say the Raiders or something.
Fucker, it's a fucking Raiders.
Hey, get off me, mom. Now fuck that, eh? Fuck you, fucker.
What is this women's sports you speak of?
Right?
Right. It's like watching men do it in slow motion. You know what I mean? So,
well,
I don't know.
And
say
let's
this.
be real here.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, let's be real here. That's part of the reason why when we're doing these streams, we're trying to pull you guys back into the 80s and the 90s. If you're a Lions fan out there, you know what I mean? And you're practicing, tying knots or whatever you do in your spare time, we're here to tell you that there is a beautiful jacket in honor of your team in Beverly Hills Cop. If you look in your backyard and you've got an abandoned swimming pool with just a couple of inches of water in it, we're telling you there could be a cage match in that pool. Have a little imagination. That's what we're here for. We're bringing the sun to you folks.
It wasn't like bottom of the pool filthy water, though. It was just like, let's take most of the water out so we got a fight here. So it was still clean.
It was when I fought.
Diesel answered you there. He answered you, JD. You
already know the Raiders. Hey, we hate the Niners. We hate the Niners, eh?
I took my Heina to the Raiders game.
Hey, when I proposed to my Jainita, I took her to the 49ers versus the Raiders, the Battle of the Bay, fucker, and I lost twice. The Niners kicked our ass, and my Jaina said, no, eh? Okay.
Oh, my God.
Raiders.
Raiders.
I said it a million times, the greatest team on earth. The nation of Raiders. Raider Nation.
There you go. Go
Diesel.
Listen.
I've been like in the VIP at the Raiders' new stadium. Please, if you're a Raider fan, do yourself a favor. Drive from the high desert 4 more hours up to Vegas and go to that Agilent or Allegiant Stadium or whatever it's called. And if you get the VIP tickets like I did at the college All-Star game, I remember Sean, Jericho, I sent you guys pictures when I was there with my son, remember? They got the Raiders Super Bowl trophies. There was buffets. There was hanging out with NFL players. Their stadium is legit, dude. The Raiders. I hate the Raiders, but their stadium is gorgeous. So
if they can just start winning, that would be something.
They're like a family member who's a total asshole, but got a great house and a great pool. You know what I mean? And you're like, all right, we'll go.
He's
over
a piece
there.
of shit, but I'll go visit.
None the Miser. The next time I watch it, I can't do a Norm Macdonald. Watch a WNBA game will be the first time I watch a WNBA game. R.I.P. Norm Macdonald. Aruma Faye, as a woman, you couldn't pay me to watch women's sports. She'll do it for free.
Oh, well, that's nice of you. Thanks for taking that.
I'll watch ladies beach volleyball for like 10 minutes, and then I gotta go.
Guys, here's the thing, right? There's an inequality across all of these things that is quite beautiful. I don't know when the last time I've watched competitive male beach volleyball. I think it's never. Makes me feel a little sick. Yep. But, it's actually, frankly, I don't find volleyball interesting no matter what you put on it.
I don't like it.
But this is the thing about it, right? It's like we all have like, different sports that people are interested in watching. It's just the way it is. I mean, who would have thought that, women's soccer would have taken off like it did back in the day with Mia Hamm as opposed to what we ended up with later? It's like, it's just the way it works.
Bunch of angry little trolls now.
Yeah,
hey,
no shit.
Jericho, is Arnold there? Because I did have a question based off of Mr. E's question here.
Yeah, I'm always here.
Okay, well,
hi.
Arnie.
Hello there.
I can call you Arnie. Your gal, your lady, your dumpy frumpy. She's of the Latina persuasion. Yeah. And I heard you guys get out to the Raider games once in a while.
Yeah.
So are you like now a Raider fan, Arnold? Is that what's happening? Because I thought you were an LA guy all the way.
Well, I'm not a Raider fan because I'm not a loser. But I go there because my frumpy, dumpy housekeeper and now the son we have together, we like to go to the Raider game. So I go out there.
I see. Has she taught you any Spanish, your Jaina?
Yeah. Especially going to the stupid Raider games, all you hear is chinga tu madre and things of that nature there. Vete a la chingada away there.
Oh, like a pinche puto, things like that?
Yeah. Chupa mi verga.
Okay. Wow, that's an extensive. I suppose knowing some Spanish came in handy when you were governor of California, right?
California. Oh, sorry, I still can't say it correctly.
But did you do a lot of bilingual work when you were the governor?
Yes, I told you my housekeeper and I, we have a baby together.
Oh, so you did a lot.
I thought you meant the in and out in there.
Hey, work, right? No.
Don't touch me.
After 15 minutes, it's work. So,
Yeah, I get 30, 35, maybe 40 pumps in there.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were going to say minutes, but pumps, whatever.
Hurry, 37, 38, 39. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
I told her at 40, that's all I have in there.
Really? And that, do you count out loud?
Yes, it's part of what helps me reach the climax at the end.
Okay. So,
and I can't do it quietly inside of here. So I have to yell. I scream 1, 2, 3. Hurry.
Okay.
Come on. Right. Come with me.
Oh,
okay. Come with me and, come with me.
All right. Well, this is a fascinating insight into your thought process.
Holy
I
God.
can really appreciate that.
Thank you. I really don't have a thought process at all. It is kind of all in there.
This stuff just kind of happens.
Yeah.
All right. More like a force of nature. Well, thank you, Arnold. He can't do a Mexican accent, Mr. E, but he's definitely down with the Latinas and the
Thank you. I love you.
Oh, my goodness.
That's just so. See, the sincerity. I love even when there's certain things that Jericho can't break, which is the love of the Raiders, obviously, even in the accent.
That's across characters right there.
It goes across characters. But I do love hearing the Spanish in the Austrian accent.
It's not something you hear every day.
It isn't. It isn't.
It is not. Thank God.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Boom.
Well, we ready to get into things?
You got a super chat, man.
Oh, hold on. Let
Boom.
me. Oh, Doug Ernst, a literal who, says he's writing a hit piece on. Good for him. Oh,
Hey,
and when you send a super chat, thank you for $2. You get one.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. We don't
That's
know.
how we do hits.
Don't know.
Literally.
Good,
just
good
hit.
luck, Doug Ernst. Good. Better men have
Yes,
tried.
indeed.
And you,
Bless
you
you.
will fail, friend. Okay. So what do we do? We're getting into.
And
The
we'll see where
movie.
that thank you clip came from. This is it right
That's
here.
right.
Right.
And I'll tell you this, man. This movie for me, this memory is frozen, in time in my head. It was this great time period, and I just loved everything about it. But I will say the standout in this flick, we always talk about with these action movies, is the side, characters or the supporting cast in these movies are big. And an actor I had never seen before who plays the older fighter who trains him. I remember being a young kid and thinking how great it would be to have somebody, in your life when you're new somewhere to show you the ropes like that. And then you get to a certain age that we're at now when you go, oh, wait, I need to be that character. Like, that's the role I'm in now. I got to help the younger generation along. But I love that character. So great, man.
Yeah, and this was quite a run for JCVD because you got Bloodsport in 88, Kickboxer in 89, Lionheart 1990, 91 Universal Soldier, Nowhere to Run 92, Hard Target 93, what the hell, Street Fighter 94. You got Sudden Death that we did last week 95,
Right.
96 Maximum Risk, 97 Double Team with old Dennis Rodman.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Van Damme, good or bad, box office hits, whatever they were. That's a hell of a run right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's back to back to back to back to back to back to back. Van Damme was doing his thing, man, through the late
When
80s.
he was in his prime, where would you rank him in action stars? Like top 3, because it's always going to be Arnold 1, Stallone 1A. But is he right in his prime? Was he right after them, you think, or what?
I think so. I think he was kind of going back and forth with Seagal, maybe.
Okay, sure.
Because Seagal was huge at his peak too.
Right.
He had a stretch from Above the Law was 88, and then Hard to Kill, and then he what do you have
Out
in
for
90?
Justice, Marked for Death, and Under Siege. The 5.
Seagal.
Yeah.
5.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
It's not a bad
I
stretch
think-
there.
Let me ask this question too on this one, and this is something I was thinking about. Do you think the longevity of a career, and I mean I think about this in all sort of walks of life, is dictated or affected by how long it takes you to break in? Because Seagal was in and then spotlighted, but then he was gone just as quick. Van Damme worked his way up through small roles. He really built this action thing for himself. And I think he's had much more longevity, in terms of that. Like, I think that they both have their fan bases, but, it's hard to imagine a JCVD, meaning the movie about Seagal. You know what I mean? Where, there's something to Van Damme that's just unique.
Yeah. And I think the fact that he looked the way he looked, his style was a little more something we were used to with the kicks and all that stuff. Seagal was something totally new.
We got to, not now, because it's a whole thing. We got to talk about the way Seagal runs. We have to talk about that one.
That's an unfortunate posture that he takes.
Yeah,
when he's running
in an unconventional manner. We'll get to that. Real quick, Tammy A for 20. Thank you, Tammy. Very generous. Anyone come across a mouse costume yet?
Yeah. Just to be clear, Tammy A, I haven't come across a mouse costume since the 90s.
No. Oh no. That's your Bill Clinton blue dress. That thing. That's how they're gonna get you.
That's right. I got you, Big J.
Gotcha.
That's what happened, man.
Gotcha.
That's for you, Tammy. Mwah. Dating game.
Gross.
Mwah.
Right.
Thank you for the super chat.
So we start off with our typical action movie trope. Somewhere, warehouse, down by the docks, a construction yard. It's always something masculine, dangerous, industrial like that.
Why don't the cops just set up there? A loading dock, a Sparks factory, a warehouse. There's like 5 locations where you need to center the police force to catch all. This is where the drugs come in, the guns. True. This is all the major shit. Guys, post up at a dock somewhere, and you'll cut the influx of guns and drugs in half in one day. Because apparently,
so simple to realize.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can find a dock that has a warehouse on it with a Sparks or smelting facility inside of it, 99% of the crime is gone. Crazy.
By the way, we'll get there. So anyway, this is a character called the Human Torch. For those of you guys who follow Marvel Comics,
not in the fun way though. He can't turn it on.
Not in the fun way. But I still remember this scene because it was absolutely terrifying. When he's like, "This is not cocaine. This is sugar," and he's like, "You're right." And this is gasoline. It's like, damn. You're like,
dude, what did he do? What did he do to be burned alive? That's a terrible way to go. That's not your typical street, or thug way of, usually a gun or something like that. Maybe he was trying to make a point, but and they basically screwed him over, gave him sugar instead of cocaine, and then just lit him on fire. I was like,
if you're gonna kill somebody, isn't that extra work, Jericho? Like, why even put together, like, was it just for the gag? Was it for us, the audience, right? Because you could just go, hey, where's the cocaine? Bang! And by the way, they didn't kill him. So if he had the information they didn't want getting out before he died, what's he got to lose? Not effective. Fucking hell.
No, because he's still with us. And still able to talk immediately after.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is Van Damme's brother. He runs afoul of some drug.
Wait, how do you know it's Van Damme's brother?
I don't know. You don't know.
He has an American accent.
No. Yeah. He's like, oh, this is not the cocaine. I was like, oh, okay, this
is sugar. And not even the good sugar. What's the hell? I'll snort it anyway because I am a fiend like my brother.
This must be Van Damme's brother. I'm gonna go ahead and take a stab in the dark on that one.
They should have just had him in that stereotypical like French black and white striped shirt or something like that.
Yes, with the braid. He'd be like, "Wait a minute, I cannot get to the drugs."
He should have been rhyming.
They were like, "Get out of here!" And then some guy off camera was playing that damn accordion. So I was like, I knew it. I knew this guy was French somehow. And so that's Van Damme's brother, no doubt about that. And 2 guys walk up, and for some reason, him and the bad guy, they're both standing up at the same time. Then they squat down. He gives them a package. I was like, are they trying to get out of view or something? They think they're being filmed or something? Like, is there some cops in a surveillance van or something? They squat down. I guess, I don't know if he does the typical pocket knife scoop, to get a scoop of Coke or whatever. I don't know how he did it. But then I think he snorts some. He snorts some, and then he tastes it. As if snorting sugar doesn't let you know it's not cocaine. But just to be sure, he rubs some and he's like, yeah, what is this?
Why do they always taste drugs in movies?
Because like, I don't know.
It's pure, like, really?
Well, if you're with Coke, it'll make your gums numb if it's good shit. That's one way I know of. But no matter what it is, they eat it. And that tastes horrible, by the way. Drugs don't taste good. They're not meant for flavor. They taste disgusting. So for somebody to take a little pile of Coke and put it in their mouth, that's like chewing an aspirin. It tastes horrible. So I don't know, but that's how it's done.
I feel like
for young people watching this is not medical advice. I want to make sure we're very clear about that. But I also want to add, not so. I think Robitussin is delicious, but to each their own.
Yeah, that's 2 things people always taste in movies. Is gold. They always bite it. You know what I mean? They always bite a gold coin or whatever. What is that, to see if it's kind of soft or whatever?
I think so. But the tasting the drugs is right up there with, and we see that in what I'm about to mention in the movie as well. But tasting the drugs is right up there with there's a fight going on and somebody's walking around the crowd grabbing amounts of money from screaming people before the fight. I don't even know how you would hear everybody screaming at the top of their lungs in front of you, and you're just like, okay, 1,500, 500 for who? They just grab the money, and I don't know, these guys.
If I'm ever in an underground fight, I'm gonna like take a few of my own dollars and hold them up, and hopefully people just start handing me money. Then I'm slipping out the door halfway through the fight with like $8,000 in my hands or whatever.
Usually that guy is behind everybody taking money out of their pockets. It's not really. They're not so much.
On second thought, though, I probably shouldn't rob anyone, but I probably shouldn't rob people at an underground illegal fight. They're probably not the most law-abiding people.
I think they're probably a little underground too.
Yeah. If you're all going to rob people, Gabriel, you join the IRS. All right, let's
do it right. Do it right. But I mean, there's people are just screaming at you, and they're just like taking bets,
just making it rain.
It's so dumb.
Oh man!
But yeah, Jean-Claude's brother. So this lets you know right off the bat that somehow or another Van Damme is going to find out about this. He's going to do something about this. We don't know yet. We don't know a situation yet, but we know obviously this is the main character's brother. You can't set the main character's brother on fire in any action movie. So Van Damme is going to get involved. How is the question?
And right there, did you guys hear? If you turn up the volume, he goes, "This is not cocaine. This is fire."
That's fire.
This is the last. It's terrible.
Please, somebody hand me a baguette or a croissant.
All right. You can toast it up right there.
I am not creme brulee. Sorry.
They love their food to the end. The French.
Right. So so the wife and the daughter, they go to the hospital and it's not doing too good.
He's not doing well.
He's not looking good at all. Like Richard Pryor said when when he got burned, because that's what Richard Pryor looked like over most of his body. And he said when he was in the hospital, he was so bad the doctor pulled back the sheet and said, "Shit, why don't we just get some coleslaw and serve this up?"
He was Richard.
Slow roasted. Yeah, that's all bad. And then he starts yelling, "Leo, Leo." I don't know. I'm not a doctor. This is a white t-shirt, not a white jacket. But I'm thinking if you're burned that bad, then your vocal cords are probably, at the very least, singed. And you're not going to be screaming your brother's name. But hey, he's related to Van Damme. Maybe he's extra badass. And he can scream through, what would you say, 5th or 6th degree burns on his face and his head.
Yeah. This is something.
Whatever the highest degree is, he got it.
So he's screaming for his brother Leo because he's at the edge of death here. And then we cut to probably in the California desert, but according to the movie.
Definitely.
Yeah.
According to the movie, it's North Africa. It's Morocco.
North Africa.
Spoiler. It says Djibouti, North Africa. And that is that's a country. There's a U.S. Navy base there. It's on the border. Probably Djibouti is probably one of the poorest places in the world. It's on the border of Somalia and Ethiopia.
Okay.
That's where it is. Yeah, and it's in the desert there. It's warm.
Yeah,
but
go out there and get Djibouti. Absolutely.
But don't give Djibouti.
Don't give Djibouti. Get Djibouti.
And typical Jeep, the heat waves, that classic shot. And you see a sledgehammer striking a post, and you so this is Van Damme because we're like 3 movies into his career, so we know what's up. And then boom, here we go, Van Damme tight tee, beret. He had the cigarette with the holder. I'm just kidding. He didn't have.
Takes it off. A croissant just slides off his mouth.
I feel God will have booty. And so these guys come up. These are I guess this is the mail delivery, like mail MAIL, but delivering dudes. And so they're delivering the mail, and they're being assholes. They're like, I can't remember his last name. I don't know, baguette or something.
Something really French.
Something so French. And they smell the envelope, and that comes back later in the movie. They smell the envelope, like it has a woman's perfume. He's like, "Oh man, who is this from?" And so he takes his knife out, pushes that dude's neck back, and then stabs. Where you think he stabbed the guy in his thigh, but he stabs between his legs and gets his letter. And then he looks at it and he says, "Oh, Leon, blah blah blah." He's like, "Yep, that's me."
Gautier.
He's like, "Leon Gautier, that's me." as in like, oh, here's my shit, fuck you. And he takes his letter and lets those guys go.
Mm-hmm.
And it's from his brother's wife, so his sister-in-law.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, and she's told him about the brother being so severely injured, and he needs to come to America and help them out. And you know, they don't want to let him go. You know, his commanding officer, and this is the French Foreign Legion. This isn't like U.S. military or anything like that. But they don't want to let him go. It's like, no, you signed up for this, and you're here. Tough toenails about your brother. We don't care. So that goes over about as well as you think it would.
And there's when they pull up to the base, you can see like there's signs and stuff in French. You know, who knows what it says. Right. But there's a lot of heavy hitters in this scene right here.
Mm-hmm.
And a couple scenes to follow. You got Michael Casey. Is that his last name?
Well, he's right there. And he was 2 weeks ago on here in Kickboxer. He's Tong Po.
He's Tong Po.
Yep.
Then you got Billy Blanks, the black dude. That's Billy Blanks right there. A huge action star. And then behind Kesey, is that how you say it? Behind Kesey, is the guy who was the heavy for the bad guy in Rambo 2. The guy who put Rambo on the rack, was electrocuting him, the big Russian dude. That's him. So there's some 80s, 90s movie heavy hitters. If you watch them, you recognize who all these guys are.
Yeah, this movie's directed by Sheldon Lettich, who wrote Rambo 3. He co-wrote it. So there's another Rambo connection with the Rambo 2 actor, Rambo 3 co-writer. And Sheldon Lettich, if you do some research on Van Damme, is really involved in the beginning, the really, really, really smash hits that Van Damme has early on. Sheldon is involved in a lot of those movies, like Kickboxer, Double Impact. He was also involved in Bloodsport. So in August, I went to that dinner. It was some Kung Fu award ceremony up there in Chinatown, Los Angeles. That's where I met Todd Senafonte, last week's guest. And Billy Blanks was there. Paco Prieto, who's in this movie, was there. And Sheldon Lettich. I sat next to Sheldon at dinner and asked him a bunch of questions and stuff. So I will work on getting Sheldon around here. And
that'd be pretty sick.
Yeah,
that's another one. The namesake of this show, Double Impact. That was 91?
Yep.
So 90 or 91?
It was a little bit. It wasn't 90 because 90 was this Lionheart. I think it was like 2 years later or something. I think so. I'm not sure.
So there's a year in the early 90s where he had at least 2 movies coming out in 1 year. So Van Damme was doing his thing. He was everywhere.
Oh, Double Impact. This is his 1991 film. There you go.
And this was, we were talking about the different action stars. I think the thing that Van Damme, evolved to have, and you see it in Double Impact a little bit, was the cool thing, was the sort of smooth style aspect to it. Because when you bring up Double Impact, I always think of that scene with him as the character of Alex, where he drinks from that tumbler and then crushes it in his hand and tosses it. And you're just like, there you go. Not something to try at home, kids. And it's the same thing with the action in this. You know what I mean? He's like, where he stabs the knife there. It's kind of like something you'd see Stallone do. It's something you could see Arnold do. But just the whole oh yeah, it's for me. Like the way he delivers that is hilarious.
Yeah, I saw like a different fighting style with Van Damme in this movie. Or maybe not a fighting style, or maybe fighting style and an acting style, because that was part of it. But he was, it was almost like in this fight scene here and like his first couple fights when he gets to the States, it's almost like he doesn't know. It's like he's been trained, but this is his first time doing it. Like he almost has this kind of scared, but then he blocks the guy's hand and fucks him up. I don't know. It's hard to explain. You gotta watch it. It's almost like he's real timid and but he doesn't come across as like Seagal, I don't want to use my art unless I have to, that kind of shit. But he's just kind of real timid and oh shit, I can do this. I can fight. Wow, I'm badass. He woke up and after they gave him some kind of fighting powers while he was asleep, and he's like, oh shit, this is all new. But he ends up beating the shit out of everybody quite easily.
Right. Yep. Yeah, he's gonna make his break for it so he can get to his brother.
Yeah, I was gonna get to my brother.
He's mon frère. I don't remember his brother's name, but he beats the crap out of all the other soldiers.
Yeah, 4 dudes.
Yeah.
Even does some structural damage. He
Yeah.
kicks
Yes.
the post holding up the little tent, and it falls
Not
on
easy
top
to
of the
do,
guys.
folks. If you've ever kicked
No,
a
especially
post.
with concreted into the ground. But one
Yeah.
thing you gotta know, people, and this goes for a home defense, or if you're out in public or wherever you are, if you can just get some kind of drape or curtain on top of bad guys, they can't get out of it.
No, can't escape it.
Because he kicked it. It was like a net that fell, and they were like, "Oh shit!"
I didn't
gone.
want to
They
mention this,
couldn't-
but
they
since
couldn't deal
you've
with
pretty
it.
much made it, this is a safe space now, Jericho. I feel comfortable saying it. That right after last week's show, a piece of curtain came down on me, and it wasn't until maybe about 40 minutes before we started I was able to free myself. So if I seem, exhausted, it's because I haven't eaten. The weirdest part was how my family just kept stepping over me. But
Yeah, they didn't help at all. That's
yeah,
fucked up.
frowned upon, I think, but it could be cultural. I didn't want to say anything, about it. But yeah, so literally, there's it's terrible. Just terrible.
Yeah, a curtain, a drape, a tablecloth, a tarp, anything.
Napkins get me every time. Napkins. You put them on your
Anything
lap,
like
but they
that.
spread. They spread. They get
Yeah,
all, and
man.
then you go down.
Next thing you know, you're engulfed. But yeah, the
That's
little
right.
tarp came down on these guys, and they just couldn't stop Van Damme after that.
That's right.
He's gone.
So he steals a Jeep, takes off into the desert, and they go after him. But to no
And
avail.
they go right after him.
Right.
He has like a 30-second head start, and they lose him. How
Yep.
the cloud of dust from that from that Jeep can probably be seen from like an airplane, and they lost him. They come back in at dusk, and they just sorry, sir. Couldn't,
Yep.
I like how
couldn't
he just
find
runs.
him.
He runs to the ocean. He thinks he's going to swim to Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's young.
I
and
bet
Van
they'll.
Damme.
I bet they'll start swimming right away.
I better get in the water.
It's probably right over that hill.
I need to pick
Yeah.
I need to pick a stroke and start in the water.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine? He didn't do well in school, and the one subject he hated was like geography. Or something.
That just
he
stumped
has-
him every
he has
time.
no idea how far Los Angeles is, how big the Earth is, how big countries
It can't be
are.
that far.
Like,
I've heard of
more
it. It can't be
than,
that
what,
far.
An hour swim? I do not know.
Hour two max. 2 hours.
He
swim
got there.
max.
He was like, I have not noticed the Eiffel Tower. Where is it? It's like, no, you're in Africa, dude. Listen, you're in Northern Africa.
Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time.
We brought
trying
you
to
here
educate
for
him now.
Djibouti. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Never mind. It's a whole nother.
What did you want from me? Oh.
Yeah.
Right. So
French
the
people.
official's like, what do you mean this guy got away? So they're going to have to send some agents after him to trail him, to find out where he went.
To America.
Right. And he finds himself on like a fishing vessel,
Yeah, some kind of working ship. The captain is black, so I guess that tells us that he's still in Africa.
Right.
And the guy's an asshole to him. He's like, I know you're hiding on the ship and you're a piece of shit. You're gonna do what I say. And he's like, you said the ship was going through Los Angeles. And he's like, you can't do shit. It's not going nowhere. You're not going to Los Angeles. Now get back down there, because he has him shoveling coal into the engine or the furnace. So you get a nice shirtless shot of Van Damme, doing some work. And then a couple minutes later, he tells him, get back down there and start shoveling coal, bitch. You're not going anywhere. So then that's where he takes him. Oh, yeah, I'm going to Los Angeles. And he jumps off the boat into the water. So I'm guessing they pulled up. They were near Los Angeles, because he jumps in the water, and then next scene, or New York.
Yeah,
He's
starts
in New York.
New York. That's
He's
right.
in New York.
Here's the thing we got to say this, though, because this brings back more pain about the geography, right? Is that, Jericho, how would they be sailing, like, what would be the route, right, from Northern Africa to Los Angeles that one would take? And how far are we talking?
I mean, you're really going to have to go out of your way. You're really
There's going to be a canal involved at some point, right? Like,
You're
there's
really
gonna
going the long way. Yeah. It's
Panama,
going to take a while.
Suez, it's happening.
Suan, what is it? Susan,
Suan,
something
Djibouti, it's happening.
I've been to the Suez Canal.
I do love this, though. He's in the ocean. The guy's telling him, no, you work on this boat now. And he's like, F you, knocks the guy out, and then just jumps into the ocean.
Jumps in the ocean. So you just swim to the shore of New York City, and then they just let you in. Nobody's looking. Nobody notices. And if you're cold, just grip the top of your shirt.
Touch your neck. All you gotta do is touch.
That's how
your
you
neck.
dry it. You do
Yeah,
this.
that's how you warm.
If you're cold or soaking wet, grab the top of your shirt, the lapel, if you will, and hold it together. It'll be dry in a couple seconds and warm.
Jericho, I've never been to Djibouti, and so I don't know what the climate difference is between Djibouti and New York. And we're gonna get through this as best as we can. This series of statements, but I'm guessing that the lighter wear it seemed you would be wearing there would not work well in New York any time of year that I can think of.
Maybe if they caught it in spring, because New York gets a little muggy, a bit of humidity there.
Nasty.
You already know about winter time, and it doesn't look like fall. So maybe they caught it, right about now. Maybe he came right about now, mid-April, mid to late April, early May. Yeah, it's all in the timing, Sean. Really.
Yeah, it is. You're right.
It is. So he came at the right time. His brother got set on fire at the right time of year.
Perfect timing. If you're going to,
he was able
to.
As far as wardrobe, he was able to make a seamless transition from North Africa.
Right. You haven't been to Djibouti, Shanth, but think about what you think about. He says he's been to Uranus. Is there something?
Whoa! I don't remember that.
Well, listen, to each their own. I'm not here to judge your journey. And
he's saying he's been to your anus, though, Sean.
He's been to your specific anus.
Yeah.
So. No, there's a better way to pronounce that, guys. That's less offensive. Don't you know? It's called Uranus. Which they somehow are trying to get us going.
Yeah.
So
my son, I took him to I was a chaperone on his field trip to the planetarium a few weeks ago, and that's what the girls. So they go in the room where the roof, or the ceiling is the constellations and all that shit.
Yeah.
And that's what she said. She's all, and that is Uranus. I was like, Uranus? You mean
Uranus?
It doesn't
work no matter how they try.
Uranus?
Can we just call it something else? Is all I'm saying. Neptune. What do we got? Something. Uranus.
Your anus. That's not. It's not Uranus. It's your anus.
Yes.
YOU''ANUS.
Yes. We can either call it anus or urine. Which one do you want to do, boys?
Urine.
Fuck.
Uranus.
Wait a minute.
You are.
No. Think about what you think about.
It was in the Subaru. There you go. That's right.
Oh. Wait a minute. Think about what you think about. You don't happen to own a mouse costume.
Whoa.
Let me say this.
At one point.
Man, I haven't come across one of those in a long time. Where'd you find that photo?
I have a source.
Jericho.
I have a source.
I found Jericho's kryptonite.
Anyway, we can screenshot that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That looks like she's with Van Damme. Sorry.
Anyway, children, that's called a payphone. There were phones. Check this out.
Oh, I know.
There were phones, and they were outdoors, in the snow, in the rain, in the wind. 24 hours a day, the phone was outdoors. And you put a quarter in it, and you could call someone. Crazy.
Yep. Anywhere. But the farther away they were, the more it was going to cost you.
Yep.
Right.
In town, it was a quarter. No problem.
Shout out to the Subaru drivers. That's right. They sponsor your local ladies softball team. That is right.
Yeah, we don't have a problem with lesbians here. Shout out.
That's right.
We don't have a problem with lesbians and college professors in California.
Can we clip that as a public service announcement? Jericho Green. We don't have a problem with lesbians.
We don't got a problem with lesbians or college professors from California.
Nah.
That's right.
I remember
That's what drives them.
I remember calling my girlfriend when I was in middle school or high school on a payphone. Because I was in Colorado for the summer visiting my dad and my grandparents, and she was still back in California. But I remember having a wad of change to call. And then my wife, who I met in high school, this is a different girl, but my wife, I wanted to ask her out. So I'm sorry. I wanted to ask this other girl out. And my wife was at church and I was at church and she saw me with these quarters. She's like, what are you doing with those quarters? This is kind of how we met one day. She's like, what are you doing with those quarters? I go, oh, there's this girl I like. I want to call her. And she's like, well, you should do it. So I called the girl and she turned me down. So, but long story short, that ended up being my wife. But I got denied. I got the stiff arm.
Fuck that bitch.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. You better send him that quarterback. But no, this is the thing about it too.
Give me a bill for the quarter.
That's right. The one of the best. See, when art schools were actually a thing, and people learned stuff there. A buddy of mine who was in college in the 80s said he had a professor of illustration who actually said to a student, flicked a student a quarter for his critique and said, go downstairs, use the payphone, and call your parents and tell them they're wasting their money. And I was like, damn. That's when you got honest feedback back in the day. You know, call your folks and tell them
they're wasting their money. Tell them you're a waste. Yeah, I remember that 1-800 was it 1-800 call ATT and MCI 1-800 collect on MCI. Oh, MCI.
Yeah, those 1-800 collect kind of things were very popular in the late 90s. There were so many commercials with them. It's weird. Were people calling collect that much?
I think so.
I guess.
Those are huge. Call ATT.
Look, and you guys,
1-800 collect.
Lucky that you don't know about payphones, how much they cost. Yeah. Look at this. Marriott Hotel, San Diego, called his girlfriend in Cancun, $14.75. And guys, that would get you like 7 minutes or something.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So,
yeah, payphones, those were it. And then if you went up to one and somebody else was using one, you just had to wait.
Yep.
Mandy Westcott. I remember fighting over the payphone at school during lunch. I don't think I ever had anyone to call, but I'd fight for my turn. Well, there you go.
That's right.
That's not crazy.
Mandy, you do it.
Totally normal behavior.
Yeah. Fight for your right.
Remember this expression? Here's a quarter. Call someone who cares.
Yeah.
Remember there was long distance on the landline. Yeah. If you were calling out of your zip code, you had to pay extra by the minute.
Yeah, it was something like 15 miles or something. If it was more than like 15 miles away, it was long distance. I remember my brother called some girl. She lived like 20 minutes away. And it was like a $75 phone call that he made to that girl. Boy. My parents were pissed.
Wouldn't it have been nice to get in on that racket? That kind of cash. Damn.
Jeez.
Let's see. This guy loved leaving people on call waiting. There you go. I would call my brother when he was in college in Colorado and I was still out here in San Diego, but I would call him on Sundays because it was free long distance. So we would talk for like an hour on Sundays. So.
Or like after, remember when cell phones first came out, like after 7, like calls, it was like free calls after 7. God. So we till after 7 p.m. They'd be calling, hey, I'll call you after 7.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, man. Like it was restricted.
When you first got on, I first got on America Online in 1999, and you had a limited number of hours of internet per month.
Yeah.
You know, and if you went over that, you had to pay more or some shit like that. I don't know.
Yeah, now we had limitations back then. Time limits and all kinds of shit. Now it's unlimited everything.
Brian McCord, I think he's Sherlock Holmesing your brother here. Maybe the gal he called was one of those entertaining phone ladies.
No, it was we recognized the number, the area code and shit. It wasn't that because my brother would have died if that happened.
he'd be visiting his headstone right now if that was
God. Yeah, my parents would have killed him.
Tammy A. Star 67 to do prank calls.
Yeah, block your number.
Yeah, that's
right. Block it in star 69 will call people back. Like if somebody called and hung up, you pick it up and press star 69 and would call their ass back.
Look at this. More exploiting the system. Call collect when it asks for your name. You send the quick message so the receiver could hear that and just hang up.
Yep.
There you go. Oh my goodness. Tammy A's grandmother was an operator at Ohio Bell. Wow, fascinating.
Nice.
I mean, she heard all kinds of shit.
Yeah. I think when historians look back in 100 years, they're going to realize how much the cell phone changed everything. Not unlike the train. You know, the steam engine changed the world, right? That industrial age and all that. And I think, I've had this analogy in my head that you have all the train companies, right? And they're connecting people across the nation. They're connecting industry. And it was like living in the future. I think that Facebook and social media and all that are and the world. And then they're incredibly powerful, right? So I think it's the same thing, just like 100 and something years later. So yeah, I think there's a total analogy between trains and phones and internet and all that stuff. So
yeah, if the same thing is true with airplanes. The same thing is true, with all that different stuff. I think the biggest thing about the pros and cons of it are actually, to me anyway, they're fairly simple. Which is to say, they said, I think Joe Rogan was talking about this, when phones, became a thing, like when every household had a phone and you had the height of the landline of the phone, we were using phones to do everything, right? It was, call this number to shop, right? Call for this offer. Everything was done on phones, and you had the party line, right?
Yep.
The party line, call in, all that sort of stuff. And then once, every time we get new technology, cars, it's the same thing, right? Drive-in movies, drive-through, everything is car, driving vacations. We try to solve everything with whatever the new technology is. And I think with cell phones right now, you're pretty much right about that. With, the internet, with online, I think it's going to get to a point, though, where, with everything, is it that only the cream sort of survives. You know what I mean? It's like only the best part of the technology is going to be the thing that we're the most into. But, a car used to be your vacation. It used to be, you'd go watch the movie in your car. I mean, we were car obsessed. Now we're cell phone obsessed. It's wild.
Yeah. I think cell phones are definitely more damaging to society than the trains.
Oh, yeah. They're more damaging than cigarettes, man.
Another one here. Do you guys remember the curly, the phone cord?
Mm-hmm.
You wanted to talk to your girlfriend, but you didn't want to do it right in the kitchen in front of everyone. So you go like the 25-foot cord, as she's saying here. You go to the other side of the house or whatever. You go up halfway. I would go halfway up the staircase and talk to my girlfriend. Oh, and then talking to your girlfriend when you're in middle school and high school, it's so cringy. I love you. I love you more.
You hang up. No, you hang up.
You hang up.
Or when mom gets a, hey, I need to use the phone. Hang up. Mom. It's my phone. Hang up. Long enough. Yep. Yeah, that was the worst. Trying to be quiet at night after your parents go to sleep.
Yep.
Or calling the radio station and requesting a song for a girl. It'll be on. They said it'll be on at 9:20.
Oh, did you ever do that? I
did that.
You did that?
You know what? I did do that. And then when I became a DJ and I worked at a radio station and I was taking those calls, I didn't forget that, man. I knew what it was like. I knew what it felt like, because to the kid, that's all you're just thinking about yourself. This girl, you want to hear it, how big of a deal it is. You called her and told her you've been waiting all night. Like, it's a huge deal to a kid. But to a DJ, you're the 7,000th kid to call with some stupid ass song for your girl. But I always acted like, that was important to me. And I would tell him when the song was actually coming on. Some DJs would just be like, yeah, man, it'll be coming on in a few minutes. But I would tell him when. So at least, even if it was an hour wait, at least they know that it's going to happen. So I never forgot.
Oh, man.
I was always,
look at you helping
cool.
The youth of America, the young men of America, score with the ladies. Look at
I was always cool with them, even though they were annoying as shit.
Well, no, dude, I'm going to tell you this. You strike me as the kind of man who you would buy a ticket to Lionheart for a young person in line.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, by
Definitely.
God, what it was like. Damn.
Yeah, I would definitely do that. I've been shoulder tapped a few times. I wouldn't buy alcohol for kids, but yeah, you want to get in this action movie? I got you.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm the same way. Like, whenever kids are like, hey, and I was like, I'll buy your tickets, and I take their cash and I just go.
Fucking slap them. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Look at that weirdness. Fonduki, like that name. I would be on the phone with my girlfriend, and her sister would try to listen in on the other line.
Oh, you little pervert.
Why? So she could tell or something? It's just we could
get out of here. Hang up, you little pervert.
Yeah,
that's right.
Or my freshman PE teacher would call us preverts.
Wow, that is something.
Funny. Come on, you little preverts.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Yeah, he would always call us that. R.I.P. Mr. Ferrer.
Do you remember starting in middle school, you had to put on your PE clothes at PE. You couldn't just wear your street clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And if you forgot your clothes, they had a loaner clothes. But at my middle school, they were our middle school colors were red and black or something like that. But if you didn't remember your clothes, they had brown ones that said loaner on the chest and stuff.
Oh dear.
It would embarrass you on purpose.
It might as well said fucking loser on the front.
Oh my God.
I remember that.
Yeah, we didn't have to change into PE clothes until high school.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, in high school, you had to change out your locker and all that shit, and you had to change for PE. And we put on, as freshmen, we put on way too much cologne after.
Oh. I think people quit showering in the 90s, right? They quit showering after PE in middle school and high school because no one at my schools did. It was weird. So yeah,
it's weird being showering in front of your peers.
But what about in the Navy? Didn't you do that all the time?
No, what the fuck? You had shower stalls.
I thought Navy just had this
I love the umbrage you took with that. That was beautiful.
Because here's what I picture when I picture you Navy boys. You guys got that. You got that YMC. Who are the guys that do the
Village people?
Village people.
You got the in the Navy song playing.
Yeah.
And you're standing in the big prison shower with like 20 heads. And you guys are all, hey, will you lather up my back, buddy? And like, I thought that's how it was.
I know, this is a fine line between fantasy and what you think happened.
I don't know much about the Navy, but one thing I've heard for sure is you guys ate with your hands, right? There were no utensils in the Navy, right? I mean,
everything.
No shower stalls. There were no beds, right? You guys slept on the ocean, like you floated.
We were just grunting. There wasn't really any words. We just grunt.
All right.
Rumafe says you shower together in basic, only boot camp. Is that true?
Yeah, you have the community shower, I guess you would call it, in boot camp, because there's no self-respect or privacy there.
What about the naked shaver when you're in the locker room? You know, you go in there and there's one guy just way too comfy being naked.
Yeah,
he's
that shit's
around,
weird, man.
He's butt naked. He's talking to everyone. He's in front of the mirror shaving, still naked. It's like, would you put your shorts on, brother?
Yeah, I don't. Who does that at home? Who stands there in the mirror naked at home? But if you did, it's home, not in public. You put your dick away.
I mean, like I mean, look, we all know a creep when we see one, right? They're practically labeled.
Sometimes
for God's sake.
Sometimes they're easy to spot. Sometimes
life
throws you underhand pitch.
Yeah,
sure.
The close talker is not any less comforting, naked or clothed. You're just like, fucking give me some space.
His dick's like touching your leg. Ew.
Ah, God. Make it stop.
I've never knocked a naked dude out before, but
so let's talk briefly, if we can, about the quality of the show.
That's a mandatory stealth now.
Dude, right in this, my stepdad told me some kid got rat-tailed in the back of his sack and cut it.
Oh,
like,
no, sir.
Yeah.
That'll change your whole life there. But I just want to point this out. The thing I love about this show is I don't know what the clock says. Somebody can scroll back and see how many minutes have we been on the payphone slide. Right. It's like the things that capture our imagination.
Right.
Fucking love it, man. I love this show.
His dad was in dental school, and he saw a guy in the bathroom with his pants around his ankles.
Yes, that's terrifying.
I've seen that. It's usually young boys who don't understand. They're standing in front of the urinal. They're in front of the urinal, and their pants are at their ankles.
Yeah,
they want to tell their dad.
I cured my son of that.
He could just unzip the front. You don't have to pull it down to do this.
No, dude, that's weird. Even if you're a little kid, that's weird. No,
I've seen it though.
For sure, and it's a little kid, but we're in public now. You can't be doing all that. Man. You just gotta learn how to pull the business part out and get that shit done and put it away.
And you certainly don't do it when you're ordering McDonald's. I mean, that's fucking weird for everybody. You know what I mean?
All parties involved.
Pull them up.
The part that bothers me the most about the pants on the floor is all the pee on the floor.
Exactly.
On the pubes. And the dirt and the grime. Yeah.
I want to meet the people, by the way. I'm convinced there are people that go into the public bathroom and spin when they pee.
Yeah.
Because how? It's everywhere. What is going on?
The piss is everywhere. Yeah, like the floor around a urinal in a men's bathroom it's like the snow around the gutter. You know, where it snows, how it's like dirt and sludge and like spit. Ew, it's fucking disgusting. I went to I think it was the Oakland A's stadium, and they have the trough pisser.
Oh, the trough! It's the indignity of the trough. Ladies, you might not know this. Someplace it's rare.
Gross.
There's a steel trough, 10 feet long, that you also have a party and pee in together as guys or something.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
like a pipe. There's a pipe
that doesn't bother me, man.
The pipe's
it doesn't
perforated.
bother me as long as there are spikes with human heads on it to complete the look. I'm fine with it. Like, if we're gonna do Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome and piss into a trough, let's have some decapitations. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, let's complete the look. I should have, car tire shoulder pads with spikes on them. Like, what the fuck is happening at this point?
And some basic commodity we have now should be of high value, like gasoline or fucking clean water.
Yeah.
It's real, it's very valuable. No,
I should have a tattoo on my neck, universal donor.
No, none of that. Just the trough pisser. It is so
Ugh.
fucking disgusting. Imagine if there was a trough pisser in the women's bathroom. How disgusting that would be.
Jeez.
Everybody
By the
just
way, I
hanging
think
there.
this is
Just hang your
saw a video.
fucking clam over the edge there, sweetheart.
I saw a video online, and we'll move on from the payphone now. I saw a video
We're not
online on
talking
like, you know,
about big
Barstool. Barstool's like a sports themed whatever, but it's like kind of racy sometimes. There was a Boston Red Sox fan drunk out of his mind at a baseball game, and people dared him or paid him or whatever to run and jump and land on his chest and slide like he's sliding into second base into the urinal trough.
Come on, dog.
And he did it. And this is like halfway through a baseball game. That thing has got an ocean of piss in there. And he did. It's one of the worst things I've ever seen.
It's not even all piss. That's the scary part.
It's just
It's not even all piss. That dude, you grab him by whatever part of him doesn't have piss and grime on it, and you tell him, you either get a vasectomy right now or we're gonna kill you. Because somebody like you can't go out and make other people. So you either agree to that or we're gonna fucking kill you right here and now because you're disgusting.
Yeah. It was something else.
Come on.
Plus for $5. Thank you very much. Very generous friend. Hard work, had work, but closing soon. Blessed to be caught in the impact. Hail, Private American. Oh, that I think he's talking about Mike Barron's comic. I think I did the cover for that. Private American. But thank you very much for the $5, friend.
Let's get to that scene.
Let's go. All right, moving on from the payphone because we're just minutes into this thing.
I hope there's not a urinal in this because if there is, we're never getting.
That's another hour. So I hope not.
Yeah.
Right. So he hears a ruckus as he wanders through the streets of New York, wondering what he's going to do.
Yes,
Clutching
his shirt together.
25 or 100 or 3,000 miles from New York to LA. How's he going to do it? He hears something. The dulcet tones of people beating each other for a few dollars.
Under a bridge.
Under a bridge.
Love it. And there's a guy in the audience who has, damn it, I think it's a Texas Rangers hat on and a Chicago Bears jacket. And he's in New York. I don't know how that guy got that wardrobe together and landed in New York City, but that caught my eye. I was like, what the fuck is this dude? Or no, it's a baseball team. Is it Cincinnati or somebody? Because I can picture the logo in my head. It's like a T and a C, but he has that hat on and then a Chicago Bears jacket. So
Oh, the T. Isn't that the Minnesota? The Minneapolis? I don't know. I don't know which one it is. We'd have to see it. Joe Musashi for $5. Very generous, friend. Thank you. Fun fact: the guy in the green jacket who won the street fight is Mark D. Williams, not this guy here. He was one of the characters in the fighting arcade game Pit Fighter. Thank you for
remember
the
Pit Fighter.
Say it again, Sean. I didn't hear you, buddy. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say I just had a flashback to Pit Fighter, man. I remember that game. Do you guys remember Pit Fighter?
I don't.
Damn.
No.
Sorry.
But
Yeah,
what?
good
Okay,
stuff.
so I just watched this movie yesterday, and then like 2 days ago, I watched the first half, and then what? How does Van Damme get roped into this first fight? I don't remember
Because he sees somebody, he sees the guy counting the money.
Right.
And he sees all the money on the line, so he figures, I need some of that. And then here we go. Here's the introduction to the blah, 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 and all the people yelling and shit. Blah, blah, blah. And then the guy has a bunch of money between all of his fingers, and they start fighting. And this is something new also that I've only seen in this Van Damme movie, and Attila does it at the end. But if you go back one frame, you can see how Van Damme's hand is. Now we're kind of doing this front or this knuckle kind of punch weird thing like that, where he's hitting him with this part of his hand, which I'm imagining is pretty fucking painful because it's painful enough on this part of your hand. So here he's got to be like breaking his fingers and shit, but he does quite a few punches like that where it's like he's gonna scratch him, but then he just cups his fingers like that. I don't know, it's weird. It's fucking weird.
I went and looked for Pit Fighter. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. It was one of those early photographic fighting videos.
Oh yeah.
You remember this?
Yeah, I remember this game. Atari.
Hell yeah.
That lets you know, people.
I mean, we were dealing with, this is the other crazy thing about it, right? I think that, and you're seeing this right now all across the board, people have forgotten to do things in terms of simplicity. Like I know, Gabe, you were talking this week about Super Mario Brothers, and or the Mario Brothers movie.
Go and see it.
It's
Excellent movie.
90-minute movie. You get a movie, you go, you get away for a bit. It's not a 4-hour commitment to go to the theater. It's fun for the family. Get out. That's what these action movies had. You feel like there was so much more to them because you were watching these things like one after another. You could do a marathon night where you watch 3 or 4 of these flicks, for God's sake. You know what I mean? And I'm not against long movies, but that's what this is. In our video games, it was simplicity. The fact that it was simple kind of leveled the playing field, and everybody just kind of had to figure their cool things out, but they were fun. It wasn't a commitment. I love that.
Yeah, there's something to be said for that being nice and tight, 90 minutes.
Yeah.
Not being this bloated 3-hour CGI fest or anything stupid like that.
Oh, CGI fucked it all up.
And it does. Yep. And when it's shorter like this and they get to the point easier and faster, Shakespeare himself said, brevity is the soul of wit. What he didn't say is try to use as few words as possible. That way you can make your point in a more efficient manner. And it's more entertaining to people. He just said brevity is the soul of wit. You get my meaning? So when you leave some stuff out, you leave it to the imagination, and your imagination is always perfect, So, there's something to that, to leaving them shorter. I don't like movies that are too long. Hour and a half, that's enough for action.
Oh, what's that the latest Justice League? Zack Snyder did like a 4-hour one. I was like, dude, I'm not watching that. It's 4 hours. You lost me at 4 hours. I'm not even gonna watch that shit. There's no way that you made a 4-hour movie that's gonna have me on the edge of my seat for 4 hours. No,
you lost me at Justice League. The Snyder. The title's too long. I don't even want to finish saying the title of it.
I'm done. So, but I found the logo for that baseball team.
All right. Well,
and it's this one.
Oh, hold on. Let's see. Oh yeah, isn't that the Twins?
Is it? That's a C for the Cincinnati Reds. I don't know. But the guy has a hat on with this on it, and then a Chicago Bears jacket.
Yeah, because the TC means Twin Cities, right? So it's Minneapolis, right?
Okay. But it looks just like, I'm sure they had to make a phone call to the Cincinnati Reds.
Yeah, that's the Twins. That's the Twins logo.
Yeah, that's what it was. So Minnesota Twins, Chicago Bears, in New York City.
Right.
And this guy looks like Virgil. He reminds me of Virgil, Ted DiBiase's sidekick.
Oh, Ted DiBiase. Wow.
$1 Million Man.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Persona non grata around here.
I didn't mean to bring him up.
What the hell was that about, Jericho?
They're talking about Ted
DiBiase.
I
was caught up in the moment.
Well, man. Antoine's got a great comment there, and hail Antoine in the chat. He said, I watched that JL in multiple sittings. There you go. Zack Snyder's movie. Yeah, there you have it, man.
You have to, man. It's 4 hours. Come on.
Take it on the road, right? You fly to Europe.
One of the problems in the digital age of creating art is that, what does Jeff Goldblum say in Jurassic Park? Like, I'll paraphrase it. They spent a lot of time figuring out if they could, but no time figuring out if they should, right? Mm-hmm. That's a paraphrase. That's not a quote. And I know as an artist myself, when I use digital tools, it's easy to go overboard. Because if I'm drawing a crowd by hand, pencil, pen, paintbrush, I have to draw each person. But you can go into Photoshop and just use things that go brrr and quickly create textures and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then it's overkill. You know what I mean? It's overkill. Yeah. It becomes distracting. And what happens is you break patterns visually and you just create wallpaper. You just kind of create a mess that no one can see or understand. And I think that can happen literally with visual art. I think it can happen figuratively with narrative. When you have all these digital tools that allow you to quickly create all of this content. And it's like pouring every ingredient in your kitchen into a bowl.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be harmony. You're supposed to get a nice resonant chord. And I think the nice and tight stuff that, again, brevity is a soul of wit.
Well, that, and also it's that Denzel Washington quote, right? Ease is a greater threat to progress than hardship. When you get resistance from the things that you're doing, I always said to somebody, asked me, they go, what was the thing that was the most helpful? My students asked me, for you learning how to manage your time better. And I said, our first children were twins. That helped us learn how to manage time. When you've got no time, managing time is something you have to do or die. Right. That's it.
Yeah.
But when you've got tons of time, I don't know how you limit it in the abstract. When you have a million choices, I don't know if you can figure out with no resistance You know, I heard Elon Musk say that on Joe Rogan that I thought was interesting. He said, he goes, would you like to be in a sensory deprivation tank? And Elon Musk was like, oh, no, I don't think that's a good idea. And he goes, well, what do you mean? You don't think it'd help you relax? And he goes, if my mind was in a place with zero resistance, it might not stop. And I was like, damn. Like, do you know what I mean? And it's like, that's a way of looking at these things. And so I look at a shot like this, right? This is a perfect, I mean, yes, the cinematographers and people, they knew what they were doing. They knew how to set up shots. But look at how the graffiti is there. Look at how these figures are framed. You know what I mean? These are just, keep it simple, man. Make it happen. You've got these two guys talking. You know, you're setting up the scene. It just makes sense, man.
Yeah, and you know, let's go ahead, Gabe.
Well, to expand on the thing about Elon Musk and all that, and how necessity being the mother of invention. You once said to me, Sean, that you heard a quote from someone that said, if you want something done, ask a busy person.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So, I find when I'm doing comics and all the stuff I'm doing, it's hard when you have too much time. It's like lifting weights in zero gravity. You don't have anything to push against. But when your schedule's tight and now you got something to push against, you have resistance.
Yeah.
Really quick, let me honor this, and then we'll get to your thing, JG. Plush 5, Sonny Chiba and his master inspired Street Fighter. Perhaps. And thank you for the 2. That's very good.
I believe Sonny Chiba had a series of movies called Street Fighter. He's a Japanese martial arts movie star. He predates Bruce Lee and all those guys. He definitely didn't get the publicity and the mainstream exposure, but it's huge in Japan. And if you're an action movie fan from back in the day, you've definitely heard of Sonny Chiba. Michael Jai White, he has a movie called Blood and Bone, which is actually really good. But there's a scene at the end, and there's this council, this committee of judges, like they're sitting there watching this fight between Michael Jai White and this other dude, and it's like a panel almost, and it's Carl Miller. The guy was Carl Miller in Game of Death. He was in Return of the Dragon. He was O'Hara in Enter the Dragon, the guy that he fucked up because he made his sister kill herself. That guy, he was on there. Sonny Chiba was on there. So he's like, if you do a Mount Rushmore of martial arts, kung fu, whatever movie stars, Sonny Chiba is going to be on there. But these, like the limitations of these movies, you know, that were made before all this just oversaturation of CGI, those limitations force your creativity because you have in your mind what you want to achieve, and you're going to achieve it because it's your project or whatever. This has to be in there. So it's just a matter of figuring out. It's no longer, do I want it? It's how am I going to make it happen? So, and you know, you have to a certain extent, welcome technological advances. It's cool. It's human nature. We're going to figure shit out, make it easier. That's why we have washing machines and you know, indoor plumbing and shit like that now. But in moderation, it would be cool to see CGI used somewhere. Yeah, I'm sure there are things when making a movie or editing a movie, like, man, it sure be nice to have this. But everything, everyone, the clothing, come on. I mentioned this before, that fucking movie Black Adam. The final fight scene between Black Adam and the devil or whatever that thing was, it was all CGI. There were no shots of a dude in makeup with prosthetics. It was all CGI, and it wasn't even good. Like, it was a cartoon. All that it's just, dude, it's terrible, man. And they just crank out some straight bullshit.
I think that's the thing about it. You know, there's this actor. You think about this. There's what's at stake. You know, the Van Damme is exceptional in this movie to the degree that he's in a real world, as Van Damme would be exceptional in a real world. What they started doing at a certain point is they started taking these action stars and putting them into fake worlds. And in fake worlds, there's no meaning in anything. You can have a 90-pound, you know, God, thank you for pulling that up. Holy shit. Oh, but, you know, Tom Cruise is going to make a lot of money with the newest Mission Impossible because the best advertising ever is watching him do 5 takes of that motorcycle jump off a cliff into a base jump.
Yeah,
that's advertising.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that once. I wouldn't do that once.
I wouldn't watch somebody do it once. For the 1 in a million chance, it would disturb me.
Yeah, he's asking the director, you want me to do that again? Let's just do it one more time, you know, just to make sure.
The director on number 4 had to have been like, you know what, man? Let's not turn this into an tragic incident. We got it, dude.
We're fucking with fate now.
I want to meet the executive or whoever it was that saw this, the CGI. So Henry Cavill was filming something for Justice League.
Mission Impossible. One of the Mission Impossible.
He was filming Mission Impossible at the same time. And in Mission Impossible, he had a mustache. For you ladies out there, for you ladies that don't have a mustache, it takes about 3 weeks to grow in your beard or your mustache fully. So if he shaved it, it would delay Mission Impossible, blah, blah, blah. So they digitally took his mustache out and gave him they took one of the most handsome actors around right now and made him look like he has a fake face. I want to meet the person that saw that, the executive, because someone had to say, print it.
Yeah.
I want to meet that person that saw it and said, that's okay.
Yeah, they turned him from a movie star into someone working at Lumpy's. Let's just call it what it is.
And we have love for Lumpies. Let's get that out there. But they're not the best looking crew. No, they're not. They don't hire them based on looks.
It's called Lumpies for a reason.
Yeah, we mean that. They mean that in more ways than one. But
yeah, it's not about the appeal. You know, it's not like Hooters or Chuck E. Cheese.
No.
Right.
Whoa, no, Sean.
Wait, what?
Not Chuck E. Cheese. That was just for you. That was just for you. But you know that I don't know, man. How about do some makeup, some kind of like, you know, some special effect, practical special effect. I don't know what you want to call it. Cover his mustache and then maybe shoot it from farther away.
Yeah.
Instead of giving us this bullshit.
Or maybe you could pay the Mission Impossible people, I don't know, whatever it would cost to shut them down for 3 weeks as he regrows it. Pay. Okay, it's like, okay, we'll give you $3 million. That's how much money you're going to lose delaying. We'll give you the money.
No problem.
I've heard of that in Hollywood before, where they'll pay to delay a movie. But instead, they thought that Halloween face was a good idea. Oh, Antoine Dennison wants to know.
Please do the voice, Gabe.
Lumpy's is the home of the lump burger. Welcome to Lumpy's. Have a lumpy day. Lumpy's is an unfortunate restaurant that is the rival to Pasta Mania. But it's sort of like the rivalry between a hammer and a nail. Things are not going well for Lumpy's compared to Pasta Mania. Yeah. So
and everybody at Lumpy's, the whole staff, not easy to look at, and they're all 14 to 16-year-old young men.
They're nice people. They're just
very nice
looking.
Oh, was that? Would you like sauce? Would you like lumpy sauce with that, sir?
I'm gonna have to get my manager.
Oh, may I help you? I'm the manager. So it's all fucked up over there. But
I'd like to speak to the manager. I am the manager.
Wait, what? Are you just? No, I am the manager, sir. Been here for 15 years.
Yeah, the lump burger is famous. All the food at Lumpy's is served in lump form. You get a lump of cola, you get a lump of ice cream, you can get a lump of chicken nuggets, and anything you want.
Here's the thing that keeps you coming back. Is it aesthetically pleasing as a lump of food can be?
Right.
But it's delicious. That's what keeps.
Delicious.
May I help you? If you can stomach that and get to the food, it's excellent. I don't know how they do it, but it's in lump form, yes. But is it one of the most delicious things you'll ever have?
Yeah.
Yes.
If you go by, get the Western bacon double lump burger with extra lump sauce.
Oh, but make sure you didn't eat all day if you're gonna do that.
Right. It'll be the only thing you need to eat that day.
Yeah. Don't light breakfast. Come in there starving, and that's what you want to get for sure.
There's no spatulas in that kitchen. It's all ice cream scoopers.
Oh, Mandy doesn't know we've got all sorts of food themed nonsense going on here.
And they're open 365 days a year. Merry Christmas! Welcome to Lumpy's. Ho ho ho!
Happy Kwanzaa! Welcome to Lumpy's, home of the Kwanzaa meal deal.
Get 2 lumps and lumpy sauce, brother. They do that on Kwanzaa. They don't hit all
makes them go like this.
Yeah, they don't hit all the notes.
One of these on Kwanzaa.
It's whatever. Just concentrate on the food. It's good food. Okay.
Do I see that pasty fist? It looks like a baby's fist.
BLM.
Right. Oh, goodness. You know where you never have to worry about some pimple-faced kid ruining your order? Pasta Mania, brother. We only hire the most qualified adults to serve you rigatoni, all you can eat on Tuesday nights. That's right.
Please. Please eat more rigatoni, brother. And you better believe here at Pasta Mania when I pull up in the driveway in that red and yellow Harley, brother. The only people working here, 40 and over, with a story to tell, brother. I need you to have some scars, brother. Maybe some stretch marks and a story to tell, brother. That's how you get on the staff at Pasta Mania.
Wow. So you, Mr. Hogan, you really like people that have seen a lot of life. You know, you don't judge their background or anything.
Not at all. You see the deal I made with all this rigatoni I got to get rid of, brother? No judgment here. You got a bullet wound. Let's talk, brother.
Oh, so you're actually fascinated. So even if someone has a shady past or an ex-con, you're going to hire him at Pasta Mania?
It doesn't matter. You're going to stare me in my eyes when we shake hands, brother? Do you say your prayers and eat your vitamins, brother?
All right. Well, I like a man that believes in second chances. That's the American way. Thank you, Mr. Hogan. And
that's how they do
yeah,
it, man.
Yeah. Pasta Mania, they sponsor the show, by the way. Thank you. Pasta Mania, check it out. Tuesday night, kids eat free. All you can eat rigatoni every night. So, yeah.
That's right.
Awesome. Every night, all you can eat. He's got to move that rigatoni. He still has 1.5 million pounds of rigatoni he's got to move.
I think, though, I was reading the NASDAQ report in the newspaper today, and it said that he's now down to 1 million pounds.
Oh, he's down to 1 million pounds?
So he's pushing it.
Mr. E wants to know, did Arnold, is Hogan and Arnold still there? Are they still there?
Yeah, they're always lurking.
Oh, okay. Did Arnold ever work at Pasta Mania? I thought I heard something about that in the 90s. Or he did a promo for them or something, or...
Oh, fuck you. You know that happened to me. Why would you bring that up in here? I went out there. They said, oh, come on, Arnie, come here to New York City. It's snowing. Merry Christmas, Arnie. I get there, and they say, here, put on this hat like Santa. It was like a Santa, got the long thing hanging down the little ball right here.
Oh.
So I put the hat on and said, where's the rest of the costume? Where did it go? They said, no, Arnie, there's no more costume. Get out there naked in the snow and flex your muscles and show your penis, Arnie.
What? This was for Pasta Mania?
Yeah. It was the 80s. Everybody's like, oh, cocaine up this nostril, up that nostril. We're crazy.
Wow. Oh, my gosh. Well, listen, did your noodles sell a lot of noodles?
We did. We sold a lot of noodles, but then the pictures came out and the people were like, we want to see his movies because we can't have this guy naked and the kids are watching his movies in there.
Listen, being nude in public is probably bad enough, but being nude in the cold, that's not good, Arnie.
No, it didn't affect it at all. It was still gigantic. Even in the snow. It's not what I was worried about.
Still jingling all the way.
Yeah, I walked. You see the footprints, and then there's one like right down the middle, making like a trail. And you're like, what is that here?
Like a tail of some sort being drugged.
Yeah.
Look like dinosaur tracks.
Yeah, this must have been the Penisaurus.
Wow. That was the king of the dinosaurs.
Yeah, also known as the Dickosaurus.
Did he have those little arms like a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Those little short arms?
Yeah, that's why they're so angry, because they can't reach it. They say I want to jerk it so bad, but I can't do it because my arms are too tiny.
Well, you can't have it all, So
I did.
All right. for a fleeting moment in the summer of 1991, you did have it all.
It was crazy.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, okay. So that is the story of Arnold working at Pasta Mania. One day we'll get Hogan's side of the story, because I heard there was more to it, but I think we should be a little more than 10 minutes into this movie.
Well, send me a text message so I make sure I'm not here, because I don't want to share any space with that old Hogan over there.
Oh, you guys have beef?
Yeah, it's crazy. My restaurant's on this side. His restaurant is over there.
Oh, that's right. What is the name of your restaurant again?
It's Arnie's. Arnie's Pizzeria, and it's me tossing the dough in the air, but my arms are so big when I toss the dough and I always rip it because I'm too strong upper body.
Right. Okay. Well, that sounds fascinating. Okay, then back to thank you, though, Arnie.
Thank you.
Back to Lionheart. Jean-Claude.
Mm-hmm. And
hold me.
A great killing me. A great sequence right before this right here, when he's about to fight the dude, he goes, can you beat this guy? And he also gives him his name. He goes, what's your name? Leon. He's like, Leon? My name is Leon. He goes, the lion. This is the lion. And so it gives him the first half of his name, But the cool part about it is he goes, hey, my man, he goes, I'm going to put this money on you. If you win this fight, all this money is going right in here. Can you beat this guy? And it's crazy because this guy has seen a lot of shit. You know, he knows that he doesn't want to lose his money, for God's sake. So he bets it on this newcomer, and it's like, bang, he takes him down fast.
Yeah, he makes short work of him. Again, with his unconventional punches. And then the next scene where they're sitting there at the counter, you know, at some lunch spot. That America is the America that I want back.
Yes.
Where you just pull up, you eat some burger or some shit. It's like right out on the sidewalk. You know, it's safe. You probably couldn't do this in downtown Los Angeles today.
No.
I don't know what happened, but somehow 1990 Los Angeles is much more safe than 2023 Los Angeles. But they're sitting there having, you know, a greasy burger together, kind of, and he's still trying to talk him into doing it because Van Damme, he don't have shit. You know, remember he's holding his shirt together like this. He don't have shit. So he needs some money too because he's there to meet up with his brother's family and help in any way that he can. And this guy, so remember the two black dudes from Airplane who were speaking jive? So have you ever thought to yourself, I wonder if they made a character out of one of those guys that was in the whole movie? That's him. This old black dude is, hey, say, Jackie, jive, turkey. Hey, man, stop the motherfucking car. Hey, come here, man. What the fuck? Like, that's
Although
him.
I gotta say, man,
That's
my
him.
Favorite in the world, though. I gotta say, I've got so much love for this character. I might be blinded, but I love the part where he turns around and goes, man, who brought you here, sucker? I'm sorry. Maybe this is... Well, this is the other weird thing about it, right? Is that I don't know how people talk, you know... I mean, I know New Yorkers. I know they don't talk like this from my experience. And I know this gentleman, the actor who plays Joshua, I believe now he lives in Atlanta, so he lives in the South. I don't know if that's where he came up or if that's where he settled. But there are aspects of the way he's talking that always made me think was much more Southern than New York to me. You know what I mean? It's like it just did. I don't know. It's maybe that's just my take on New York, but I do think that one of the things that was cool about these two is you do not trust this guy. I think even here he passes the check to Van Damme.
Yeah, he sure does. No, the guy shows it and he kind of nods his head like, hey, I'm
and then when he reaches for it, he goes, oh, hey, thank you, man. That was great. But it works because you're building to this moment in the movie, the very tail end of the movie. Their dynamic and their relationship changes throughout this flick. And nowadays, people, particularly in some of these awful Marvel movies, people meet and they either hate each other from start to finish, but some reason they're friends, or they're just friends because they have to be. They actually built a relationship between these two. You know, I mean, we're going to get to it, but the deal that they arranged to take care of his sister-in-law and her daughter.
Yeah, very cool.
Those are my favorite scenes of his acting in this flick when he goes and meets with her.
Yeah, they do earn the relationship between these two, and that's
really
that's something you don't see as much as we need to in a lot of the weird woke writing.
We'll get to it. Don't let me forget, but buy the girl a bike. One of my favorite moments in this movie. Love it.
Yeah. One of my favorite comments I've ever seen in the chat, Fonduki. I haven't really seen you around before today, but friend, let me tell you, this is brilliant. We will ask Arnold about this someday because I know he's doing Arnold's Hot Pie right now. But I forgot all about this. This is like when the Macarena was hot, like in 1992 or something like that.
No, this is 96.
96.
Jingle All the Way.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. He had that weight loss clinic called Put That Cookie Down. Put the cookie down. I forgot all about that. It was like they opened and closed. They came and went really fast.
It was a flash in the pan. And I have seen Fonduki before in the chats because you can't forget a name like Fonduki.
Right.
You can't.
But that was from Jingle All the Way. That line was so impactful that they had that real quick weight loss facility. Put the cookie down.
Yeah, and then he worked with that divorce lawyer, and it was consider this a divorce.
Yeah, consider that a divorce.
Well,
that one was good too.
That's such a cold line when he shoots that bitch in the
Consider that a divorce. And then when he had that deal with 3M with his own adhesive called Stick Around.
That's right.
That's true. Yeah,
that's right.
I
that
gotta jump back in the chat real quick for this because it was a golden comment from the great Joe Mello who said suggested for Arnie's restaurant, Arnie's Hot Pies. I think there's something he said.
That sounds good. They can go either way. Yeah, I sell pizza up here, but go in the back room. I got the hot pies back there.
Oh, wow.
Right.
I do want to say shout out to DMW 24/7 TV.
Right on.
He said shout out to the crew. Appreciate you being. He's also from New York, where the beginning of this takes place. But can you go back one scene to the? I'm sorry. Yeah, one thing I want to know: are they going to address this dude's ear? What's up with that? And not sure what's up with that. And then like he actually says in the movie, jive turkey. And this is 1990, not 1980. If it's 1980, all right, you got some of that 70s jive turkey residue on you. But he said, "Hey, jive turkey." Let's do this.
Hey, it's always the 70s under that bridge, man.
Say, motherfucker.
For the record, again, though, guys,
my favorite
let me just tell you this. Jericho, you've grown up, and I'm not even going to count rural California. It's not like it's Stone Mountain, Georgia, for God's sake. But you grew up in California your whole life. I'm sure you met some interesting folks in all of your naval travels. But I will say, growing up outside of Chattanooga, Tennessee, is like a time machine, okay? Now, I know it may seem like these expressions should have been gone. It might seem like some of these haircuts and cars should have long since died off. But if you go down to rural Tennessee in the 80s, it's the 70s. Okay? In the 90s, it might be the tail end of the 70s. But it's still there. They had to take the mullet, and not 100% effectively, they had to drag it from our cold dead hands down there.
So I'm gotta get rid of this fucking thing.
I'm just saying, jive turkey was alive and well back
in Dead Presidents, where the guy kept carrying the head around, or the dead Vietnamese soldier, and it started to smell.
Mm-hmm.
Like, man, you got to get rid of that thing. It's like, that's right, Cleon. It smells like a sack full of assholes. The doc was like, "Hey, man, it's medical advice. Get rid of that thing." So yeah, Tennessee.
It happens to Tennessee.
Yeah, bury it.
Whew.
Get rid of it.
And that guy behind the counter again. God
it's
bless you.
That guy from the Lost TV show.
It totally is.
Yeah.
But yeah, he Van Damme picked up the check, whether willingly or not. That was nice of him.
Mm-hmm. All right.
He was pushed.
It was a coordinated effort against him.
And here we go, man. This gentleman right there.
Right.
Yeah, Cobra, the bad guy from Cobra.
Oh, it's him.
Yeah.
Bubbles.
Remember? I put the bubbles on the floor.
Put the bubble on the floor.
Oh, that's right. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
I love Jericho's like, there's nobody using weird slang in the 90s. And he's like, I put the bubbles on the floor. It's like slang. And by the way, you know this. Slang is all recycled anyway.
Oh,
you know what I mean? It's wait till Jive Turkey comes back. We're all going to be like, oh, shit.
Yeah, my daughter, she's 11. And now 90s are back in. High-waisted jeans, acid wash, the flared leg pants, the hats, Blossom, all that kind of stuff. The T-shirts. I got her a Tribe Called Quest T-shirt.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, like that kind of shit. Like the 90s are back. I was like, oh, I know exactly.
That blows my mind that's like ancient retro music.
I mean, just think the early 90s, say like 92-ish, 93. That was what, 30 years ago?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, I was a freshman in high school 30 years ago. So
I was 93? I was in 8th grade, I think.
That's right, man. I'm going to tell you this right now. I had a buddy call me up and he goes, do you remember the song Motown Philly? And I'm like going, yeah, I just listened to it 4 minutes ago. Listen, folks, there are certain things that are still in rotation.
Yeah, I put that on I got a 90s playlist for my kids in my truck, and Motown Philly's on there. Some Color Me Bad.
Harmonies, people.
Yeah, John A.
Speaking of all that, the poll, and I never go back to the poll. I always announce the poll. I almost never go back. And I was listening to old 90s pop punk today while I was drawing. So I put up best pop punk band of the 90s. I put my favorite at the top. They are losing badly because not a lot of people know who they are. But I have a special affinity for MXPX because I heard of them before everyone else. No, but a friend of mine brought a CD to church, and we listened to them. And they're local. They were out of Bremerton, Washington, out of Seattle, basically. And they would tour California a lot. So I went to a bunch of their shows in San Diego and LA, Orange County, back when they're like doing it out of a van. And I helped them set up the drum kit at one show in a church basement. So that's why it's like my favorite band, because I went to their shows when it was, 30 kids in the church basement or whatever like that. So, but they made it kind of big, like around the year 2000. But anyway, Blink and Offspring and Green Day. Do you guys have a favorite of those four 90s pop punk band?
I like Green Day till they open their mouth about other things.
Right.
But I would say Offspring. Yeah.
Okay. Fantastic.
Pretty Fly for a White Guy. That song's
yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'd say Offspring would probably be mine as well.
Yeah. And I think those guys don't they have doctorates? I think they have.
That
wouldn't surprise me.
I know that the lead singer, whatever his name is, makes really, really good hot sauce. I buy it all the time.
Really?
Yeah, like a taco sauce. Yeah, it's called Gringo Bandito is the brand name, and it's really good stuff. It's really good.
Yeah, he had a very distinct voice, but they're very talented. The music, the vocals. Yeah, Offspring was a shit.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, and so I'm connected to that. The top two are probably my favorite bands because MXPX, I saw them when they were brand new, and like told you, I'm helping them unload the van and bring the drums out on the stage. And then Blink 182, I went to church with Tom DeLonge, Angels and Airwaves.
Oh, wow.
I went to church with him when I was in middle school, and he went to my high school. He got kicked out of Poway High and then ended up at Rancho Bernardo, my high school. So Blink was the local band. If you lived in North County is like the rich north end of San Diego. It's Rancho Bernardo and Poway and all these little communities. I went to RB High, and he went to Poway High, got kicked out of there, and then went there. But we'd already gone to church together at Living Way Church in Poway for a few years. So I was totally connected to like Blink. Like everyone at our high school loved them. So we knew who they were before they got big and all that. And it was a really weird experience. Like they're doing, Battle of the Bands at the high school. They're playing at Soma, which is a tiny club here in San Diego where like local high school punk bands would play. And then like a year after I graduated, I'm watching TV and I see, oh my God, they have like a video on MTV. Like, oh, they made it. They made it big or whatever. So it was really neat to see Blink go from local, and they weren't called Blink 182. They were just called Blink. But then I guess there was a British band also called Blink, so they had to add the 182 to their name when I was like a senior in high school. I think they added it, or the year after, something like that. So anyway.
I think Offspring had me with, I remember cracking up to it, was Self-Esteem. Always cracked me up, that song.
Right.
Fucking hilarious, man.
Yeah, Blink 182, they were cool, but if I had to choose between them and Offspring, I'm gonna go with Offspring.
All right. Well, we'll end the poll there because I rarely come back to the poll, so we'll just end it. Your winner is Offspring tonight. Anyway, so Mr. Joshua's going to get Van Damme in business with what was Bubbles' name? I forgot what his name was. I totally forgot. I have no idea.
God,
I don't know. Well, let's see. I had it here.
I mean, his name that I made up when we watched Cobra. You're not going to find that.
No, I wrote it down.
You did write it down?
No, I'm just kidding.
That'd be scary, man, but amazing.
Yeah, fucking, that'd be weird. I write all your words down.
He used to go to Soma all the time back in the 90s. Wow. It's still there, dude. It's right there by the sports arena. It's still there. Wow. Let's see. So anyway, Van Damme is going to get in business with Bubbles.
Put the bubble on the road.
Right. So what we find out, there's a group of like rich elites that schedule like underground fighting that isn't to the death, but it's definitely to the brain, the neurotrauma ward. Like, these are savage beatdowns. This isn't just fighting. This is like beyond MMA where the refs
brain swelling. Yeah.
This is a don't remember your address kind of beatings.
Some bare knuckle beatdowns.
Right. And Mr. Chiseled Face, he works for this lady, and he's like her bodyguard, right-hand man, whatever. And she's kind of the head of this betting and fighting stuff. So it's Van Damme's introduction to this world that they allude to, Mr. Joshua, his the guy in the green jacket here, used to be a part of this. Used to fight and stuff like that. So,
yeah, I didn't like her. I didn't think she was very pretty.
No.
I think they could have, I guess if she was too hot, then they would have had to have some kind of romantic, entanglement. But I guess if that was why.
His sister-in-law, right? So it's like she's the opposite of her, because she's when she finds out about the cash going to her at one point in this, like, so she's the ice queen, man.
Yeah, she's awful.
A bitch.
Yeah, Oscar Gonzalez, is he the killer from the Cobra movie? Yes, that's who Bubbles it. That's where he got the name. Oh, Diesel says, no joke, my cousin grew up in Rancho Penasquitos. We used to drive down to Soma, seeing many bands there. Yeah. Rancho Penasquitos was one or two freeway exits from where I grew up. I grew up in Rancho Bernardo, the neighborhood next to Rancho Penasquito. A lot of ranchos out here.
So many ranchos right now.
Yeah. So, well, and literally 100 and something years ago, they were literal ranchos. That the rich guys, they would have a ranch. So they had cattle, they had sheep. So that's why a lot of the stuff has those names. So, yeah. So it was easy for JCVD to turn her down. Yeah, she's got a bit of man jaw going on.
Yeah, get out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was trying to put the VD in JCVD, so he was like, peace.
Ooh.
I'm out.
My penis is not hard.
So I like this first guy. They have Van Damme fight him in this like parking garage. And doesn't he say he's like,
yeah, he says something very disrespectful.
He's another one of these guys that you gotta watch.
Yeah, him and the guy
so
Dalton
pretty.
was fighting by the lake in Roadhouse. I think they were bunkies.
Yeah. He walks up to him, and before they fight, he has to introduce himself and say he's registered to everybody in the room.
He's like, everybody listen up. My name's so-and-so, and I'm a...
Yeah, there's like his parole officer next to him.
No big deal. He's handcuffed to the officer. And he won't unhandcuff him until he says it.
Right.
Yep. And then, he tells him, he's like, you're so pretty. I don't know if I should fight you or fuck you. Everybody goes, ooh, real junior high playground style. Ooh.
Ridiculous.
And that comment results in this happening. Van
Damme goes for a kick.
Gives him the old punch in the ball bag.
Yeah, just blows his fucking nuts apart. But if you go back to that chick, if you go back a few frames of that chick, she does something that's utterly disgusting.
Yeah.
The guy he fights somebody and wins and then goes on to Van Damme. He hits the guy, his blood splatters on this girl's face.
You can see it on her chest and neck a little bit there.
Yeah, she stares at Van Damme across the way and takes the blood on her finger and puts it in her mouth. I was like, fucking random dudes. You think they're testing people out here?
No, she was testing it.
1990. AIDS was at full strength.
Yeah, but she was testing it. She was like going, oh, this is Hep C. Like she was just,
just
already had
that. Like the cops with the cocaine,
She's like,
so
oh,
I don't know if I've ever told you guys this, but there used to be a gym, a boxing gym up the way, and I used to go there, and they actually had me go there one time to be a judge, one of the 3 judges for the fight, and it was fun. It was a blast. Shout out to Jesse. And I went up there, and Lauren wanted to come with me, and it was the first time she'd ever been in that kind of setting. And she was just like, oh, shit. Like, because you're on the front row, man. You're getting a full experience when you're on the front row of a boxing fight.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
That chick would be shown the door. Like, that chick would be like, what are you, fucking vampire? Get the fuck out of here.
Ew. She's like, Hep C, boring. I already have that.
Yeah, don't do it, man.
Yeah, he just destroys this dude's nutsack with a vicious uppercut. To his balls, because the guy kicks and he catches it and just goes low and fucking All
right. Oh man,
that's it. Party's over after that.
Yeah. So they hop in the limo with the Ice Queen. She gives them her spiel on what she wants to do going forward with
listen up, fucker.
Right. She's weird because she's in one regard she's convincing as an Ice Queen because of her look. As unattractive as they made her look, it fits the character. You know what I mean? It does resonate with this cold, like animalistic. She's just like
even her hair, short hair, slick back. You know, very Brigitte Nielsen.
Right.
So,
man.
And I've got a video to share real quick if you want to share this. This is actually an X-ray of what was happening. I don't know if you've seen
an X-ray
this.
of the fight with the
of what happened inside that guy's pants. It's pretty rough. I don't know.
Right before Van Damme hit him in the nuts?
No, right after. It's pretty rough.
Oh, okay. Let me see the video.
Sure
here.
way. It's I don't know if.
Oh, boom!
Oh,
Yeah.
Somebody needs a new scrotum now.
Terrible.
Yeah, he destroyed
Terrible.
that dude's sack.
Wow, it keeps going.
It keeps going. I mean, it really it destroyed his balls, the balls of the guy behind him. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just.
Oh, this is another angle.
Anybody who was
It's
looking
brutal.
at it, their balls just exploded.
Terrible.
You know, he probably
That's
did him
how
a
bad it was.
favor though, because I mean, the guys. I mean, they started off green and yellow to begin with. That's weird.
Yeah, they should have come off a while ago.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
He probably
they
had
should
some other problems.
Falling
Poor
off.
Also,
Should have put a rubber band around those.
why did he have 4 balls?
Look,
That's how
again,
manly he was.
that's how he was. Yeah,
I gotta say, for a guy with 4 balls, he did not
Yeah.
have a very deep voice. You know,
He didn't. No, he didn't. Yeah, his parents were siblings, I think, and it was what it was. You know?
That's no good. That's no good.
Family
Well-
tree, no branches.
No matter what they tell you, that's no good.
That's
hopefully
right.
he won't speak so disrespectfully to his neighbor.
That's right. He'll register.
No,
himself.
he won't lead with the "I don't know if I should fight you or fuck you."
So anyway, this guy is the guy who played Bubbles. Oh no, sorry, this woman.
this beautiful young man here.
Mm,
So she's making the offer at this point, right?
yep.
To Van Damme and Mr.
Yeah.
Yakuza. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, so these two start squabbling about it. Who is for it and who's against it? Which way is it?
Oh,
which way
he's
is
for
going?
it. He's for it because he knows, he has potential. The first 2 guys he fought, he kicked the shit out of him easy.
Right.
But Van Damme's like, no, I have my money. I'm going to find my sister-in-law, my brother. And he's like, say, motherfucker, I got you here, man. Come back, man. Me and you, baby, blah, 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 and all this shit. And so he, Van Damme stops. He comes back. He walks back to him, and he's like, here, you want some more money? And he pulls the money out of his breast pocket. He's like, hey, man, put that shit away. He's like, you pull that shit out around here, you won't make it to the corner. L.A., 1990, I wouldn't do that either. And because he has like 5 grand. He's always, he's all, if they know we have 10 grand on us, they'll kill us, man. So 5 grand each. And so they got to go use, remember the aforementioned payphone? Remember that?
You gotta use the payphone.
So they got to get to the payphone because they got to make a phone call. So they
run
go
into
over.
this guy. And this
Oh
guy,
man.
he looks a little bit like a fish to me with that mouth. Just
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Like one of those baths that you put on the wall when you walk by it.
Yeah. He's.
Fucking,
it like sings a song when you
Yeah.
don't dare my heart, my achy breaky heart.
Yeah.
his,
I give no ring. Like, ooh, that's a cool. I'm gonna get those for so-and-so for
So
Christmas.
yeah, they run into I love it, a 90s street gang.
Yeah,
yeah.
no,
Look,
so-
I was gonna-
These
The
guys are
outfits.
criminal masterminds
Yeah.
because they have
Holy
decided they're going to start a criminal empire and control a like 60-foot by 60-foot yard next to a building
yes.
because it's got a payphone in it, and now
And there's like
they control that payphone. Think about how many quarters they can make every day. These guys.
yeah, and there's
Charlie
like a
Stevens.
truck parked there. They all like come out of this truck that's parked, by the payphone. And they walk up and they all just fucking
Sorry, Charlie Stevenson's gone.
Hold on. We're gonna do a comparison.
mere googly eyes.
We're gonna go to the DNA test.
Ah,
No.
I think we have a
No.
winner.
yep, definitely
No.
those family eyes,
All right.
No.
googly eyes.
Holy shit. It's
Oh,
her.
but can we talk about this gentleman's outfit? Because that's not that. Do we have a wide shot of the black leather
No,
jacket, no shirt, or whatever the hell
We
he
have
had
the
on?
aftermath. We have the
aftermath. Yeah, everybody was tank topping it up.
Right. So the
Yeah.
the junkyard gang, they basically they're gonna beat up Mr. Joshua and Van Damme, take all their money.
Mhm.
They're like, no, use our payphone. They like get weird about the payphone. And Mr. Joshua, Van Damme, they give it to him, old school style. Van Damme
Yeah.
does the beating. And it's funny, he beats these guys up. At one point, the guy's got the payphone cord around his neck. Everyone's getting their ass kicked by Van Damme. And then this guy's the biggest guy. He's so
Yeah, he's
jacked.
fucking yoked.
And he
Yeah.
watches
So-
Van Damme just tear through his buddies like a knife through butter. And he tells Van Damme, "You got lucky, punk," and then runs
It's your
off.
lucky day, punk. Fucking runs off. Dude, he's huge. And the other guy, fucking Lori Lightfoot's brother,
Right.
he's fucking all huge and ripped too. And
Yeah, I
then
know.
because he tells Mr. Joshua, he's like, "Shut the fuck up, old man." And so Mr. Joshua took that as disrespect. And so once the fight kicked off, you just see him fucking bam, bam, just beating the fuck out of this dude. And then wraps the phone around his neck and then talks on the phone as it's wrapped around this dude's neck.
But it makes sense.
Face all fucked up.
It makes perfect sense because this is your glimpse into that Joshua was a fighter.
Right.
That's the thing about it that made sense. It wasn't like all of a sudden, you know, like I was watching, and God bless him, and but I was watching a movie, and I know he's supposed to be, you know, nebulous. Is he a replicant or not? But I was watching a great movie. My son was showed me Blade Runner 2049. And there's a fight between Ryan Gosling and Harrison Ford in that I'm just like, no, son, not possible. Like like shit, man. And I'm not saying I'm going to be in the same shape when I'm his age, but it's like there's difficulty in his walking. You know what I mean? But if you roll up, I mean, you guys have seen the footage, right? In I think it was in the UK. This short little former boxer gets jumped by a bunch of teenage thugs. Have you guys seen that?
No.
Was it the old man?
I gotta find that. I'm gonna find it. You guys go. Keep going.
But it also shows us, and Van Damme that Mr. Joshua is trustworthy. You know, he's not just in it for the money. You know, they basically, you know, been through battle, so to speak, together. You know, so he can trust him. He's like, you know, I'm not bullshitting you.
Apparently, I didn't think it was, but apparently this is Charlie Murphy. Oh, I see it now. I guess it is. Yeah. Okay. No. I didn't know.
We have it.
That's not Charlie. That's not Charlie Murphy.
It's not.
No.
There's
no they convinced me in the chat because I didn't think it was. And
no, that is not Charlie Murphy.
Now I don't know what to think.
What's a lie? What's the truth?
Charlie Murphy looks nothing like that dude.
Oh, no way. Charlie Murphy has way squintier eyes, right?
Yeah, Charlie Murphy looks nothing like that guy.
Hey, Eddie Murphy pissed off. It's like I loved. Have you ever seen Eddie's imitation of Charlie?
It's dead on.
It's dead on, and I'd also say that he still has my favorite moment. I wish there was a clean audio of it. Unfortunately, he wasn't in the show when he one of the audience during what was it? Was it Raw? Was it Eddie Murphy Raw? When he had said, like, you know, I'm not doing any imitations from SNL characters, and some woman says, "Do Mr. Rob," and real quickly your Charlie Murphy odds go, "Shut up, bitch!" It's the funniest hair trigger reaction. But I gotta show this because it's like when keeping it real goes wrong. Russian grandpa ex-boxer gets jumped by a bunch of bigger guys. He's not a big man, just in case people are wondering.
Is the one that's outside of the bar?
I think so. This one?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, dude, guys, he fucks these dudes up.
Watch what a good punch can do at any age.
Hey, look, his arms are full.
These guys are towering over him. No fear.
He's not worried at all.
They're much younger, too.
Look at that. Watch.
Motherfucker.
Boom!
You want some, too? Who's next?
Look, that guy put his bag down. It's like, I'll put you where your bag is. Look, the other guys, and this is the guy going, this is your lucky day. Look at these guys.
Yeah, he's like,
They are. Look at this guy try to get up. He is fucking concussed, man.
Yeah. His eggs are scrambled, man.
Mm-hmm. And look, he's like, come on, kid. Like, guy's like, fuck.
There's all your weird prick.
Boom.
See ya.
Gosh, damn.
Dude.
That right there. And look at this guy. He puts his bag down. What is he thinking, man? No hands up, man.
What are you doing, man?
What kind of, like, haymaker? Look at that. Bang!
See ya. Good night.
Head on the concrete.
Yeah.
Ooh,
yeah, he won't remember that fight.
These dudes could have died, man. Fucking with an old man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Completely insane.
There's one in a boxing ring. There's this old man bun. This guy has a man bun, and he's talking shit to this old man. And the old man, like, when they start, he starts hitting himself in the head, you know, like that. Dude, he fucks this young dude up I've seen that
one. Oh, I found that one. Hold on.
That one's great. Yeah, this dude right here gets fucking rocked. Right off the bat, you know, this old man's done this before. Watch. Starts hitting himself in the head. He's like, shit, let's go. Still got his old man sweater on.
Gotta love it. God, he moves, man. Look at
this dude walking him down. He's walking him down. Bam.
Look at that. Up and under. Bang! Dude, don't get up. Take a count.
Dude. Stop.
Oh, I love this country.
You know, my son has been taking boxing and then Muay Thai for like 2 months now. And I asked him about it, you know, because the only fighting I ever did was just wrestling in high school. And he told me it's made him more like cautious and way more respectful of fighting because he's a tough guy. My son was like a second team all league defensive lineman in football, but football ain't fighting. It's rough, but it ain't fighting. And he says what you learn about fighting right away, it kind of doesn't matter how big somebody is, dude. If they know how to fight and you don't, you are cooked.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, when it comes to zero experience, I mean, I do still think, you know, again, I know people say this all the time, they're weight classes for a reason. If either one of you have ever fought somebody who outweighs you by like 40 or 50 pounds, even if you get to that chin, and I mean, it's tough to have power on somebody with that much mass. You know what I mean? It's like that weight difference. Because if you watch Floyd Mayweather fight, what's his name? One of the Paul brothers. It was, shoot, I forget which one it was. Jake Paul, yeah. He said him. He goes, he's a big kid. Floyd, you know, Floyd's like, I'm a grandfather, for God's sake, for starters. And he goes, I think
how big is Jake Paul? He's like 6'4".
He's a heavyweight.
He's a big guy.
He would fight as a heavyweight, I think.
But if he had no training, like a guy off the street, Floyd Mayweather knock his ass out.
Oh, easily. He'd be all over him.
Even if you were 6'4", 280, 90 pounds, kick his ass. He's double, triple his size. Just because a person off the street who's never trained fighting, their chin's gonna be sticking out there like Mac tonight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're gonna be tired, keeping their arms down, and just get fucking whooped. But there's one video out there. You ever see the one where Sugar Ray Leonard? It was like 82 or 83. And he was doing this little exhibition with this British boxer who was like a semi-pro. And he just had surgery getting his retina reattached. Oh my God. He told the guy, we're just fucking around. He's like, stay away from my eye because I just had surgery. And the guy fucking, bam, hits him right in his eye. So Sugar Ray's like, all right, motherfucker. And so the next time they go around, dude, he just hits him right in his kidney. And it's like, whoop, bang, like he hit a bag. Just like a gunshot. Where the guy, like, and he's up for a second until the pain registers. And then he just fucking crumbles. He's like,
let me say,
Sugar Ray. All right, wow, that's why I'm a pro, bitch. Dude, he lit that dude's kidney up.
I would rather get KO'd from a headshot than a liver shot. It is a freaking nightmare of pain. That
dude was pissing blood for a while.
Yeah, and then the other thing is, never repeat what Sugar Ray Leonard's age is. Let's not call up a picture of him. I don't ever want to see it again. Like, Sugar Ray Leonard, you know how they say Father Time still undefeated? Yeah. I don't know, man. Sugar Ray Leonard looked younger than Mike Tyson when he was on his podcast. I was like, holy shit, that guy's got some genes, man. I mean,
he probably didn't live as hard as Mike Tyson either.
No, nobody lived as hard. But you look at, God rest him, Marvelous Marvin Hagler, man. You know, he didn't look bad. I mean, he's athletic. He was an athletic guy. He was in some fucking wars, that's for sure. But he looked, he looked his age. You could believe that he was older. I mean, Sugar Ray, it's kind of scary. I mean, he was like, he was the guy who could get those endorsements and be on everything. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And it's like, still, same dude.
Good genes.
Right. I don't know. Genes. Do you guys know who Don Fry is? Do you have
the old MMA fighter?
Right.
Pride, too.
Have you ever seen that fight he had with the big Asian guy who bleached his hair blonde?
Oh, yeah. They just haymakers to the face.
It was like the 20th anniversary of that fight this week. And I posted it to Instagram. I'm looking for it right now. But they're just like two heavyweights holding each other, just beating each other's faces.
So they're just both boom, 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 boom. And he landed the fatal shot. Well, not fatal, but he landed the shot that dropped that dude. That one in Rampage Jackson when he slammed that dude.
Right.
In Pride, that shit was fucking. Man, that guy, he changed that dude's brain structure. Like he lost some shit. He lost some memories when he slammed his ass.
Oh man,
I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, his parents lost some memories when he hit that ground match.
Hey, how many kids do we have?
Yeah. Oof.
That dude got fucking laid out.
No, he was single, and some woman grabbed him and was like, "These are your kids," and he's been married there ever since.
Huh?
No one's
That's the
telling
first time
them.
I've ever seen anybody get knocked out with the second time. First time was UFC and Dan Severn slammed this dude like 3 times, suplexed him 3 times, and that was pretty crazy.
Damn.
Rampage taking that dude up to the rafters and then just into the mat. That shit was pretty crazy.
Let me see. I'm looking for it real quick. Here's a small GIF just showing it, kind of on a repeating loop. But there's a point in this Don Fry fight, and the fight is now like 20 years old, where him and Yoshihiro are just holding each other and hitting each. And these are heavyweights.
Oh yeah, 250 pounds plus.
Huge dudes just hitting each other. A savage fight, a brutal fight, a great fight, one of the classic fights.
You guys know who Phil Baroni was?
No.
Was it the Brooklyn Badass or the
No.
New York Badass? New York Badass. Phil New York Badass Baroni. He got popped for steroids a couple times. But dude was swole up, but he was known for his hands. And there's one fight where he hits this guy with a left, and the guy is leaning up against the cage. The lights are on, but nobody's home, but he's still on his feet. He kind of glances at the judge, and judge is like, oh, he's up. And he delivers 9. The guy's hands are down. And he delivers 9 punches to the same spot on this dude's face. Bam, 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 bam. It's just boom, boom.
Yeah.
Oh my god, man. Oh my god, I'm gonna text that to you guys.
I will tell you this too, man. It's like that's the thing. Like, even if the ref is like, it's all right to keep going, that's when you got to fire your effing corner. Right. You know what I mean? It's like, if that towel is not coming in, dude. You know, like, and people give refs a lot of grief for that. It really is like the corner is your first line of defense, and then after that, you know, it's the ref, and obviously the ref, you know, has ultimate authority to stop the fight. But holy shit, man, you should know full well when your guy is out of it.
Like, no, man, he needed he needed a brand new right side of his face, right or left side. I think it was left side. He needed a whole new one because that thing was finished.
I saw one. I'm not going to grab it, but I saw an MMA fight clip recently. The guy's on top of the guy, and he's hitting the guy, and the mouthpiece comes out. So he stops hitting him, gives him the mouthpiece, puts it in the guy's mouth, and then starts hitting him again.
Fucking hell.
Well, that was nice of him.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Let's see. Have you ever seen the Dan Henderson versus Shogun Rua? No, I didn't see that first fight. No, I will have to check that out. So, I need to go back and watch some of the old fights. My son and I are very angry about UFC because we both hate Israel Adesanya. And he beat the boy.
He did, and then made fun of his kid.
Come on,
what a bitch, too, by the way. You're going to make fun of a little kid?
I don't know. I found the humor in it.
That shit was funny, man. Because the kid did it to him first, that little bastard.
Okay, he's going to lower it to the standard of a child.
He did.
Yes, first of all.
The kid was 5. Israel Adesanya has a maturity of a 5-year-old, apparently.
I'm agreeing. Look, I feel like I'm Lincoln Osiris here. I'm trying to agree with you, man.
Blaskowitz said he's going to go down in weight to 185 and beat Izzy. I hate Izzy. He's such a punk. That guy.
I mean, it was wrong, but I see the humor in it. I see why. That's just crazy to fucking do that to a kid.
Right.
And the kid's crying. His mom was holding him. The little boy was fucking crying.
He'll get what's coming to him. I think Pereira will rematch him and beat his ass. Pereira was winning and then got sloppy, and just attacked.
That's what happens.
So, but this is the whole thing, right? This is the whole thing. It is a tough game, and the thing about it, like, people talk about, people talk about Floyd Mayweather, people talk about all these fighters and what goes on in their lives and what goes on in their personal lives. Do you know what I mean? And at the end of the day, the thing I like about fighting as a sport is it's just not about the kind of person you are in terms of, like, what is going to make you win a fight, right? Like, Pacquiao got up every morning in the Philippines and would go outside with a giant wad of money to give to people, no questions asked, who would line up at his house. He's, like, always giving away money, bringing bags of rice to people. Mayweather still beat him. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's just not how it goes, man. And Sean's like, Sean, the game's not done talking. I love it. But it's like, but with that guy, what I was going to say is, you're right. He does have the mentality of a 5-year-old dude. You're absolutely right.
I never liked him. And he's like a cheater of sorts because he's like 6'4", but he fights at 185. So he could just have the reach advantage. Everyone knows his fights are so boring because everyone he's fighting is 5'10" or whatever. And then he's all long and he can hit him far. It's such a cheap ass because he went up to his real weight, like 205. What happened? He got his ass beat at like a real weight. So he just gets really thin so he can be taller than everyone. I think the guy's just a punk, just a total punk. So hate the guy. Hate him so much. But it's good to have a villain you can hate, you know? It's like it's good in the NFL when the Raiders are good, so you can hate them even more, you know?
Yeah, but that never happened.
Have you seen? Well, I don't want to get back to this movie, but I gotta say this is that look up this fighter. I think his name is Fundora. This boxer. This guy, his last fight, the first time he's been dropped, he must have had like a whole body length taller than this guy he was fighting because he's one of these guys with a freakish build like Paul Punisher Williams. He's like fighting in this low weight class, but he is a stick. Like his reach advantage is crazy. However, if you get inside of that, you can drop him. And so, you know, it's as you know, I mean, this guy beat, you know, Adesanya. How many times did he beat him? You know, 3 times, I think.
Three or four times he's beaten him.
Yeah, so it's like, you know, Fundora is overrated. I agree with you, Brian. I agree with you. He's overrated. Well, it's tough to say. He's kind of like Paul Punisher Williams. I don't know if you'd agree with me on that, but it's like he's got a really good chin for as long as it holds up, and he's been dropped. But yeah, seeing somebody smaller get inside of his guard and hurt him like that, if he didn't have the power and the chin, I think he'd be in a world of hurt. You know, so yeah, I would agree with you on Fundora for sure.
Do you know who Little Poison is? What's his name? Jesus Pimentel. Mm-hmm. Do you know who that is, Shanth, or no?
Sorry, I was reading. What were you saying? Sorry, repeat.
Do you know who Jesus Pimentel is? Little Poison?
No.
72 knockouts, 81 wins, 7 defeats. He is my wife's, her dad's cousin, my father-in-law's cousin. He's a champion, Mexican boxer, a fantastic boxer. Mm-hmm. But I didn't know that. She told me that years ago, and I had forgotten about it. But she sent me this, and let's see here. There's a quote though, from whose quote is this? I don't know whose quote. Dang it! This is some boxing. When George Foreman of the Foreman Grill was asked who had the best left hook ever, he wrote this about Pimentel. Best left hook I ever saw was that of Jesus Pimentel, a small man but a pure boxer, giant of fundamentals. I saw Pimentel throw the most perfect hook to the body. I still have visions of it to this day. Pure fighter I saw for so. What an honor. I was 18. There is a lot of athleticism in my family. Like my side, my dad was a gymnast. I was really good. My son was really good. But on my wife's side, one of her cousins or uncles was on the Philadelphia Phillies. And then her dad's cousin was like a champion boxer and a lot of athleticism. So that I forgot about that we had a boxer in the family. So that's really cool stuff though. But gotta love the sweet science. Gotta hate Israel Adesanya. Gotta hate him. What a punk guy.
Gotta hate him.
Gotta hate him. Yeah, well, he fights people that are way shorter than him intentionally, and then he makes fun of a kid. Oh, I hope he gets his ass beat in his next fight. So
on my Puerto Rican side, my grandfather's name was Camacho. So yeah, we've got some boxing happening back there. So you know, it is what it. But you know, you're right. Actually, I was just watching the replay of Fundora getting knocked out, and it was just if you get inside that guard, if you're sloppy, it's like that's gonna affect you, man. You're gonna get clean countered. You know, so. Yeah, and so they go to this is their last. Is this their last moment in New York? I forget what happened immediately after that.
Yeah, they get to
LA,
it
goes the body. Yeah, he gets there. Yeah,
but right as he gets there, he finds out his brother didn't make it.
Yeah, fucking hell, man.
Damn it.
Yeah.
And
I do like how the doctor wastes no time going to the widow and telling her, this is going to cost a lot of money. You guys having an American Express or a Diners Club, perhaps? Or
it's like
that was a weird.
You might want to focus on the family and paying those medical bills and little else. Like, go get my money. Like, I don't need you focusing on shit but making some money.
Right. So Van Damme feels really like he let his sister-in-law and his niece and the brother down by showing up a day late and $1 short, because I don't know why he would think if he showed up sooner, the guy would have lived. I mean, you're not a doctor, Van Damme. But anyway, I think like any of us would feel terrible. You show up right as the guy passes. And and you probably couldn't help but think, I shouldn't have been fighting and hanging out. I should have been on my way over here. But nonetheless, what's done is done.
So you make that money.
Right. So I guess they're going to have to go and figure out what they're going to do for the sister now, Oh, and they're sitting down at another lunch counter too. That's and doesn't Mr. Joshua get
this making me hungry, man.
Right. Oh, Sean.
They're eating all that health food, right, Gabe?
Right. That looks like a nice little burrito or something there. And my wife is making me breakfast for dinner. So after the show, breakfast for dinner. That kills.
Bless you, Adrian.
So good. It's so good. Yeah. Absolutely delicious. What we talked about it, and we said you boys both said it was chicken fried steak if you had to pick between biscuits and gravy and chicken fried steak. Okay. Should I put I'm going to put a new poll in. Sorry.
Let's make it happen, people.
Right. I'll put a new poll in. So, can one of you kind of narrate right here real quick while I do that?
Well, I just want to say this real quick. It's not so much a narration. Double Impact is a triple threat is where we make the food, fight.
Right.
Yeah, so this little redheaded girl that was also on Growing Pains and was one of those kind of weirdly, I think, quintessential 80s kids to me. She looks like Molly Ringwald's, microscopic sister, but she's the redheaded sister-in-law's kid, and apparently she got none of those French genes. She's just like a clone of mom. But yeah, he's going up the stairs to talk to her. And, she's chasing the ball down the stairs and runs right into him. And one of those cute little Van Damme, able to talk to kids and, seem like he's good with kids kind of scene. Cool.
Yeah, she looks like Annie.
Yeah, totally. I think she played Annie. I'm not kidding.
She had. I hope she did.
I think she did on a TV movie or something.
Because, man.
All right. We got breakfast carbs. You must pick one. Crepes. French toast, pancakes, or waffles. You can only pick one. I know where I'm going. Well, I can't vote. I made the poll. I'm going pancakes. Damn it. So, all right, pick one. Ready?
I vote waffle. A good waffle. Oh, man, and a good waffle iron.
I was a French toast guy in college. I'd always get a French toast, but I'm back.
I gotta say waffles because my brand was built on it, man. For so long, man. I've got to go with waffles.
Yeah, waffle. A good waffle, that's it, man.
All right.
A nice, buttery, yeasty, crunchy.
We know what Van Damme would pick. Well, wait a minute. Would Van Damme pick crepes or would he pick French toast?
I think he would have to pick the crepe. I actually have a
Belgian waffles. You would eat Belgian waffles.
I have a pretty
wait a minute. He's Belgian.
That's right.
He picked the Belgian.
He's got to go waffle.
That's right.
There's a place down the street from where I used to work at Trader Joe's, and they sold crepes there. And I was like, would that be a bad idea, like for a promotion, to have somebody standing out in front of the restaurant yelling, "Crepes, crepes"? So I was like, probably not.
I think it'd be a horrible idea. When I was back in Colorado in college, just because something rhymes, it's not a good idea. Our brains are primed for pattern recognition. When we see a rhyme, we go, oh, a rhyme, cool. There was a waffle shop, and the name of the waffle shop, and I guarantee you they lasted 6 months and then went out of business. I guarantee you they went out of business solely because of their name, because how do you mess up breakfast? You can't. It's waffles, it's eggs. It's pretty easy to make breakfast. And in a college town, open that bitch in the middle of the night, kids will go get omelets in the middle of the night. Easy. It was like 4 blocks from the university. It rhymed. It was called the Awful Waffle. You cannot say your food is awful. You say a lot of things about your food.
Dumbass.
You can't
unless you're in New England.
Just because it rhymes doesn't mean it's good, okay?
And Friendly's right. We've got the awful. It's actually the fucking name of it.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. And it's a thing. But we're New England. I mean, listen, that's the best excuse ever. We're New England. Go fuck yourself.
There's this. If you were driving Out of Nevada, out of Las Vegas, on your way back to Southern California, you can always stop at Terrible's.
Hell yeah.
It's a huge like gas station there. But there was a guy, and his name was Terrible Herbst, like 100 years ago or something like that. And he was a rich guy that owned a bunch of land and properties or whatever in Nevada. I don't know if it was 100 years ago. It was decades ago. It was a long time ago. And I think the Terrible Herbst company, they own some casinos or something like that. But yeah, I stop at Terrible's on the way home.
Is that Bigfoot?
Yes, that is Jack's Links beef jerky. That is inside the new Terrible's truck stop. They built a new truck stop. Like, it's like the size of a Walmart, this thing. And it doesn't just have food and drink and candy. It has like displays like this. Like there's a whole section with some TVs and couches. This is 30 minutes outside of Vegas on I-15.
There's some weird shit outside of Vegas.
Yeah, there's some weird shit inside.
There's some weird shit outside of Vegas.
All right. So
the alien jerky, all that kind of shit, all those weird trailers.
I think we talked about alien jerky last week. Oh, I did with my daughter on my Thursday show. Yeah, that's right. So anyway, Van Damme has come to the apartment to visit his sister-in-law and Curly Sue here. And this is the apartment manager, right? He's yelling at her because she ain't paying the rent.
Yeah, she ain't paying her fucking rent. He's gonna put you and your family out on the street.
Right. How come Van Damme didn't give him one of those ball bashers when he did that? You know?
He just lift his leg up, just explode his nuts.
Excuse me, friend. Can you put your foot up on this rail? Thank you.
You would not be needing your scrotum anymore.
So he goes to talk to his sister-in-law, and she's mad because like, where were you? And what are you involved in? And your stupid brother getting himself killed or whatever. She's just obviously, understandably, very upset, but she doesn't want to hear it. She doesn't want his help. She doesn't want his sympathy. She doesn't want to talk to him. Where were you? Where were you when we needed you? And shuts the door in his face.
Yeah. Oh, but he was in the French Foreign Legion. Like, what was he supposed to do? It's not like he was in France fucking around.
So you can't just
know that.
Wait a minute. So if you're in a military outfit, you can't just ask for Friday off, Jericho?
No, you can't just say, see, I'll be back on Monday.
No. But I heard that you guys don't have like silverware or toilets in the Navy. Now, is that true?
No, it's not.
I know you guys had that big. I know you're lying about the shower. You guys had that big jamboree shower. I know
that's the Army.
See, then I'm just picturing that every standard issue, every person in the Navy has a standard issue. Erica Leniak, like these are the things that
That's why I joined. That's why I fucking joined.
The horror of one.
Yes.
He's going back to the awful waffle that was in my college town. You should brand a waffle called the Lawful Waffle. Legal, and it tastes great. These are 100% legal waffle guys.
We check.
Seriously.
Every legal, every waffle.
Have to worry about your food breaking the law. Pasta Mania, brother. All of our rigatoni is certified by the U.S. government. 100% legal, brother.
That's right. You won't find any illegal semolina here, brother. It's all legal. So get down here and buy it up, brother. And if you buy enough rigatoni, I'll give you a ride around the building on the back of that red and yellow Harley, brother.
Now, Mr. Hogan, has Pasta Mania always been clean, on the clean side of the law? Has that, I think you might want to tell people, I think there was a little snafu in the old days, a little legal scenario you guys had to go through with your suppliers, or that's all cleared up now, right? You're not worried about any of that anymore?
Yeah, the statute of limitations ran out on that one, brother. But there was a little mix-up. We got some of our semolina flour mixed up with some 55-gallon drums of that beautiful booger sugar, brother.
Oh, my goodness. So, but hey, the upside to that is your workers, they were able to pull double shifts and work really hard, really fast, very efficiently, right?
We worked for a week straight, brother.
No sleep?
No sleep at all. Couldn't. I tried, brother. I closed my eyes for 24 hours. It didn't work, brother.
You told me at the time you could just see right through your eyelids, right?
I could. It was like if you put a flashlight on the other side of a bat wing, brother.
Oh, wow. By bat wing, you mean an actual bat's wing and not the other thing. Right?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, not your sack, brother.
Okay. I didn't think that kind of thing went on at Pasta Mania. But yeah, I'm glad. So guys, if you're worried about lawful waffles, if you're worried about, because you go into a restaurant, you wonder, is all this food legal? 100% guaranteed legal. Pasta Mania, all the food.
That's right.
Legal to eat. Yeah. So thank you guys. Thank you, Mr. Hogan.
I was looking to see, because I'm going to say this, and I'm not... Oh, by the way, let me get to the scene in the movie, because I think this is very important for what it sets up next. He attempts to slide money under the door, because he knows how broke they are. She, pride reasons, doesn't want him involved, and she kicks that effing money out from under the door. So he's got to find himself another way. But as Hulk was speaking, I found myself thinking, you know, if he had opened something called Waffle Mania, how much better would that have been? And then I Googled it, and there's a place called Waffle Mania that I'm not joking. Jericho, we may have to rob this place. I mean, visit it. Waffle Mania, where we specialize in golden waffles and Southern-style chicken. I'm from Chattanooga. Man. My ass is going there, man. I'm a Waffle House devotee. If they had country fried steak, I'd be there, boom, in a minute.
I gotta say something, because we talk about food all the time on this show.
Okay? Yes, we do.
And I'm never gonna quit. And I'm gonna talk about food some more. Chicken and waffles. What the hell? I don't. What, it good. Doesn't. It's not good. It's not bad, but it's not.
It's good.
But no, it isn't though. It's like, because it's like they're not going together. They're not blending when you.
No, I hear what you're saying. It's good.
It doesn't make sense to me, chicken and waffles. Like, and it definitely, to me, the operative word in the name of that is the and. Chicken and waffles, not chicken waffles. It's like, I don't know. It's like you eat it and it's like two separate things. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
What are you talking about? Haven't you ever had ice cream and steak?
Exactly.
No.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah. Are you a chicken and waffles guy, Jericho, or no?
I mean, I've had it before. It's not something that, you know, oh man, I got to try that again. I'd rather just have the waffle.
Right. I'd rather have the waffle or the chicken.
Yeah. Why? They're separate. They're fine. That's something that didn't need to come together.
Right.
Really? I don't know.
Guys. I mean, I wouldn't, you know, if we were going to a chicken and waffle place, I'm not going to make other plans, but you know.
But it's like if you're eating like napkins and paper towels, like you don't think they'd go well together.
Okay.
But man, taste sensation.
Man, you don't knock it till you try it.
I don't know.
Like, don't try to get mine. Make your own.
In defense of chicken and waffles, I've had it once. Maybe the place I had wasn't great.
Look, guys, you guys know what mine is. It's chicken fried steak all day, every day. It trumps all food, period.
Catfish and pancakes.
Go.
That's gonna be a no. That's gonna be a no from me, dog.
That's gonna be a fuck no. Catfish and syrup. Yeah.
You know where you can find catfish and pancakes at the bottom of the trash can. That's where.
Yeah, I'll tell you this right now, man. I've watched catfish. We had this theme park in Chattanooga called Lake Winnipesaukee. I'll never forget it. Outside. And I remember watching catfish eating cigarette butts for about 45 minutes, and I went, no thanks.
Dude,
I'm good, catfish.
Syrup, some good, nice Canadian maple syrup, and some catfish.
No, sir.
That's fucking disgusting.
I think I told you guys. I think I already told you this, but I'll tell you again because it's disgusting. I like gross food stories. I was eating pancakes. My lovely wife makes me all my meals every day. She's the best. I don't even ask her. And she knows I love pancakes, but I only have them once in a while because you got to watch the carbs, right? And I have the real, like the Vermont maple syrup. It comes in the little fake jug and everything. And I'm pouring it out and eating out like a lot of butter, a lot of syrup. So when I eat this stuff, I indulge because I only eat it a few times a year. And I'm pouring the syrup, and I happen to look down the barrel, and I see like whiteness. I'm like, what the fuck? And everything tasted fine this whole time I've been eating for 20 minutes. And I get a clear, like a giant glass beer stein that I have because I want to pour it all in there, see what the hell is in this syrup. I pour it out, and then all the syrup comes out, and then something the size of the barrel, like 6 inches across, a flat, like pancake almost, which of what I assume is some sort of mold or fungus, plops out and just
no.
That thing was in there for who knows how many servings of pancake. It obviously didn't affect us at all. Nobody got sick or anything like that. But
no,
shit,
it affected me.
Like,
I got sick.
It was like the color of like white, like lightish green white, you know, like phlegm or something horrible like that. And it was huge. It was awful. You know?
But aren't it like maple syrup? That's like, then they find the mosquitoes for Jurassic Park and some maple syrup. Like that shit's supposed to last forever. It wasn't
crystallized syrup. It wasn't that. It was ooey gooey. It was floaty. It was It was not syrup.
It was flexible.
No, this thing
Gross.
it looked consistency of like mucus. It was slimy. This thing. It was not good. So.
One of my favorites.
So I threw it away. I finished the bottle. And threw it
I
in
hope
the
so.
Like a man. I finished that shit and learned my lesson.
Finished it.
All right. Oh, Diesel saying he thinks it was sap. Could have been tree sap. Who the hell knows? So it wasn't.
Well,
dangerous,
you didn't
whatever it
die,
was.
so I think that's a
You're good, man. No matter what it was.
What's the
Good.
grossest thing you ever found in your food? Let's gross people out. Let's do it. Grossest thing you ever
Oh, a
found.
fly.
Ooh.
That's pretty gross.
Waiter, there's a fly in his soup. That's,
Excuse me.
what is this fly eating in my soup?
There's
Oh,
a
it
soup
appears
in my.
he's doing the backstroke.
And there's a soup in my flies. No, I was. I had a McDonald's iced tea, and I left it in my car overnight. The next day, I was like, I'm thirsty, so I always get lemon, and I squeezed the lemon in there. So I was drinking it, and then something came up with the tea, and I thought it was like one of the little, what do you call those things? Yeah, little orbs of fucking lemon juice. So I start going like that in my teeth. And I was like,
no!
I was like, this isn't breaking down. What the fuck is this? And so I spit it on my tongue, and it was a fly that was like in the straw.
No,
So that was pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
My brother, he went to Carl's Jr. Tonight's show brought to you by Carl's Jr. He got a Western bacon cheeseburger. That's the barbecue burger with the onion rings. He's loved it since we were in middle school. He gets like 2 bites in, and there's a little handful, a little dusting of fingernails.
Ew.
That's intentional.
Cancel. Cancel that.
I had a similar awful experience. I went to this restaurant Lauren picked. It was a nice restaurant, and on my plate, right off to the side, was a vegan side.
Oh.
Right?
Get that shit out of here.
Yeah. I couldn't eat the rest of it. I scraped it off the plate, but there was still some of it there. Fuck.
Why are they always trying to make fake meat? If you're vegan, be proud of it. Eat your fucking paste.
Yeah. Eat your fucking tomato.
Vegetable. Eat your rabbit food. Eat like eat like a cow with 4 stomachs and be proud of it. Why are you always trying to make some meat looking shit or it tastes just like meat or it looks like meat? No, your game is vegetables.
Yeah, go be a veggie weirdo. Yeah,
eat your fucking goat pellets. Fucking
freak.
Trying to redefine everything
tonight, and Funduki's friend, found a tooth in a frozen burrito.
I'll tell you.
Oh, here's one for you. Diesel, a fucking
jeez,
he had a fucking Raider game, man.
He was at a Raider game, and he got the big Raider commemorative mug, and he was drinking some of that Raider beer, and a hornet stung him 10 inches down his esophagus.
Dude,
not
hornets.
Oh, fuck.
People, let me say this. Diesel, first of all, respect to you for still being with us here. That would have ended Lesser Mortals. And I have to say this, too. Hornets are the nastiest little sons of bitches on the face of the planet. They're not like bees. Hornets will get in a car. They will follow you home. Right. They do not care how long it takes to sting the shit out of you. They are the meanest things in the world. Damn.
Look at this one right here. Mandy, she left her wine glass on a picnic table, went back to take the last swallow, big old gulp, and there was a palmetto.
No! Fuck.
Delicious.
Protein.
Yeah.
Woo!
Oh, this is awful. A fly in chicken and dumplings. Why does that make it worse?
Floating around in that fucking soup.
Oh.
What up, King B? Man, that's disgusting.
Drank 2-week-old Budweiser with gnats in it. Went to work on the shed again to finish the side and grabbed the wrong one. Threw up. Whoa.
I seen in high school a dude drink somebody's tobacco spit cup.
Oh,
dude!
It was in a can of Dr. Pepper. He just grabbed it. He thought he was being funny, like, "Oh, I'm gonna take a drink of your soda."
Dude,
and he drank that shit, and it was fucking somebody's spit.
I worked in a movie theater. I think I told you this story before. I worked in a movie theater when I was a kid at Chattanooga. That was a time when I remember Hard Target was in the theater, so I got that poster.
93
free post. Yep, 93. And was when I was cleaning up, I can't tell you, it only takes your first 2 days to realize, pick up all soda cans in a movie theater carefully, because I knocked a spittoon out onto my pant leg, my shoe.
No,
it is so fucking gross, man.
Shift over.
Yeah, kids,
I've seen this one.
Yeah.
I've seen this one. Antoine Anderson, he says he drank a beer, people putting their cigarette butts out, and I've seen someone else do that for
yeah.
Antoine, no, sir. God, I'm sorry.
But yeah, I'm going home. It's fucking over.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the end of the night when that happens.
It's fucking over. I'm out of here.
So anyway, she won't accept the money from Van Damme.
You fucker.
She's got some good lines and acting chops too. When she's like going, she's like, maybe if he had been in prison, for all the stuff he did, and he's like going, he was a kid, and I didn't want him to end up in a prison. They would have killed him. And she goes, she says, the streets you left him on are what killed him, and I'm like, damn,
woman.
She went there. She went there.
Right.
And there's,
we get a look at one of the guys from the French Foreign Legion that is stalking Van Damme. They've come to America. They're trying to hunt him down. And this is the guy from Rambo. And then we have also Tong Po. That's right.
Yep.
So, they're after him. And he's back out on the streets. And with Mr. Joshua, who's enjoying, I think, some KFC in this scene, right?
Is he?
I'm pretty sure there's a scene where he has a box.
I wonder if they were sponsoring it.
Kentucky Fried Chicken, right?
It was product placement, because usually they don't show any product if they're not paying.
Right.
And then he drinks, and the ladies like him. That's a beautiful. Can we go back to that?
Yeah, we'll go. Yeah, so they're going there.
Minnie, hold on a second, Minnie. We love you.
Yeah.
Minnie, you're crushing it.
I love that. Yeah. And this unfortunate looking woman gives Van Damme the googly eyes. Because he's talking to Mr. Joshua. They're trying to figure out what's going on, what he's going to do about his sister and the fighting and the money and everything that's going wrong. And those French Foreign Legion guys are after him. And at the end of the scene, after they've done a few shots, he turns and looks at the lady. She's just off camera here, this big old lady, and she gives him the wink, see if he's interested.
Not enough alcohol today.
Oh, yeah. What happened to Jared? I got to let him back in? Oh, he's back.
No, I had a moth in the studio.
Oh, my God.
I had to kill that fucker.
Right.
That's right. It wasn't in your drink, was it? Because we can't have that.
Yeah. We were talking about this babe that was given the
dude with the one eye?
Yeah.
I'm down. Give me what you got. You got one good one? Let me see.
Oh, dude. I forgot the scene coming up, man.
Right. So Van Damme, he's going to stay with the Ice Queen, right? He's going to stay at her place.
Yeah, unbeknownst to him, he gets delivered to her intoxicated to her room.
Right.
Yeah, because he thinks he crashed with Mr. Joshua, right?
Right.
And then he wakes up, on some nice silky sheets.
And she's
naked.
She's doing lat pull downs just to emphasize that her masculine size,
Yeah.
Yeah. And she stripped him down naked.
If he woke up and this lady was doing lat pull downs.
And that's what
yeah. He'd be like,
and she's got 235 on the lat machine, she's just
and the floor is shaking when she puts the weight down. Hey, good morning. You sleep like baby, yes?
So she's like, you make love like man, sleep like baby.
Yeah. You make me laugh. Drink vodka on nightstand. But that was, that's 1990. That's when shit like, ooh, a gym in your apartment. Whoa.
Right.
Yep.
That's fucking crazy.
Right. And then she takes him out to go buy some
shopping.
He's like her little boy toy. She really wants him. She's into the fighting stuff to that sick degree that those weird elite weirdos are into the fighting with the ultra violence and the licking the blood. But she's got this pervy thing where he's her little toy, and she takes him to the store to dress him up in the most painfully 90s attire.
Yeah, a little.
He goes through all these outfits of mustard colored and rust colored and burgundy colored and
the silk shirts.
Yeah,
tucking in the shirt. He's a good shirt tucker inner. He'll tuck a shirt in a minute. But this is something you don't usually see in the middle of an action movie, a shopping montage.
Right.
Yeah, pretty was a Pretty Woman sequence.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So then she takes him back, and you're gonna live here with me, and we're gonna do some fighting. We're gonna tour the country, maybe tour the world.
Yeah,
you're gonna win us a lot of money and
come back here and fuck.
Yeah, be malnourished.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Jericho's like, I heard a banjo soundtrack in here. Oh my god.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. So that's what she wants. And of course, when you're trying to be covert, when you're tracking a fellow military member, you want to stick your head all the way out the window.
That's what Jericho told me, man. That's why, the hostage scene movie where I'm always like, chest out, keep the hostage out of the harm's way.
Yeah, arms
so you
distance.
can negotiate. Same
Keep
thing.
the hostage arm distance away, giving the law enforcement sniper, whether it be SWAT, sheriff, whoever it may be, giving the sniper a clear shot.
The Shanth spy
At
mission.
your torso.
Just leaning out the window.
Dude, you're not going to do it. You're not going to lean out. The guy's about to fall out the fucking window. Like, what are you doing? That shit was dumb. But him and this is a very multicultural, multinational French Foreign Legion. Because Billy Blanks, he's credited as the African soldier. Then you got, he calls him Muhammad or Mustafa. So that's not French. And then the guy is like fucking Russian or German, I think. The other guy who's with him. So
I saw a documentary about the French Foreign Legion, and it is pretty international. And they take people from all over the place. The documentary I saw was a few years ago, and it was a lot of Eastern European guys like Chechens and Ukrainians and Russians. And I guess it's that whole thing of guys that are troubled, they're on their last chance, they've been in and out of prison. It's something good and constructive for them to do and apply for and go through the boot camp. But I watched like an hour-long YouTube documentary. It was fascinating. And it was guys, like I said, from all over. So maybe that's
okay. Well, I guess that rings true. But still, I doubt their surveillance techniques involve this.
Right.
Out
Are
the
you
window
sure?
in broad daylight, by the way.
Yeah, just lean your head out the. Well, he's outside, so you look outside to find it.
I don't know. I think that shirt almost blends in with the bricks, the tie. You know what?
Yeah.
Fuck it. Yeah, I think he'd be seen, Jericho. I think you're onto something.
Don't forget that signature hairline right there. I mean, come on. But yeah,
Does
he
he
spotted him
shave
pretty
his
quickly.
forehead though, Jericho? I mean, let's be real. That looks like it was one mass from the eyebrows to the hair.
And they said we got to put some distance in between these two.
Damn.
And then the next part, you have the Mad Max post-apocalyptic mother and daughter who can't speak apparently because he goes up. She kicks her ball toward him. He squats down again, showing our hero is cool. He loves kids. Right. And gives her the ball, and then he sees they're poor as shit, right? And he gives her some money, and she like grabs the money all quick, like he was giving a fucking snack to a squirrel in the park. Fucking grabs it all quick.
That was the scary part.
Fucking takes the money and then basically runs away. And she didn't even say thank you. Like, bitch, give me my fucking money back then. Like, you're a fucking asshole. Why wouldn't you say thank you? Obviously, you guys are like, you can't even talk. You're so poor. You got dirty faces, and this dude just hands you like $300, and you just run away and don't say anything.
No, then they kind of like wash their faces, hop in the Range Rover, and just go. They don't. This is all a fucking scam.
Let's go to Starbs.
Yeah.
No, shit,
damn it. Got another one.
So, yeah, after being out for the day, doing good deeds, helping homeless women and their daughters with cash, he goes back to Manjaw, and she tells him,
Mangina.
They got an appointment tonight. And
what's her last name? I remember. Oh, it's Caldera is her last name. I mean, she's got like a male action star's name in this.
Her name's Jack
Cynthia.
Storm.
My name is Cynthia Caldera. What the fuck is this?
My name is Cynthia Jack Storm Caldera. Oh, shit.
Mason Storm.
Mason Jack John Storm.
John Triton.
Triton.
Right. So this fight has an interesting setup. They go to another industrial building, somewhere.
Here we go.
And there's a bunch of cars in a ring with all their headlights pointing toward the center.
I like that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool visual. And then Van Damme's going to be one of the premier fighters. Let me clear this stuff out of the way. Sorry.
Back to the payphone scene.
Hi, guys.
Well, look, this is what I love, and I don't know. Again, I know Beef Law is evolving, and we talk about action stuff, but this is the kind of thing when you don't have a huge budget for a movie. Although I think the budgets were getting a little better. I think it was like $20 million or something for this.
It made
if
24. I think the budget was 6.
Oh, was it really? Well, there you go. Is that you've got to come up with interesting rings. So you've got, and we'll get to the swimming pool, which you guys know well from the super chat. Thank you guys for the super chats, by the way.
Yes.
But the cars in a circle with the headlights, I remember seeing that as a kid and just being like, "This is badass." You know, I loved that.
Yeah, that's true. I guess when the budget is small like that, you got to make some interesting visual.
Be creative.
And they can't all be like in a junkyard or something like that. So, yeah, so we're going to get the swimming pool fight and then this one too. So, yeah, that's very cool. Hold on just a second. I'm looking for a photo if you guys want to. Can you go through this for me real quick here, guys? With like Roddy Piper.
Yeah, this has a very international feel to it. You know, this guy's obviously representing Scotland. He's wearing a fucking kilt. And this is the first guy who really gives him a problem. Everybody else, he pretty much kicked their ass, especially the one shot to the balls. You know, it's been pretty easy up until this point. This guy really fucking puts a whooping on him.
Serious.
Yeah, he slams him through a fucking windshield and, you know, beats him up pretty good. Now, right here, he's strangling him with a car antenna. And so the people are honking their horns. Hey, get off my car. Well, if your car is part of the boundary to a bare knuckle fight in an underground parking garage, somebody's probably going to get on your car. Yeah.
Yeah, welcome to your first fight.
Hey, get off my car. You guys didn't tell me to be on my car.
This is bullshit.
You just told me you needed me to be part of the barrier.
Yeah.
So he's whooping his ass pretty good. You can tell he's bloodied him. But Van Damme has the ability in this movie, and you see it quite often. He has the ability to be, I'm tired, but then have one explosive punch, explosive, headbutt or a kick. Like he's down, he's beat, he's exhausted, but he can always, get the energy for that one.
Yeah, he seems to have that boost that he needs right at the end to make the comeback.
He has boosts all over the place in this fight and ends up kicking the dude's ass, and then he like holds him up to the people who are like, hey, get off my car. And he just holds him up for a second and then just fucking drops him. But he throws some beautiful kicks. He used a lot of punches in this movie. I was hoping for more kicks, more of those, kickboxer. More of those just beautiful jumping outside spinning fucking kicks. But there was some, but.
And it seems like he's always wearing jeans in this movie too. He's always fighting.
Yes, he's denimed up.
Right.
That's the 90s.
Was this guy, if I remember correctly, was this guy kind of like a sort of a tribute to bare knuckle fighting? Like he seemed like he had that kind of old school bare knuckle fight. And again, I don't know, guys. This is where I feel like every other movie but Street Fighter was the Street Fighter movie Van Damme made.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
The only movie he did that wasn't a Street Fighter movie was Street Fighter.
Holy cow. I hope.
It was not.
Remember the original Mario Brothers movie was like nothing like the video game. It was all bizarre.
That is true.
Yeah.
And then the brand new Mario game came out.
Yes.
Maybe 30 years later, the real Street Fighter movie will happen. Like the real Mario Brother movie finally
It will.
came out, So, yeah, that'd be fantastic.
Wouldn't that be nice?
The video game curse seems to be
Street Fighter
lifting.
movie.
Because the people who, I think that the age demo of people who have some passing awareness of these things and the companies that own these properties have gotten to a point to where they've made Sonic movies that were big successes, a Mario movie that's a big success. I think it's only a matter of time before something like Street Fighter with iconic characters I would love to see it be an animated flick for an older audience. It has to just have that quality to it,
Yeah, it needs to be animation, so it can be just like the movie or the game, excuse me. So it can be just like the game, and it can be exactly the way we pictured it in our minds when we were young. Because I don't think a movie like that you can make in live action, because it's going to be this might sound weird, but it's going to be too much CGI. I'd rather it just be all animation, so that way it can look cool, and the fireballs and Dalsum stretching and all of that shit.
Yeah, the Dalsum double punch thing, man. I freaking need to see that.
Fucking Blanca. I mean, Ken and Ryu, the muscles and all that shit. It needs to be animated, and so things like Mario, Top Gun, the sequel to that, I guess, the continuation or whatever, that gives us some hope. I would love to
Yeah, it
see
does.
the right people get their hands on Street Fighter and do an
Oh, yeah.
animated movie and make it fucking awesome
Yep.
with
Absolutely right.
no bullshit in it. And so
Wait a
this
second.
scene right here, what you want to do, this is surveillance 101. Curtains
Yeah.
wide open. Okay.
Right.
Wide open. And then you want to sit almost with the tip of the binoculars outside of the skin of the building. You almost want to have the binoculars. Like if you drop those binoculars, they're going outside.
Exactly.
So that's how you want to surveil broad daylight, staring down at the street below, right across the street, staring down at it. So anybody, it's almost like, how do people not notice you? Well,
They're
not
calling
even
the cops.
look how low he is. He's like 5 stories up.
There is something weird about the two guys that are suing Van Damme. They don't seem very good at what they're doing. When you think of like military or whatever, you would think like, oh, these guys, they got a system, they're squared away, they got equipment, they have contacts, they're total pros, they know what they're doing, and it just does not come off that way at all. They seem incompetent. They seem like they don't have any aggression or anything like that to really like go after him or anything. It feels like I don't know what it just feels bizarre to me. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like a jewel thief going, all right, guys, we're going to steal that whole diamond. Now, we're going to approach in the tank. Wait, hold on a second. We're going to approach in the tank? Yeah, we're going to have a tank, and it's going to be dragging some cans behind it. It's like, I don't know.
It's going to have some speakers fucking duct taped to the outside. You're just going to blast that shit as you go in. Yeah,
I'm telling you.
Of course. Because look
guy
at the cars.
out.
Look at the cars. What is he, max?
Yeah.
4 stories up? 3 maybe?
Yep. No,
you don't notice him window. You could hear him. If he's talking to his buddy, you could hear him down on the street.
Gabe, perspective 101, where those buildings out the window, where they go right between where they're going up and down, those windows, that's how many stories up he is. So he is literally, according to that building, now I know the hill might be on a slope, but either way, second story window and first story window have a clear view of this asshole. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And it's right across the street.
Yes.
Holy shit.
I don't get it.
My
at all.
God.
It's brutal.
Terrible surveillance methods.
Terrible.
Anyway, one good thing starts to happen for the widow and the girl. Mr. Joshua is able to bring her some of Van Damme's winnings.
Yeah, because she won't take it from him. She kicked it back in his face. So he hatched a plan to have Mr. Joshua pose as some kind of insurance agent. Your husband had this, he started this. I guess he didn't tell you about it, whatever. But hey, it's some money for you and the kids. And on the way out, he goes, hey, do me a favor. Buy the kid a bike. Because the girl was asking for a new bike. And, earlier, the landlord, was about to throw her out on the street, breathing down her neck. And so he comes, she's like, oh, shit, cool. And, so he's like, you'll be getting one of these every month, by the way.
The look on her face, too, when he says you'll be getting one of these every month. And she's like, in the mail, he's like, no, I'll deliver it.
Yeah.
And, I mean, damn, man. Like, you got to imagine, you're watching this guy. And that interaction with her, is great, man. If you didn't love this character, by that point, I don't know what to tell you, man. Because I think he says like to him, he's like, because this is not his line of work. You know what I mean?
No, he's not into delivering checks to to single moms.
He's kind of
He's not Ed McMahon from Publishers Clearing Warehouse.
No, and he's not. He gives you that bit he talks about throughout the movie that he's kind of got a very cynical view of humanity. Mm-hmm. And by meeting this guy and trying to help him out, particularly when he goes to talk to her about it, when all is revealed, which we'll get to, and Holt grabs his fist and said, no, look at this right now. Take a look at this. Like he's a hell of an actor, man. I got to tell you, he's got some incredible chops.
Yeah, and what was missing from this, which I love, because now, here's if they made this now portion of the show, he would be saying something like, oh man, I'm up here with these white people delivering checks to these white people. Mm-hmm. And you should be giving me a check or some shit. Like there would be some
you should
snarky
be giving me reparations, jive turkey.
Yeah, you should sign this over to me. there'll be some fucking comment like that in there. Just let the moment live. Let there be an exchange of kindness. Let this man, do something kind. I mean, it's kind of a lie, I guess.
Right.
But he's doing a good thing.
No, it's beyond. Look, let's be clear. They might have been over the top, and they did look like they were. They looked like their headshots with a dusting of dirt. The poor people he helped earlier. But let's be real with this. Anybody who's ever been in a financial situation where you're, desperate, where you could, be out on the street, what he is doing, the subterfuge that he's involved in, going in there to try to help this family on behalf of him, it's a life or death situation. And he does it in a way to where he knows, because he could just be like, fuck, if you're not going to take his money, then maybe you belong out on the street. Maybe you're not desperate enough. But that's not what it is. He understands that he wants her to be able to maintain her dignity. And he goes along with it. And he understands. This is a character who understands, what the cost of that is. Losing your dignity and getting sucked into play people who leave you out on the street when they're through with you. I mean, that's a too common story for fighters. So, yeah, I love it, man. Yeah, 1 year membership the Jelly of the Month Club.
It's a bill for a printing run of checks.
Yep. It's a bill for printing run of checks.
Yeah, he's like, I'll deliver your Jelly of the Month every month myself.
So,
every month.
So the widow and the little girl, they're going to get their money. That's a good thing. Smash cut to a racquetball court and he's got what we call the Canadian tuxedo. It's denim on denim.
Not only is it denim on denim, it's denim on the bottom, and then it's denim acid wash.
Yeah, boy, acid wash denim.
That's right.
And
that's like putting the Parmesan on top of the fucking spaghetti right there.
Hey,
like acid wash. Oh my goodness!
I'd like to wake up,
dude.
Wake up to this face.
Yeah.
Good morning, sweetheart.
Yeah, and again, he's fighting this big Tex here in the racquetball court.
Mm-hmm.
Did I ever tell you about the time I hit a racquetball up a girl's butt?
No.
Ever heard about that?
No, you forgot to tell us the racquetball butthole story.
Oh no, this really happened. So senior year of high school, I'm in PE. My friend Donnie Herman, great guy, and we just go to the racquetball courts to screw around, and we're just hitting the racquetball, mess around, play around, and I start hitting it off one wall and off another and off another, and it's big. It's 15, 20 feet wide or 30 feet. It's big, a racquetball court. These are outdoor ones because it's Southern California. And the edge of the wall is at an angle. They're not square, right? The concrete just cuts down at a 45. And I tell Donnie I could hit it off 3 walls if I hit it hard enough and angle it. If I get the right wall, then the center, then the left. Because I was hitting 2 walls. I think I could hit all 3 if I hit it hard enough. I'm a big guy, and I've been big since forever. I was 6'2" in high school. I'm 6'4" now. I wind up and crush this racquetball as hard as I can. And it flies off of our court. And I'm like, where'd the ball go? And I look at the court next to us. Some girls were playing racquetball. And the girl goes, lifts her leg. Racquetball falls out of her butt crack. Now, it was outside of her shorts. Oh. But that was a 1 in a million shot.
Yeah, I thought you hit it in her ass. And I was like, dude, how did you do
Let me
that?
say this. Miss Rauer for the win with the comment this one time at racquetball camp.
Right.
This one time at racquetball camp?
Hey, I said I was sorry when it happened. I was a gentleman and said I'm sorry.
Hey, I didn't mean to hit you in your fucking ass.
But really, I hit the ball, and then it just disappears, and you don't hear it bouncing.
What's the matter with you?
And I'm looking around. Where'd the ball go? And the girl's all, ugh.
It's in my ass.
Fall out.
Mandy's got a major day.
Poor kid.
Andy for the win.
Call me sometime.
Oh,
hey, Papi Chulo, what you call me?
That's right.
You hit that all fucking hard, eh?
My number's on the
right.
right.
Put a English on it, spin it, Yeah, no, the weird thing was when the ball dropped and she came back, she had written her phone number on it.
I was going to say, man. Whew.
Yeah. So that's what I did with the racquetball in high school.
Yeah, that's cool.
So
not many people have that story.
Tell her she could keep the ball.
Be like, no.
Oh, God, John.
He's all nope.
That's what she gets for twerking. Twerking did not exist in 1996. Thank you very much.
There were simpler times.
We had this little thing called class back in the 90s.
She's dropping it like it was hot on the racquetball court. She got one.
Telethon says Gabe was like the Joker. Watch me make this ball disappear.
Right up your ass.
Yeah. It was a psychic. I can still see it in my head. Looking at someone from the back, standing there just kind of stiff. They lift their right leg, and you see your racquetball just fall into the cement.
Boink.
So
I got a story like that, but it didn't take place on a racquetball court.
Oh, do tell.
No, I can't.
Oh, never mind. Can't tell.
You don't want that story here.
I thought it was another sports accident involving.
Kind of.
Some might see it as a sport.
That's right.
Well, well.
But one thing I noticed with Van Damme, dude, the way he kicks, when he does these spinning kicks, like his leg isn't stiff coming around like a beam or a stick.
Oh no.
He keeps his leg bent and then whips his foot at the end. And so it's almost like when you do a whip, when you swing forward and then whip it back, so you get that snap at the end. Like I noticed that with this part, and when he fought Attila at the end, like his kicks, his leg is bent until the end, and then he straightens it out and almost whips his foot. Man, he's
I saw a video of him explaining how to kick properly in karate and all that, and he said exactly what you're saying, that you're raising and your knee is bent, and then right before you strike, you flick out from the knee. So So my son only been doing martial arts for 2 months. He told me the exact same thing. So I was like, learn something new every day.
Yeah, he's a technician, man. He knows
exactly.
what
As Lucas literally says, Van Damage. So yeah,
and the way he has his arms, just creating that momentum with that spin.
Right. Mm-hmm. Think of all the damage you could do with a denim top and denim bottom.
He's already doing damage when he stepped in there.
All you need at this point is acid wash denim Vans shoes and a denim hat. You do that, you might kill someone.
You'll disappear. There'll be a tear in time and space, and you'll be sucked into it.
Brian McCormick must have the Criterion Collection Blu-ray special edition. After the fight, JCVD got to spank him with a racket. That is
There's a racket prints on his ass.
Now, it wasn't a pervy thing. The guy was being naughty. So,
That's right.
Put your hands on the wall right here. He's spanking his little hiney.
Goodness gracious me.
Oh, yeah, and he told what's her face, I can't stay here anymore. She's like, oh, why not?
Wait a minute.
When you have it from head to toe, that's when it's called the Van Denim.
Van Denim. That's his most deadly form. A lot of people don't know that.
Oh, man.
Not just anybody can pull that shit off. That's like the 5 fingers of death. That's the Den Mock right there.
Right.
That's a denim mock.
That's why Brian's the king.
You think anybody wants to take a roundhouse kick to the face from a guy wearing these bad boys? Remember that in Napoleon Dynamite?
Oh, God. Rex Kwando.
That's right.
Gotta love it.
Grab my hand. My other hand. No, with your other hand or whatever. He's trying to do.
God, the martial arts were so bad.
Thank goodness they never made a sequel to that movie. There are movies that are just classics, and you're just gonna ruin them if you make a sequel.
You might have spoken it into existence, man.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's scary these days, man.
Right. Anyway, I'm going to go.
But he told her that he didn't want to live nice in a hotel or her apartment building, whatever. He wanted to live like a fighter. So he wanted
said it was too easy.
Like that.
Right.
Yeah.
So he moved in with Mr. Joshua.
Yeah, and he says curly shoes on her bike. He's going running to get fit. So he can fight.
Very rocky of him.
Right. Is this woman ever happy in this movie?
No.
She's always making that face. Basically.
She's always crying. Come here, honey. How dare you? Where were you? She's always upset.
I mean, her husband was burned to death in a drug deal gone wrong. So can you blame her? So
yeah, but like all wives of drug dealers, right? She had no involvement, no knowledge at all.
Yeah, she didn't know he was, and he must not have been a good coke dealer if she's on the brink of getting kicked out.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, I know.
Like the Sopranos, who then living in their New Jersey mansion in The Sopranos, and Carmella pretends she doesn't know what Tony Soprano does for a living.
Yeah, he
That's
outside of his window at night, he still hears sirens and, "Hey, honey, you want a date?" So he wasn't doing very good.
Yep.
At all.
And these two, Sherlock and Watson here, they still
Yeah,
can't.
they're sneaking
They still
around.
can't crack the case.
Boris and Yoris.
Leon Gautier.
I am Boris. He is Yoris. Like,
And
yeah,
now
they
we
were-
get, and now we get to the scene at the Hollywood. It's like a Hollywood Hills mansion,
Yeah.
and these fighters. They had the fight in the parking garage with the circle of cars. They had the fight at the racquetball court. They have a fight under the bridge. So they're always picking these interesting locales. And if you look at games like Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, all that, they're not just set like in a dojo. You know what I mean, or a boxing ring. They'll set them somewhere where you have an interesting, lively, vibrant background. So
they're
and so you
surrounded
have a
by
fight-
bikinis
Right.
Yeah.
in this scene.
I gotta say, the
Surrounded.
fashion back then, it was all right. You know, there's something to be said for it.
Well,
And
something for the
same
ladies,
thing,
right? To
people
remember
with-
is the secret. So the secret to men is really simple. Find out what was hot when your fella was like 16.
Right.
And he probably still thinks that's hot. Scary how that works. Yeah.
Yeah, and same idea. Even though, upper crust, swimming pool, darling, there's still, wads of, cash in their hands, yelling out shit and betting. That's a common thread through this whole thing.
All right. So, and here we have the great Paco Christian Prieto fighting out of Mexico City. He was the bad guy in Only the Strong, and he's basically looking like Tarzan. He comes running out of the trees, and he's got this mane of hair.
Yeah,
Right. And him and Van Damme, they're going to fight in these singlets. Now, I met Christian Prieto, Paco Prieto, at a dinner back in August. That's where I met Todd Senefonte and others. And he told me it was freezing cold, that this was a winter day in Southern California when they're outdoors here. And he said they're fighting in this water, and the water's cold. And he said it was freezing. And so here's proof. This is me and Christian back in August.
Nice.
And that was at that dinner with Sheldon Lettich and Todd Senefonte. Billy Blanks was there. All kinds of people were at this dinner. It was great. And I just spoke to the person that runs his Instagram last week. So cross your fingers, everyone. I'm trying to get Paco to come on here. He's a super, super nice guy. He's one of those guys that's cool. He's super stoic, super masculine, like very confident and calm, and a great personality, very friendly. But yeah, we hung out, very friendly. He liked me and my wife and everybody. We got along. It was a really nice dinner. It was Benny Urquidez was there, and the people at my table was Benny the Jet Urquidez and Paco Prieto, Sheldon Lettich, Todd Senefonte, and then some family members. And it felt like old friends. Like the 8 or 9 of us that were at this table, we all just got along like we'd known each other forever. And we all met that night. It was fantastic. So I was really happy to go to that, very privileged, and to make some friends there. So I hope I can get Paco on here. But I've been messaging him on Instagram, not getting an answer. And then I got an answer like, oh, I run this for him. It's like, oh, okay, that's why he didn't get back to me. So hopefully I can get Paco on. We can talk about Only Strong. We can talk about the famous swimming pool fight. That'll be fun. But
hell yeah.
For him, it was fucking freezing that day. So
And he throws some capoeira in here. A few kicks that he does and stuff like that, just like he did in Only the Strong.
Right. And he told us, I believe, I could be getting this wrong because it was dinner. I don't drink, but it was dinner, and it was like 9 months ago. I think he said that Van Damme wanted him to do one of those capoeira kicks in the fight. And he's like, do it full speed, whatever, I'll dodge it. And I think he ends up in real life kicking Van Damme right in the face in one of the takes. So he said he felt pretty bad about that, but he didn't. He didn't leave a mark or anything. But I'm pretty sure. But yeah, Paco, fun guy, great guy, really nice guy. So, but yeah, they had their awesome fight in the pool, freezing their balls off, and that's where we got this from. And Shantha made me this. Hold on, real quick. If you guys ever send a super chat, that's why. Now you know the mystery of where that video comes from. So,
and a lot of the you find in a lot of these action movies, especially when it's the pit, the bunch of people around screaming and yelling and 2 people fighting, you'll find that usually the opponent is just a lot of like they don't really say a lot. They just grunt and yell. And then end up getting their ass kicked by the good guy. But I noticed that shit here too. When he came in the ring or to the the edge of the pool, Yeah, he shoved it.
He comes running out of like these trees up high over the pool because it's a hilltop mansion. And it's like he's a birthday performer trying to scare little kids or something. Is how he comes down like, rah! I don't know. It's funny.
It's fucking weird.
George of the Jungle, man.
Yeah, it reminds me of Tarzan or something like that. So, anyway, oh my gosh, her style is so. Even though it's 1990, so
80s.
It was too much. Yeah, it was too much in
obviously,
1990.
Yeah, they filmed it in '89 probably. So yeah,
Still,
but yeah, she's over the top '80s style. Over the top '80s style. And yeah, so he beats that guy's ass, so he's going to keep going. Van Damme's going to keep moving up the ranks, fighting higher and higher level guys, making more and more money for his Ice Queen bitch. I'm sorry, what'd you say?
it's Ice bitch.
So back to more training with Curly Sue on her lovely bike there. Did you guys, Sean, Jericho, did you guys do a lot of biking as kids before you got your license and all that?
Yeah,
like all the time. I don't see any kids on bikes almost ever anymore. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll say this though. This is the thing about bikes, right? I loved riding my bike when I was a kid, and I was growing up for a short spell in Grosse Pointe Woods, Michigan. Actually, I found out, God, not long ago, that Dan Lawless delivered newspapers to my house when I was a kid. He lived around the neighborhood that during that time I was in Grosse Pointe, which was completely surreal. It is beyond bizarre.
And for those of the audience who don't know, Dan Lawless is a comic book artist, a concept television artist, and Shanth basically met him like a year ago. But he used to deliver papers to your house when you were a little boy, and you didn't know him back then. That is
no idea. Totally random. And so here's the thing: when we moved to Chattanooga, right? We're talking about the foothills, all of the ridges you see in those like Civil War documentaries, those cliffs. So we lived on this we moved to this neighborhood that was like on the side of a ridge. Couldn't ride your bike around the neighborhood there. You could do everything. Just felt. I mean, shoot, you had to have your e-brake on at all times in your car. That car was going off a cliff. And I hated it so much because riding bikes was a thing. But you're right, you don't see a lot of kids doing that anymore. No. It was everything, man, when we were kids.
I used to pedal as fast as I could, then jump and stand on the bar in the middle of my bike to surf on my bike.
Yeah.
I would not attempt that now at 44 years old.
Oh, the fall could be catastrophic.
All the time.
Yeah,
I would do it all the time.
That's it, man.
You think of some of the stuff you do when you're younger, like, oh my gosh, that's so dangerous. Speaking of running into someone like 30 years after the fact, when I worked construction right before I went to college. My wife was waiting tables. I was working construction, trying to get a job at DC Comics. And I built these warehouses in Poway, which is in northern San Diego. Giant, like couple 100,000-foot warehouses. I helped build them on a construction tilt-up crew. And one of the guys I worked with gave me his construction worker belt and gave me a hammer. And I still have it because I was just a puppy. I didn't have any tools. I didn't have any money to buy tools. They helped me out. But we were talking one day at the job site, and that guy lived in the apartment I lived in at the time, 20 years before me. The exact same apartment. Not complex, with the exact same number. Here's another weird thing about that construction job. Those buildings I built in 1999, my wife got a job as an accountant there like in 2015. This fucking building that I built. That's weird,
This is insane shit, man.
So, that's really weird.
Sometimes I gotta tell you, man, like crazy stuff. Like we always talk about how we met, how like random it was, how this show got started, and all of the stuff, And it's like you want to talk about feeling like there's some helping hands out there, putting things together. Sometimes, I mean, it's like I'm grateful to the chat for being here and all of you guys, and I think it's great. 3 of us met, man. It's a blast.
Yeah,
definitely.
Gentlemen, as the co-host of this show, I like to confer with you on things. Mandy Westcott, she's a troublemaker. That's what's going on here.
That's what's happening.
And she has the suggestion the 3 of you should wear onesies for double impact heat. Wouldn't you like that? Wouldn't you like that, Mandy?
That one's gonna stay a suggestion.
That'll stay right there.
That's as far as it goes.
You know where you never have to worry about anyone wearing a onesie? Pasta Mania, brother.
That's right, brother. You come in here dressed like a baby, brother. I'm gonna take the rigatoni we don't sell for the night and shove it up your ass, brother.
Wow. Hoaxer, what is the most out of bounds thing someone has worn into Pasta Mania?
That would be nothing, brother. I had
Oh,
this
my
lady
goodness.
come in about 85 years old, brother, in her birthday suit. I
Oh,
almost
my
threw
God.
up, brother. I said, Miss, I appreciate you being, I always respect my elders, but you can't
Right.
bring those in here, brother. Those things will be hanging in the gravy, brother.
Right. Did she have an explanation for why she was going in there au natural?
She said that she was meeting her boyfriend at the soda pop fountain.
Oh,
I think she was having a moment, brother, but I can't have those tits dangling in that hot gravy, brother. That's a
Right.
lawsuit waiting to happen, brother.
Right, and we know what happened last time someone came in naked. So you've been through it before. My goodness. Did she enjoy her meal though?
She did, brother. I still sold her some pasta on the way out. I said, you got to take this one to go, brother.
Okay. Yeah, she leaves you. You should check out your Yelp. She leaves you a lot of good reviews. I didn't know Naked Eater was a literal name. I just thought it was a screen name. But yeah, she loves it. She gives you guys 4.5 out of 5. So
Only 4.5, brother. I'm gonna give her the leg drop. No, when she comes in here, brother, I'm giving her a leg drop. I had to see her naked, brother, multiple times.
she said she would give you 5, and I agree with you on the leg drop, by the way. But she said she'd give you 5 if you let her continue to come in the birthday suit. She said, no birthday suit, no 5 stars. Just like you said, no shirt, no shoes, no service. She said no birthday suit, no 5 stars. That's her policy.
Well, you know what that means, brother.
Huh?
That means I'm gonna slam that old lady like I did that giant at the Pontiac Silverdome, brother.
Right. Oh my goodness.
I'm putting her through a table, brother.
Okay. You know who lets her eat naked though? Arnold at Hot Pies lets her eat naked there all the time. She's sitting there eating a meatball grinder, butt naked, the day she was born.
You know why, brother? Because he's a disgusting Austrian pig, brother.
I'll tell you what, she could put away those grinders though, man. I saw her eat 2 once. Footlongs, by the way.
She could put them away over there, brother. I can't eat looking at that body, brother.
Arnold says it brings in more business, so I don't know. That'll just have to be up to you. But I agree with you. I wouldn't have her, but if you want to, it's your Pasta Mania is yours, brother. So you do what you need to do.
That's right, brother. 99% of his customers are Austrian perverts, brother.
I had heard that. I read that online. I follow a Twitter account called Austrian Pervert Watch. It warns me about Austrian perverts.
That's right, brother. Just a collection of weirdos in there. They're lederhosen, brother.
Right. A lederhosen and nothing else, by the way.
That's so disgusting, right, brother. I can have those thoughts when I'm riding on that red and yellow Harley, brother.
All right. Well, I'm glad that somebody filters the riffraff to try and get into our fine dining establishments. And again, I just want to thank you for sponsoring Double Impact every week. You are our best and only sponsor, Hulkster. So thank you very much.
Thanks for letting me come on whenever I feel like it, brother.
Hey, the plate. Mi casa es su casa.
That's right, brother. Me pasta is su pasta, brother.
There you go. That's what we needed. All right, Hulkster. Have a great night. We'll talk to you later. Get that rigatoni out, man. Get it out. Oh, there we go. All right. I don't know where the hell we were. Shant, all right?
He's still out, man. He's still gone.
Man.
Still flatlining.
Oh,
he'll be back, though. He always does. He always
makes
it back.
I think we got to a lot.
It was a dry death. I'm good.
Yeah.
It wasn't that bad.
One thing that's interesting to me is what an open book the Hulkster is. I really like that about him.
Let you
know.
I feel like I'm finding out so much about him because I thought it was all baby oil and tanning booths and red and yellow Harleys, and there's a lot of depth to that man. A lot of depth to him. Brian, you must be new here, friend. This isn't really an action movie review show. This is a comedy improv show with action movies as a background. That's what we're doing.
Yeah. We're a few French fries short of a Happy Meal up in this bitch. That's
right.
the way it is, man.
Yeah, action movies the vehicle.
Yeah, I am not wanted by the police, and I'm never going to be because I follow the law at all times. But in a hypothetical situation, if someone were after me, I would want it to be this guy because he is terrible at finding Van Damme and arresting him and taking him back to Africa.
That is true.
Yeah.
Yeah, they get into a brawl with him. They're fighting.
Yeah, they finally corner him in an alley, and they're gonna beat his ass, and they throw him down in like a stairwell. That had to hurt.
Oh no.
Yeah, and they beat
this
the
shit
shit
right
out of
here.
him.
If you've ever, if you've ever been jumped by 2 people before, and gotten beat in a place like you can't escape from, man. Like I remember I was in a fight one time and some guy got me like against a brick wall and punched me. And when you get punched in the head and there's a brick wall behind it, it's a special kind of experience. It's like when you dribble a basketball and put it down to the ground. It's basically what happens with your brain.
Listen,
and I felt that
defense
punch.
of the guy that punched you, your head into the wall. You were told not to go into Pasta Mania naked. You've been told.
No, it's true.
Repeatedly.
It's true.
Right.
That's what happened. Changing life. Yeah, concussion straight up. You know it.
Right. So the Keystone Cops, they finally get their hands on Van Damme when he's out for a run, and they're going to beat him up. They're going to take him back to Africa, go back to the French Foreign Legion. He's going to get court-martialed, probably go to prison or something very bad.
Mhm.
And he ends up defeating them in a fight, but something very key happens in this fight.
Yep.
And you see
Short
it
rib.
right there.
Rib.
He shit his pants. No, they hurt his ribs really bad.
That would be excellent.
I mean, if he shit his pants by accident, that would be the face he would also.
Yeah,
do.
that's a bigger problem.
You know, he's got the raised shoulders. He's got the grimace on his face. He just duped himself, you know, because he had too much taco.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Man, ribs, guys. They're
Yeah.
delicious on one hand, but on the other hand, if you break them or crack them, that shit stays with you, man. It is not fun.
Yeah,
Wow.
he's hurting pretty bad. And then the guy punched him at first, and then they threw him and he hit his ribs on like some board or something like that. So he's got a real.
So he may
injury.
have broken a rib or two. He's not feeling good. So, oh no, this is terrible. First of all, intergalactic transmitter. How dare you?
No.
How dare you besmirch
Zero
sterling
complaints.
name of Pasta Mania?
Yeah.
How dare? Are you claiming that Pasta Mania has upset someone's stomach? Holster,
He looks like he's
I need
eating
you-
Van Damme.
can you? Yeah, he's feeding him right here. Holster, please set intergalactic transmitter, who we love. Well, let him know that Pasta Mania
Shit.
will never upset your stomach.
I'm calling bullshit, brother. I've never had not one complaint about my pasta, brother, and I make it all. The fusillis, the linguinis, the spaghettis, and of course, the rigatoni, brother. I've never had a bad review in my life, brother. That's bullshit. You keep talking like that, I'm going to ride over there on that red and yellow Harley, brother.
All right. Would you rather have lumpies, huh? Intergalactic transmitter? You could always be eating at lumpies. You know, you don't want to do that. So, but thank you, Hoaxer. I know I've been to Pasta Mania 5 times this week already, and you're not going to have a sore stomach from there. The only thing that's going to be sore is when you're not there and you wish you were. God, that was not funny. Anyway, thank you, Hoaxer. Thank
Hey,
you.
that's right. Lumpies gives you AIDS, brother.
Whoa.
Fuck!
I
I was
cannot-
just recovering. God damn. I was just recovering.
I can't verify the veracity of the statement by Mr. Hogan. I will just say there is no proof that lumpies caused that AIDS
Thus
outbreak
far.
pattern around every location that they own. That could be a coincidence. That could be a coincidence.
All right.
He's bound to say anything. man. You don't know
Let
what
me
the
let
fuck
me
he's
say
gonna
this though. Okay, my two favorites now. Jericho officially. I'm calling bullshit.
I'm calling bullshit, brother.
Your delivery on that was special.
No, that was heartfelt, man. You can't make statements like that.
All right.
Those,
Right, so
those
then,
are inflammatory statements.
Yeah. What is this guy's name in real life? I want to call him Brian Thompson. Is that?
Yeah, I
his
think it
real
is
name?
Brian Thompson.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And he looks
yeah,
foreign. He looks like European or something, but
He looks like
Yeah.
he could
Good
be
old
related to
Brian
Arnold
Thompson.
Schwarzenegger, you
he was
know?
born in like Washington or something.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh,
yeah, he
he's
looks like he has more of a
apologizing.
story.
He's apologizing to the Hulkster. He says he'll still buy it, meaning possibly, no worries, unless he needs to lose weight. Okay. All right. Cool. Okay.
Right on.
So it looks like Intergalactic Transmitter and the Hulkster are all good. My bad, brother. There you go.
Brother.
Is that Van Damme's pimp? I guess in a way.
In a way, yeah.
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
following him around,
Right.
and now he's giving him a ride. Now that his 2 tricks kicked his ass.
Arnold Schwartz, no. Yes. Yeah, this guy's got super crazy jaw muscles.
Yeah, if he
Yeah,
bites
right.
you, fuck, that's it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. All it takes is one bite from this guy and you're finished.
You're
Yeah.
gone.
It's
Yeah,
like
he's a very
crocodile.
powerful looking persona, this guy. You know, he
Yeah.
does look-
Yeah.
extremely powerful.
He's like a crocodile. You know, he can hold his mouth shut, no problem. But prying it apart, no chance.
I'd love to get him on the show because he's been in so many things.
My God,
be watching random action thriller, whatever, and like, oh my gosh, it's him again. You know,
Star Trek. He's been in a bunch of Star Trek and sci-fi stuff. This guy's got an amazing career.
X-Files once. I saw him on.
Yeah, he was on the Orville. He was on he's an interesting actor because he's the action genre. He's well represented there, but then he's segued really nicely into, you know, science fiction and other genres. Terrific guy. Terrific actor.
Right. Yeah. Anyway, he say Van Damme and his busted ribs, not from Pasta Mania. Busted rib.
Not from that.
Say
Actually, if you put Pasta Mania, any kind of Pasta Mania dish on his ribs and wraps it, that'll
Right.
heal.
you make
That'll heal his ribs.
a poultice of sorts. You know.
Is it the Seinfeld balm?
Right.
You put it on, it just cures it.
All
I'm
right.
just telling you what I know, man.
Right. And then
I like this dude.
I like this
dude
guy.
is
He's like a mafia
excellent.
street doctor. You know.
Yeah.
You go to this guy, cash only, no questions asked.
Dude, he has
You
his
know.
shirt unbuttoned and a gold chain.
Right.
Tells you
Do you
everything
remember
you
what
need
he
to know.
says? Do you remember what he says here?
What
You
specifically?
know what you need to do, man? You need to take some karate lessons, man.
Yeah, you'll get your ass kicked, man.
I loved that. It was a great
And he
bit
paid
of
him
comedy.
$100. He's all, just keep my ribs to yourself. He's like, yeah, no
Yeah.
problem, man. For $100, hey, no problem.
Yeah.
It feels weird. Are you sure you fixed it? And he's like, yeah, bro. He leaves, and the guy goes, ribs. You know, like, you gotta worry. You don't know. You know what?
Yeah,
this
you
guy's
don't know
up
what
to.
this guy, but I do know for $100 he'll keep his mouth shut.
Right.
Yep,
So
that
that's all Van
mustache
Damme
helps.
needs.
Oh, here it is. This is the scene. Now, this is where you can tell an actor's class, right? You got, you know, it's these side characters, man, that I watch in these movies the most. You know, that have those great little moments. We talked about Rambo, how that was made up of some incredible actors. What he does really great in here is where he sets her straight here. That's what was brilliant about it. She goes to like open her mouth about like him and the money. He goes, no. You see this right here? This is where the money's coming from. And he grabs Van Damme's hands and like goes, you see this? You know? It's like, I was like, damn, beautiful, man.
Right.
Beautiful.
Yeah, because she's still sick of Van Damme, doesn't want to see him, doesn't want to talk to him, doesn't want nothing. And you're right, sets her straight. Says, you know what? This guy's killing himself for you.
Yeah, he's like, hey, look, Jack, shut the fuck up. Let me see. Come here. No, give me your fucking hand. Come here, bitch.
No, that's
Yeah,
not what he
like-
said at all. He said, what did the 5 fingers say to
the face?
He went Rick James.
Yeah.
By the way, what the fuck is this like? This is like an episode of Growing Pains, this shot.
Yeah.
Every time I see it, I'm always like waiting for that Growing Pains music.
She's like
man.
the little adopted kid. Can I stay, please? Can you adopt me?
Yep.
I guess.
The
How do you
ratings
feel
are
about?
flagging because the kids got too old.
He's like, how do you feel about croissants 7 days a week for breakfast?
You're not gonna try to sell the bad man sugar instead of pure cocaine, are you, Uncle? Not like Daddy did.
I promise.
That's how Daddy
No,
got
then
burned
they-
to a crisp.
They
Your
go to
fi-
the kitchen.
Your
You
father
see that
was
scene?
a jackass.
They go to the kitchen and he's like, this is not sugar, this is cocaine. It's like everything's fucking mad.
Oh, this is what happened. Oh.
Shit, simple mix up.
Right.
Dude, this fucking guy. What
Right,
what do you
so-
call the move? Gabe or Jericho, I feel like you guys might know this one. What do you call the move where you pick the guy up, put him in the splits, and make a wish and rip his legs off? What the fuck is that called?
The
We call it
wishbone? I don't know.
We call it the Chewbacca. You know.
Dude, he like tore that dude like a phone book.
What the fuck was that?
Yeah.
fuck?
So yeah, we get some video footage of Michael Kesey. He's the one agent who looks more Middle Eastern, who's after Van Damme in this movie. This is his real life brother, Abdel Kesey.
No
And,
shit.
yeah, it's his real, and he plays this villain Attila, and Attila is the ultimate underground street fighter. He beats the crap out of everyone. He kills people. He's like whatever. He's an absolute monster. He's a big guy. He's a strong guy, and like Sean was saying, just picks the guy up and like dislocates all his joints and just like killing people instead of just knocking them out like a gentleman.
And they make a point to mention that he lets them build a false sense of confidence. Like he'll take a bunch of punches And
Right.
they think they're winning, and then he just comes back and just fucks them.
Right.
It's a toy.
Yeah. And this guy is a straight up fucking Bond villain, okay? He pulls up in this private jet with a freaking white cat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The only thing this dude was missing was a monocle. Like, it was like, what the hell am I looking at?
No, when we
Wow,
get to
now
that,
that you say it's his brother, I can't unsee it, man.
right.
Wow.
Yeah, they're brothers. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Right.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So the agents are talking to his I guess his pimp, right? The lady in
the head
they're
pimp.
his pimps, his fight pimp. And he's got one more fight to go versus this absolute monster.
And they said, she's all, I'll deliver him after the fight. After Attila beats his ass, I'll deliver him to you. And then he says in whatever language he speaks, and he says, can we watch? Because they're mad because he fucking beat their ass.
Right, yeah. They want
Like,
to watch
look,
Van Damme get
Jericho,
ripped in half by that guy.
I'm starting to see maybe some of your points with the over-characterization in every actor's dialogue in this film. But I would argue they're just trying to keep up with Van Damme. You know? Well,
He
when he's
literally
like,
said that.
There's a bicicleta. I said that's a nice bike. Like, it was like an episode of Electric Company, man.
William, this is Lionheart, yes. Now,
Yes, it is Lionheart, man.
Last night, me and Jericho were talking via text. What if it was a different animal in a different body part? Like there's all kinds of possibilities of what this could be.
Tiger cock. No, too soon. No, never mind. No, that wouldn't work.
So, I like this from Teflon. Attila the Killer from the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Hey, you ever want to die in a fight like a hero?
Shit.
You ever want to get your ass kicked by a human mountain?
Right.
We got him for you. Attila the Killer.
Here we go. Jackal foot, bear liver. Right.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, there's some real funny possibilities.
Yep.
Different animal, different body part, but who knows?
Yep.
Who knows? Anyway.
Make it happen.
Fucking donkey dick.
What the hell was this? Like, no, when you said that, all I heard was donkey teeth. Like, what the fuck is that?
Fucking donkey dick. Right then it goes, donkey dick.
So, like all bad guys,
That's Kamala Harris. That's her first.
Oh shit! Oh man! God, she's...
let's see this.
Mars attacks up man.
Beaver tooth, chicken feet, yeah.
Beaver
Awful.
snatch.
Yeah,
Beaver tooth.
Her and Iron Jaw, she's Iron Jaw, he's Chisel Jaw, right? Either way, they're headed to the mansion where the big fight's going to go down. And big money's riding on this one. Millions of dollars are going to be bet on this because Attila, the Killer from Manila, I don't know where he's from.
Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Right. And Van Damme's going to take him on. You know what I mean? So they're laughing at how much money they're going to make and how much they're going to betray Van Damme and hand him over to those guys from the Foreign Legion,
Yeah, they're gonna make a killing with the money and then get rid of him after that.
Mm-hmm. Just like they did Joshua.
Yep.
Oh my gosh! Wait a minute. Hold on.
Yeah, kind of scary.
I see it a little bit.
Let's see her dress. We'll know if it's her for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You remember when all that stuff went down? 1998. It was the beginning, end of '98, beginning. Or it was '98 when that started.
Yeah.
I'll never forget it because my Denver Broncos won the Super Bowl in 1998, the first one they won against the Green Bay Packers. And I went and bought the newspaper the next day to save as like a collector's item for myself because it was on the cover, the Broncos with the trophy. But in the corner, there's a little story on the copy of the San Diego Union Tribune that I have. There's a little article, and it shows Bill Clinton with Monica Lewinsky at some big outdoor rally. She's wearing the beret and the big pea coat or whatever it was. And it says like some investigation into alleged presidential mistress. But I remember it was the day after the Super Bowl was the first time I ever heard any news about Miss Lewinsky. And then we all learned everything we could ever want to know about her.
Yeah.
And then some.
Yeah. So
Like you talk about somebody who can't just walk in somewhere and get a job. Jeez. Or even with their name.
No, I mean,
I would just keep my cigars in a cool, dry place, So
That's not what he did there.
That's what I do with mine. So,
Hey, what happens if these things get wet?
Jericho, I'm disappointed. I was hoping I would get some kind of clam statement in there.
I got a fucking Raider fan. He doesn't like that I like the Broncos.
Fuck, you guys are in our division, fucker.
Ándale, way.
Fuck you, I hate you guys because I'm a Raider fan. I got a neighbor, my next door neighbor. He's a Raider fan, and he put during the football season, he'll put a Denver Broncos sticker on his trash can because the neighbor across the street they used to live there was a Broncos fan.
Wow!
So it was fun to see those little rivalries back and forth.
Let me say, Diesel, you have lifetime respect for me having survived a hornet to the esophagus. My God, man! I mean, all other pain is downhill. Fucking hell, respect these.
The pinche donkeys and down that way.
You're tough, fool. Fucking burro. Hey, fuck you, burro.
Have the Raiders won a playoff game in like 20-something years? I'm just wondering.
I think they beat the Texans a few years ago.
Oh, okay. Because they went to the Super Bowl in 2003. That was here in San Diego. They lost. And they lost to the Bucs.
They got smashed.
Yeah.
No, they got their asses whooped by the Bucs.
Do you remember the night before that game, their center, what was his name? Barrett or Garrett or something like that. He went like on a psychotic, I don't know if he took some bad drugs or what happened to him, but he ended up like in Tijuana, and then he ended up like at a car dealership, and then he ended up getting like arrested, and he didn't play in the Super Bowl. And for those of you who don't know, the center is the guy with the ball every play, giving it to the quarterback. So that messed up the Raiders' offense, and they got smoked. So
classic fucking Raider.
He went to Tijuana. So yeah. Tijuana, for those of you that have not been to San Diego, it's literally the border city of San Diego. So
hey, fool, just fucking play the Super Bowl, then go get all chuek, fool.
Right. Damn, and in Tijuana, you can do things there that you can't do here in America. Just saying. Some things are legal there that are not legal here, and vice versa.
Yeah, like almost everything.
So he let his teammates down on that one. You could just wait one more day and then go to TJ, man.
Stupid.
So, I like going to Tijuana. I was just there like 2 weeks ago. I went down there to buy books for my granddaughter, like Dr. Seuss and all that, but in Spanish, because we want to make sure she's bilingual in English and Spanish. So we've been reading to her in Spanish and obviously speaking to her a lot in English and all that. But I went down there, had a nice lunch at basically like a family cafe, like a Denny's, and it was really good. It was super antojitos, and it was delicious. I had chilaquiles for breakfast, so it was quite good. So yeah, I'm a fan of Tijuana. You like chilaquiles?
Oh yeah.
Have you ever had it, Sean? No? Oh. No. Like fried corn, it's made all kinds of ways. But the basic recipe for chilaquiles is like just your regular chips, like chips and salsa, fried in a pan, and then dump hot sauce on it. You could do it with eggs. You could do it with chicken. I got mine with mole and chicken and crema and some queso, cotija cheese on it, and delicious salsa, man. Oh, jeez. I haven't had dinner
this right now. That's it. The diets are quitting. You know what I mean? Diets are for quitters. I'm off of it. This guy. let's talk about Gabe. Gabe talks about us all getting healthy and taking care of ourselves, but he does it in a very passive-aggressive way. Like, he'll say things like, I'm sorry, guys. Like, it sounds like he's insulting things, but he knows. He's kind of like, hey, guys, I don't know. I just don't really care for chicken and waffles. Your thoughts. Who brought up chicken and waffles? He's like, guys, I got to tell you, I can't see myself smoking crack. What do you guys think? Crack smoking? Like, he's throwing it right at us. Right at us.
All right.
I see you, game.
Well,
read between the lines, fucker.
Yeah.
Any of you got to clip Jericho for some ringtones.
If you get a chance, you ever have a chance to have Authentico chilaquiles, do yourself a favor and have them because they're delicioso. Yeah. So, and another favorite that my wife will make me. She's made it for me since high school. We were dating in high school. She'll make me huevos rancheros. And again, there are a million different recipes. It's like pizza, right? There's all kinds of pizza, thin crust, that garbage from Chicago, all kinds. So huevos rancheros, there's all kinds of way. My wife makes it. You fry the corn tortilla, you put it down. You fry the egg, you put the egg. You fry another tortilla, put that down. Another, so it's like a lasagna, tortillas and eggs. Cheddar cheese.
What are you doing?
And then El Pato. El Pato is a Mexican hot sauce out of Los Angeles, but they sell it across the country, I think. You put El Pato sauce on it, which is a tomato jalapeno sauce. You want to talk about good. Damn, that's good. And yeah, she's made that for me since high school. So, yeah.
Dude, this is ridiculous. Like, this is crazy. Like, Gabe's like, and the great thing about him is, man, the first one's free. You get the first one free. All you can eat. Don't worry about it. I'll get you on the comeback.
Right, that's right.
Fucking hell, man.
Won't be bad, baby.
Killing us. By the way, again, you were talking about but what did you say it was, Jericho? Did you say it was $6 million?
Yeah, $6 million was the budget, and then it grossed, or I think it made domestically 24.
Yeah, if Disney only loses $6 million on a movie, they consider that a profit. Go figure.
Hell
But this is the thing about this flick, right? Is that we've got to stop acting like entertainment. It all streams at the same place. If you're talking about movie theaters or whatever else, we'll get there. But all of the independent scenes, all the independent filmmaking, that shit starts small. I think people don't look at what they have around them in the budgets, but looking at these older action movies, looking at this kind of thing, and not overthinking this stuff. You know, like, we've got some great action directors. The director of this was
Sheldon Lettich.
Sheldon Lettich, right? So I saw, I was watching an archival interview prepping for the show. First of all, for people who don't know Harrison Page, the actor who plays Joshua in this, if you watch his interview about it, the way that he breaks this down, talking about his father was a musician, and I think he said his father had a stutter growing up and talked in this very melodic way, and he was like, I mean, this guy, you know, he put some serious thought into this character work. But if you get actors, really good, solid actors, to be in these productions, you can make the screen experience so much better. And I think we need to start making movies like this.
Right.
There's such an interest in this stuff. Look at Top Gun Maverick. Look at John Wick. I mean, those movies are not that complicated of a premise, you know, but they get it done.
Right. Yeah, it's coming. And speaking of Sheldon Lettich, I just want to show you guys for more fun behind the scenes real quick. I went and dug this up just now. This was at that Kung Fu Award dinner. That's Todd in the front there in the orange shirt, then me and my wife. But right behind my wife, the man holding the phone, that's Sheldon Lettich, the man that directed this movie. He was a really nice guy, fun guy. Then Paco, and then the guy there, the older guy in the black shirt, is a little bit balding. That's Benny the Jet Urquidez, one of the greatest martial artists in movies ever. So yeah, I'm in contact with all those people, trying to talk to some of them about coming on and doing some stuff. So hopefully, but what a dinner that. And there was like 200 people there. There were so many people from Kung Fu Cinema there. So
this movie,
it was fun. I want to talk to Sheldon and ask Sheldon more about Van Damme, ask him about Rambo 3 and all of that. So yeah.
And I tell you what, if you do talk to Sheldon, tell him this seriously. This movie was integral to igniting my passion for action movies. I got all of the movies that were going on during this time, everything else. This was the one that really solidified it. And it's like, that's why I had fucking Van Damme posters and, you know, all of the shit I had in my college dorm room, Dragon, the Bruce Lee story with Jason Scott Lee. So Sheldon Lettich, man, those movies that he made, these action movies, they were things that created experiences for me and my buddies watching them that we'll never forget, man. So respect to you.
I told him that. I said that Double Impact, that was for me the one. That movie was just like, I fucking love these movies, you know.
Yep.
But I told him that, and of course Kickboxer too. So.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Anyway, so the bad guys laughing their way there. It's such an evil laugh too. Look at this crazy lady.
She's cackling.
Right, cackling, absolutely. They're on their way to the big final fight versus Attila at the mansion. And I do like the setup here. Again, you get an interesting background. And it seems like the creme de la creme is at this one. You got like richer looking people, a little more money. Yeah. So the big fight with the world champion underground fighter Attila versus the new sexy upstart Van Damme. And of course the Arab delegation is here, right? So there's this thing where I hope we have some photos of it. But when Attila gets to town in his private jet, it's something to behold. It's pretty funny.
It's beautiful.
And, it throws you for a loop. You don't expect it.
Yeah.
He's spinning the merry-go-round, and he gets a in his side, and you go, fuck, they really fucked him up bad.
Yeah, the ribs are still messing with him.
Right. Real quick in the chat, Fonduki, wasn't it Benny the Jet fighting Jackie Chan in Wheels on Meals? Yes, it was. And the intro to this show, that 2-3 minute video I play, I have footage from that exact fight in the intro for our show, because in my opinion, that is the greatest on-screen martial arts fight ever. And I was talking to Benny, I either talked to him about it at that dinner or I heard him in an interview, but I heard Benny say, either to me or someone else, that in that fight, Jackie really punched him in the face. He asked him to, and he took toilet paper, clean toilet paper, and put it all over his teeth so he could have white teeth, and people would know that, you know, he wouldn't be wearing a mouthpiece, basically. It would help his teeth not get chipped, because he was really getting punched. You know what I mean? So he took tissue, toilet paper, whatever, put it all in his teeth there, and he gets punched a few times for reals in that fight. But the fight, wheels on wheels, that fight with Benny the Jet and Jackie Chan, I think that's the craziest martial arts fight ever. It's glorious. It's like a ballet. It's so graceful. It's so amazing. Yeah. So check that out. If you haven't seen it, check it. It's a stunning fight.
That would be a hell of a plot twist if it was used toilet paper.
That way,
Dude,
that would make anyone want to fight. You know,
Jackie. When we do our Jackie Chan, streams, let me tell you this right now. Oh fuck yeah! There you go, man. There's the.
So go ahead. I'm listening.
Jackie. No, I was gonna say Jackie shouldn't be with us anymore. It is a miracle that he survived. No word of a lie. Like, when you have got a fractured skull from a fall, you know what I mean? It's like, that's not something you typically can recover from ever. Like, the fact that this dude, I mean, good God. And it's not like his skull stopped getting smashed after that injury. Do you know what I mean? It's like, no, sir.
Right. Right. Yeah, I've seen some highlights of him getting hurt doing stunts and this and that. And the one that always sticks with me the most is, I don't know what movie it was, but he jumps down by the docks in between the big containers, like the semi-truck containers, and they're sliding it, and he jumps out from between 2 milliseconds before he gets crushed to death. Yeah. And it's like, why? Why do these stunts? I don't know.
Yep.
Anyway, Van Damme is having a nice family time with his brother's widow.
Picturesque.
And girl, Curly Sue. It reminds me of Linda Hamilton's visions in Terminator 2 right before the
it does, actually.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Like, there's going to be a flash in the distance, and then everybody's skin just burns off.
I don't think the actress that's the female lead, the widow's pretty. She's not my type. I don't think she's ugly, but she's not my type. But she's very elegant. You know, she comes off to me very feminine. She's not my type per se, but there is something about her that's elegant. I don't know.
She's older too. I think she's 6 years older than Van Damme in real life.
Oh wow! So she'd been like 35 here, because I think he was about 29 when he did this one. So then here comes Attila, looking every inch the badass. This guy, gotta love the mutton chops, right?
Come on now. Yep.
Right.
Yeah, Abe Lincoln. That's nice.
Right. He gets off a private plane, and then like they're not bimbos right there, but there's like some sexy girls that get off, and he's got his crew, he's got his guys that he rolls with, like 4 or 5 other like badass Arab looking dudes get off, and things start jumping at the mansion. He's heading over to the mansion after he gets off the plane or whatever, and there's betting going on, and this is a lot more organized than the guy just waving the dollar bills in the crowd.
Yeah. So you got some phones. They're writing shit down. So it's already an improvement.
Oh, dude, no. Do you know what they're doing? They're on the phone with those guys waving the money.
Oh, damn it.
Scary.
Not really an improvement then.
Mr. E is suggesting something untoward. How dare you, Mr. E? JCVD with his brother's widow. Did he burn his brother on purpose? Is that even his brother's kid? I reject all of that flatly. How dare you?
Yeah, we can't besmirch that man's memory.
And damn, he's a hero. He's a hero. He's taking care of his brother's wife in a proper way, not in that other way. Yeah. So.
Not in the naughty way.
I don't know, man. I think that child is, and I say this with love, because redheaded ladies are becoming an endangered species in movies, and they're being written out of everything. But I have to say, I think if Ron Howard isn't that kid's father, nobody could be. Yeah, I mean, that kid is a pretty fair-skinned kid. No test
necessary.
Yeah, there's a little bit too much olive and even Van Damme skin to make that shit happen. I'm sorry. I don't see it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So Mr. Joshua comes in. He's talking to Van Damme, who's kind of psyched out right before the fight. He's in some English study in the mansion. And it's revealed to Mr. Joshua that maybe there's something up with Van Damme's ribs here, because he does feints a few fake punches, but he makes a little bit of contact, and Van Damme is wincing like, ooh. So he's asking,
and he's like, "What the fuck?"
Hey, what's going on with you, buddy? I put a lot of money on you or whatever. So, or I'm gonna put money on you, obviously, to win. And I think he realizes there's something really wrong with Van Damme. And if he has bad ribs and he's fighting the best in the world, I don't know. So he goes up. Oh, go ahead.
And he explains to him that he's not doing this just to make money off of him. He wants to set him up. He wants him to be successful and be able to take care of his family.
Right.
You know, so it's not just about, you know, about him making money off of him fighting. So, you know, it's some real shit. They're friends at this point.
He doesn't know shit either, and that's the thing that drives me nuts about Van Damme. I mean, it's endearing, but Van Damme says something that's so fucking sad, man. Like, I mean, seriously, the ultimate fresh off the boat kind of thing, where he's like going, you know, I'm gonna set us all up, you know, including Joshua. He goes, even Cynthia if she wants to, and he's like, Cynthia, what the fuck? Mm-hmm. Like, you know. He's like, you think that she gives a shit about you? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And it's like, he really is invested in Van Damme. He's like, this Van Damme doesn't know shit about this world. Still. And he's like, you know, you don't need to be, you know, fuck. What did he say to him? He said, you go in there and get yourself fucked up and not be able, like, he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's beautiful, man. Beautiful. Great.
He's trying to help him out. He's trying to, you know, it's almost like a father-son, like a father figure kind of dude
what I'm
right
saying.
now. He's trying to, you know, give him knowledge to navigate the world and, you know, try to teach him what's important.
Right.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
So after he gives Van Damme the advice, what are you going to do with the money when you win? And then his ribs are hurt. What's going on there? He goes and talks to Cynthia, Miss Caldera, and she's all smug and this and that. And she's like basically telling Mr. Joshua, oh, you're losing faith with Van Damme. Is there something wrong with him? Is there something I should know about? And she says, well, you better place your bet. You only got a few minutes left. And she's kind of laughing at him like, you're not going to bet on Van Damme, are you? You're going to bet on the other guy. So it's kind of it's she kind of can tell, you know, it's a rough moment. And none the miser. Yeah, just like James Bond said, always bet on Belgium. That's right.
That's absolutely right.
He always said that, yeah. So, So here we go, little curly Sue, but here we go. And I like that the fight takes place on a tennis court.
Oh my God.
Very, very classy.
They put a tent over it. So you're seeing the wealth here. These people have a mansion and a tennis court. So they probably filmed it at some mansion in the Hollywood Hills, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, so they're going to have a brawl. The secret agent guys are there. They want to see him get his ass kicked because he beat up the two of them.
And it freaks him out because he's like, ah, shit, I've been set up, you know?
Right.
Damn,
and,
Attila.
The killer, Attila. He does, and it's good casting here because he just, my goodness, he looks like a Hulk. This guy, he looks so powerful.
Yeah, he doesn't say a word.
Right. And even the way they dress him too, in that sport coat with like the tank top or whatever.
Yeah, minus the cat.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. But he looks like the kind of dude who'd fuck you up.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't look, he's not cut or anything like, he's got some body fat, but it's not that much body fat. It's a lot, like more like an offensive lineman. It's a lot of muscle,
You can read people. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but when I see a guy like this, I don't know if this makes sense, but I feel like he's the kind of guy who'd flip you upside down, take one foot in each hand, and just rip you in half.
Yep.
I don't know. Do you guys get that?
At the groin.
Yeah, just,
So, in their fight, I like this fight. I think this is a really good fight. What did you two think? Did you guys like? I think the fights in this. We haven't talked about it enough. We've talked about a lot of the fighting, but the quality of it, it's really good stuff. I think the fights are exciting, and I think this final fight is a really good one. You too?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and it starts off with Van Damme getting the upper hand. You know what I mean? And Attila had said, Jericho, didn't you mention that Attila had said when they were talking about it, Attila didn't say.
Yeah.
But when they were analyzing him on that video, he lulls people into a false sense of security.
Yeah, lets you think you're winning because you're hitting him with all these blows and he's not hitting back, and you think you got him, and then all of a sudden he's whooping your ass, and then your mind's all screwed up because you gave him all you had and it didn't do anything.
Oh, what is this?
That looks crazy.
God, man, that scene. This movie was ahead of its time, and a time that we didn't want to have come.
He's like, you did this to me. You let them get back behind me. Oh.
The one that got me was my favorite sequence in this movie is when Attila lands a shot on the bad rib, and then he goes, with his hands, like, you know. Like,
and then
no.
I didn't know you could punch somebody until their skin opened up, because pretty soon he has blood where his broken ribs are. Like, are we talking a compound fracture? Like a rib came through the skin? If so, you're a bad motherfucker if you're fighting already after that. But you can see, like, it starts bleeding from under his shirt.
Yep.
And he's all, this is how I end fights.
No, stop it. Wait,
this is finishing move here. This is my favorite move. This is
now,
my
Minnie,
move. And
hold
I
on
finish.
a second. Did Minnie get these screen caps?
I call this one booty blasting.
Did Minnie get these?
I blessed your stinker, yes.
Because this is some stand-up comedy here, right here, man. I'm telling you.
Well.
That's when he goes, Lionheart!
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Better him than me.
Yeah, this is a great sequence right here, man. This is great.
He finds out that everybody bet against him, including
it's the camel hump.
him.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a variation on the Iron Sheik's camel clutch. It's the camel hump. So
Sure is.
Yep. That's right. Yeah, he splits people in half.
It's the move. It's the knowledge of victory. I don't even know what this means. Right in the fridge.
Right in the fridge.
He's like,
Noxu cow.
That's what everybody says.
White warrior.
But remember when he's down and the Brit guy, like, he looks like, you know, I feel like there should be a Tom Petty song. Learning to clap. Like, he's just like.
Right. Yeah.
Like,
when he's down on it. Yeah, and he looks like it's the first time he's ever clapped before.
Ever clapped in his life.
I was reading people doing something for the first time. One of the funniest things I ever heard, the comedian Chelsea Peretti, I heard her say about people on NPR, you know, the hosts. She's all, they always laugh like it's the first time they've ever laughed in their life.
Yes.
That describes those dorks so well.
Oh, it's beautiful.
NPR is crazy.
Yeah,
right.
NPR is, Twitter got them, man.
Yeah.
You saw
Yeah, they quit on Twitter. Cry more.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, William just says it here. He just brings out. He says,
She's getting clapped.
So,
he's getting that chili ring, man.
Yeah, that's
chili ring.
Oh,
that's where that's when he started going.
Aye. Yeah.
Okay. Whew.
Anyway, but when he's down, he's bleeding, he's hurt, he's beat, his ribs are bad. But I don't think I have a shot of it until it comes over and just steps all over his hand.
Oh,
you know,
man.
his hand some.
Don't be doing it.
Clap them to Lou, my darling. What is that a song? Is that a folk song?
Clap to the Loo, my darling.
Clap to my Lou, my darling.
Okay.
Lou, clap to the Lou.
Anyway, this fight is getting bloodier and clap.
Is that Jericho's ringtone? I want to know. Like, hello.
And Attila, he's bouncing around, you know, showing he's light on his feet. You know, he got some skills. He's not just a brute. And again, he's doing that weird inside the fist, front of your fingers punch.
They're like slap punches, you know, or something.
Yeah, it's weird. But
bloody knuckles.
Yeah, it's this new style they're trying.
Right.
And
lucky he's got strong ass cheeks. That's true. You know, a lot of your punching power comes from your trunk, your butt, your thighs, all of it. Yeah, it's true.
Come from your ass.
Yeah. I don't know how much punching power comes from your sphincter, Jericho. I don't think that's
Hey, I fucking read a book one time and said all the punching power comes from your ass.
Really? How would that work?
I'm not sure. Like something goes on in there, like fucking energy or something, and it comes out and like from your ass and like flows out of your hands or whatever.
Okay.
Oh God.
He says he's got real knockout power in his ass, huh?
Yeah, we gotta have a real strong ass.
Okay. Oh, it's the Lucas literally says it's the clench give you power.
Yeah, like you gotta do it like you can't get a fucking grease BB out of there.
They're gonna get a cut to Quaid from Vacation, man. That's who they need, man. They need him to be in there going like when Attila lays into somebody, best thing to do, just let him finish.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, man.
I don't even know what this is.
Fucker
sucker.
All right, you fucking pucker up, man. Here we go.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
Woo!
Anyway, Van Damme survives.
Hey,
He
fucker,
survives
fucker.
Attila's brutal attack, his sneak attack from behind. Van Damme
Yep.
survives.
So brutal.
These two are like, I don't know about that, you know.
Yeah, even they're kind of like going, look, I fucking don't like the guy, but Jesus.
That's when they're on his side. They like switching, now they're on his side.
Yep.
You know, now they're going, they don't like the bitch.
Well, they see his heart, right? And they see his heart. And really, you know, Lionheart, they kind of make reference to that. And there's a point in this movie where Mr. Joshua tells him, you got a big heart, Lionheart. I think it's when he's talking about giving all the money to everyone, right?
Yeah.
Even his sort of enemy, Cynthia, he's telling him, you got a big heart, Lionheart. And that the name of this movie, it's not just being lion like brave, but it's heart too, like a kind, loving person who does the right thing. He has a resolute, you know, heart where he does the right thing. And Mr. Joshua was just telling him to stay down. And he's not. He's going to get up and he's going to deliver on this fight, you know. So he gets that thing you were talking about, Jericho. He gets the boost.
Yeah, well, he tells him that everybody put their money on Attila. So everything's on Attila, all of it.
Right.
And he goes, wrong bet.
Right.
And then he gets up.
I'm not sure where, but in some foreign markets, this movie is called Wrong Bet. It's not called Lionheart. I'm not even joking.
In other ones, on serious other ones, it was called Leon. I believe it was in France. It was called Leon, and I think the thing about it too is it's rougher because he says to the guy, he's like, the whole bet's on Attila, and he says to him, you know, I'm going to split it with you 50-50. He looks at him and he says, wrong bet, and the guy grabs him by the hand to keep him down. You know, Harrison Page grabs his hand and he's like, stay down, and he's like, no, yanks his hand away, and you're like, fuck, this dude is pissed.
Yeah, he yells and fucking pulls his hand away.
And they tell him, I don't know if they tell him during the fight or now, but they tell him there's millions on this fight, basically, you know.
Yeah.
So he gets up, just like in Kickboxer, just like in Bloodsport.
Right.
The boost coming. Oh, Brian puts it perfectly. Van Damme up. Right. He's Van Damme in this movie. So did he punch him in the heart from behind? Oh my goodness! So he gets up and he goes crazy. He goes crazy on Attila. That is a kick. And
they give him some pretty kicks.
Goodness.
They got that quality denim. That stuff stretches, man.
Right.
Yep.
Never rips.
That's that active denim, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he gives him what for, man? He pummels this guy, knocks him into the crowd, blood everywhere. And then he's holding the guy, and the guy's just leaning over the rail that's in front of the front row seats. And he beats the guy a few times. But then it's basically like the crowd wants him to kill him. They have that bloodlust from the lady eating blood earlier in the movie. They want him to murder the guy.
Yeah, and she's, what's her name? Masculine lady. Cynthia, she's there wanting him to do it. The crowd, kill him. But of course, like a good guy, he shows mercy, lets that piece of shit live.
Right. And it's an intense thing. They take a beat here. It's like 30 seconds or so of everyone telling him to kill him. And if you watch Cynthia, she's heaving, you know, and it's actually pretty good acting on her part. She's breathing so deeply and so like, what is going to happen here? So it's a nice crescendo to this.
Yeah, her lungs are just pumping.
Yeah, she just had a gasm or something.
Yeah, they don't ever say it in this movie, but there is like a sick fascination with like the killing aspect of this underground blood sport that these elite rich people, they seem to be into like the dehumanization and destruction of these other people. So
yeah, well, the other aspect of it is, I don't know, you guys, if you got, you didn't get this in the slide, but he reaches down and rips those chops off, and that was the shit that was just blood. It was just terrible. He just goes like he was yanking a tablecloth. I mean, it was damn.
I like William here. He says he should have just pulled his sideburns off. What you said, Sean.
See, he knows what I'm talking about. Glued chops. That's right.
My granddaughter is taking to pulling on my beard the last 2 days.
Listen,
I hold her, and she just goes, nah, and just grabs it and starts pulling it. So there you go.
Did you get the shirt? Did you get the shirt I prescribed to you?
No, not yet, but I shall.
I love that shirt. You can't tell me what to do. You're not my granddaughter. I freaking died when I saw that, man. That's what it is. It's what it is.
All right.
Yeah, she'll get over it pretty soon.
All right.
Yeah.
So after he doesn't kill him, these two other millionaire guys, they start razzing the lady because apparently they bet on Van Damme or something. They're happy she lost her ass.
Yeah.
You know, she lost.
She's trying to get out of there. She's trying to make haste.
Right.
Get the hell out of the party.
Right. And Mr. Joshua, feeling bittersweet, happy that Van Damme is a merciful, whatever, righteous man, but also like, wow, I bet against my friend. So he has some weird guilt there, you know. So.
And he's cheering, even though he bet against him and he's going to lose all his money. He is cheering as he's beating the guy up. Right. You know, it's like that takes a back seat. But then when the fight's over, all that cheering turns to, but I won. I bet against him. I should have. How do I word it? I should have bet for him because he was my friend, but I was actually trying to protect him as a friend. And it's interesting because they have that moment where this movie, I mean, again, it might have just hit me at the right time. I mean, maybe it seems like, you know, I'm putting too much into it or whatever, but that sequence at the end where he's like, you know, you got a lot of heart, Lionheart. Don't ever lose it because if you do, you'll never get it. Believe me, I know. Right. And he goes to walk away, and Van Damme, who's got the shit beaten out of him at that point, and even though he won, he's like collapsed into the arms of the Foreign Legion guys picking him up, and they said, "Good fight, Leon. Your family will be safe now." Like this, and they start clapping for him. But he reaches out to Harrison Page, to Joshua, reaches out to him, and he's like, "Hey, come here," and he hugs him. And you just go, "Fuck, man," because now this guy is going to take care of his family. He's trusting this guy to take care of his. It's a fucking beautiful movie. If I just look, I can't look down my nose at this movie ever. I love that sequence, man.
It has beautiful themes of like caring for people, sacrificing for people. It does. Wrapped up in
he lost a brother and he found a brother / kind of father, you know, figure when he came over there. You know, who's taking care of the family. Yeah, absolutely, man.
A brother.
All right. So the Foreign Legion guys lead him away. He's heading back to Djibouti. Like, hey, we got to get you back
in Djibouti.
Hey.
Sure, I'm sorry. Djibouti is not in the same condition as when it left.
Djibouti is terrible. It's all huge.
It's really blown up since you've been gone.
Yeah, what'd you do to Djibouti? What happened?
Man.
So, yeah, there's, you know, she's sad that Uncle Van Damme has to go away.
Yeah.
You know, and he's saying his last goodbyes, getting blood all over the kid.
Yeah, come on, man. Wipe your damn face.
Seriously, man.
Uncle, are you leaving because you don't love me? Is it because I get bad grades? Or
I was not going to say it, but yes, you are so stupid. See, this is why I'm leaving. Because of you, little girl, and only because of you. Fucked up, Uncle JCVD.
So it looks like Mr. Joshua has a new family. He got himself a wild wolf.
Yeah, like, oh shit. And a little white kid.
No, Joshua's like going, oh fuck. Got this family now. Shit, no, but it's great because you got, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like this guy, this kind of has that element to me, even though it is what it is, you know. It's got this element of Lethal Weapon, man. You know what I mean? The guy who is the cynic, the guy who is on the outside of this life, the guy who has survived by forgetting about what his dreams were of happiness and cheap fights under bridges. You know what I mean? Going from the top to the bottom right there. And then all of a sudden, he's like coming in from winter, man. He's going into that family house and he's got family now. It's beautiful, man.
Jacob, backing up what you said earlier, Jericho, Sean, one of you said it, that every movie Van Damme made besides Street Fighter at the beginning of his career was Street Fighter. It was all these tournament fighters with different martial artists from different countries, different ethnicities, just like the Street Fighter video game. Then the Street Fighter video game movie, I don't know what that was, but yeah, he backs up.
I'm not sure what that was either.
The fuck was that?
I guess you can call it a movie because there were cameras and actors involved. But
they cast people in that too that made no sense, man. Like, didn't they have like Ming Na in that?
Kylie Minogue was in it.
Kylie Minogue, like, what the fuck was that movie?
Is she the lady that sings that like gay anthem? Can't get you out of my head.
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah. Not that I go to the clubs downtown and dance shirtless or anything.
A few moments later,
jam.
Gabe and Sean. I can't
Dude,
get
these
you-
Cosmos are really getting to me. I'm buzzing on these
These
Cosmos.
Cosmos are super strong. Whoops. I dropped something.
What is in this?
Oh.
Nobody
I'm
knows
still
what
picking
that
it
is.
up.
Yeah.
Still picking it up.
God, stop it. Stop it.
How long is it going to take you to pick that up?
I don't know.
John asked if I've ever been to some place called Hot Fruit. Listen, that was a long time ago. Okay, I do not.
That was long ago.
Listen, whatever. It was last summer. It's a long time ago. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh man, let me just. I don't know. Like, do you have any teenagers in your house yet, Jericho?
No, I do not.
You do not. Let me tell you something, my friend. Let me give you something from the future. Your capacity to wonderfully embarrass those children in their teen years, you're going to be a gold medalist, my friend. These
looking
fucking
forward to
voices. It's the greatest thing that will ever happen to you. Like, I would advise you on this. Instead of disciplining with harsh words, just use age-inappropriate slang in front of their friends. So if your kid's like, I don't want to talk to you right now, go, slay queen! Like, and just watch the shit.
I would embarrass my kids on
My
purpose.
daughter.
You have to do it.
I did it all the time.
You have to do it.
One time, my son was in high school, and I picked him up, and we went to, like, Chipotle or something. I took him after football practice. And two girls, two cute little girls from his high school were there that I knew he knew, and they were walking by. I said, hey, girls, I'm Peter's cool dad. You know, like, and they just like looked at Peter and laughed, and he's like, "Why did you do
that?" Because that's what I'm here for.
Shit, man, that's the best.
Yeah, I would threaten my kids in middle school if they would misbehave, that I was going to go to their school and have an assembly, and I was going to sing Britney Spears songs in the gymnasium.
What you do
in the gymnasium in front of the whole school. I told them
pull up with the car blasting, some Britney Spears or something.
Right.
And chasing those children.
Right.
Make it happen.
So yeah, so Lionheart, he's got a heart of a warrior, but he's also got a heart of a great man, and he's being dragged away by the authorities. Right, they're going to throw him in the car, take him back, and he's going to get severely punished. You leave the military organization, that's a court martial. I don't know how the Foreign Legion does it, but I assume you're going to be in big trouble.
You're going to be in the fucking
take off.
box, man.
Mr. Joshua, Curly Sue, the crying mother, they all watch him drive away. Just taillights, you know, never see him again. But no, the car stops, coming running.
When the car stops, I loved it.
Right.
When it stops, he's like, what the fuck? You know, and the guys look over to him and say, good luck.
Right. They
you know what I mean? And let him out.
Go with your family. They change their mind at the last second here. He comes
running up the street. Shit, man.
This is how I pictured my dad coming in that gymnasium when I was.
Don't do that anymore.
Coming, running to me.
Yeah.
And, wasn't him.
For me, it was. I always pictured my dad like Attila, you know, getting off the plane after ripping a guy in half, petting a white cat, you know, that kind of shit. Oh man,
he runs back. They're not taking him back to be punished from the French Foreign Legion. Grabs Curly Sue and his brother's widow, and that's the end of Lionheart. It's got to happen.
Right on, man.
It's a good movie.
Yep.
It didn't do so happy.
Yeah. Let's see. Poor little. Oh, I'm fine, man. I'm fine. So I have a good relationship with my father. It's fine. You know, that was 30-something years ago. It was a very long time.
Of all the words I would use, too, little will never... I mean, maybe little, but he was probably, like, when Gabe was 5, a lot of people know this, he was 6'7".
I was never little. The first time I realized I was big, I was in kindergarten, and my brother was in first grade. And for whatever reason, my brother jumped on the scale in the bathroom. He was 60 pounds. I jumped on the scale. I was 61 pounds. And I was so happy that I was a year and a half younger, and I was a pound heavier than him.
Gotcha.
And I took off like a rocket in height at about 6-7 years old. And I was the size of an adult by 5th grade because I was 5'10", 160 pounds in 5th grade. You know, so I never had a growth spurt. I just always grew like bamboo. I just kept growing and growing and growing and growing and growing. steady. There was no summer where I grew 4 inches or something like that. You guys ever hear about David Robinson?
Like basketball player?
Yeah. You hear about his growth spurt.
The Admiral?
Yeah, because his growth spurt is something ridiculous, like 8 inches in a summer or something like that.
Oh, man, that stuff is
I'll look it up. One of the greatest centers ever. Back when they had centers in basketball and everyone wasn't.
That's like more than 2 inches a month.
I'll look it up.
Dang.
It's something ridiculous. Let's see. David Robinson growth spurt. Yeah. So he was average height most of his childhood, and stood only 5'9" his junior year of high school, 16, 17 years old. During his senior year, he went from 5'9" to 6'6".
Damn.
And then he ended up
That's
being
rough.
7'1", right? So
Yeah.
Yeah. My wife's I don't know what you call this point. Is it a second cousin? I'm not sure. My wife's cousin's son was one of the leading draft picks for UNC, and he's almost 7 feet tall. His grandfather was a giant. Rest in peace, Billy. And then Chris, his dad is also a giant, but he's taller than all of them. He's almost 7 feet tall. His last name's Shaver. Chris, his father, Chris Shaver, he's a terrific guy, but he's all over him. You can find him on YouTube. This kid's a giant, man.
And, as big as he is, I wish him well, but it's no guarantee of success. But you know what is a guarantee of success at his height? If he doesn't make regular, like men's basketball, he can go to the WNBA and dominate.
Dude,
like
ball
20
out.
years.
Right.
Just
Jump all
ball.
over
I
those
mean, I'm
bitches.
44. I don't think I played basketball in like 8 years. I think I could ball out in the WNBA. You got 6 fouls. Give him a little elbow service and then lay it up.
Yeah, it's not as easy as you guys think. I tried out for women's volleyball. I'm going to be honest with you. It didn't go over well.
Well, you didn't look great in the bikini shorts.
That was number 1.
And I say that with love.
Basically,
I say that with love.
No, that was actually okay. I'm going to be honest with you. I actually just was in attendance and I rushed out on the courts and I was.
That's
maced.
what
But
you
the
just
point is,
wear all that. You just like to wear those.
the same kind of thing,
Okay.
Well, I don't know.
Well, the
Security
reason
might
I
have-
thought it was the uniform is because the team wears pink and purple, and you were wearing pink and purple bikini shorts. So
yeah, but that
That was
was
yours.
Friday. The fuck do you want me to do?
Oh, shit. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. My
come on.
bad.
Is
Know the
nothing
schedule.
sacred to you, Gabe?
Know the schedule. Thank you.
Oh,
Exactly.
Look, you got friends. You got friends. Williamson. You look great, Joe. Williamson.
He's got my back. And, not like Attila, though. Attila, when he's got
He
your
had
back,
your back and he wasn't letting go.
look
He
out.
wasn't letting go.
Look out.
William says I'm
Right,
killing
gentlemen.
his 5'8" buzz.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's right.
5'8".
Stay strong, brother.
5'8". That's what's known as 4th grade to me, William. So sorry. So
Yep.
don't worry. I'll leave a few ladies for you, William. Don't worry. So my wife isn't watching right now. So
I was about to say. Say the room full of happily married guys. We're like, yeah, all right, honey. Yeah, all right, fine. We'll go. We gotta pick up the kids.
But yeah, my wife's
All right.
out of the country, so I'm good.
There you go.
So next week is going to be Wednesday, April 19th. Where is April going already? My goodness.
I don't know, man.
Flying.
It's going. And we don't even have a plan for next week, guys. I had some ideas, but we don't know what movie's coming next. We don't know, and I'm not going to decide in the next 30 seconds, right? That's silly.
No, we don't know.
But
we're following
none the
next.
miser. He's saying it. I did buy the DVDs.
Yes, dude.
And
I have it
the
right over
DVD.
there.
I got it.
Should we go into should we just go into that nonsense already next week? It might be time.
Let's let it build a little bit, man, because we just did right. How long ago did we do the last one?
What, the
What was the
Marine?
last one?
No. After the Marine, what did we do? Oh no, the Marine was after shit.
Was
After
it the
we
Marine
did Stone
after
Cold.
Oh,
It's been a while. It was a while between
Yeah.
Stone Cold and
it was.
the Marine.
We did the
Yeah.
Marine after Denzel Annuary.
That's
Right?
right.
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah.
I mean, I'm not against it, but I really think we should pump that up because
Well,
that
I've been-
flick is hidden.
Right.
Yeah,
You
we-
can't see it anywhere.
I've been wanting to do True Lies forever, and I can't find where to watch it. And I don't want to buy the DVD
Nope.
just to watch it
Yeah.
once. But, yeah, we'll decide something. Maybe I'll put a poll out on YouTube. Oh, I know what
Yeah.
guys, here's what we'll do. You two, Jericho, Sean, give me like 3 movie suggestions, And I'll have a few, and then I'll make a YouTube poll like on the community page. Guys, make sure you're subscribed so you can see those posts and stuff like that. And we'll try and figure it out that way. We'll try and figure out where we're going next because we need to do a month of like Jackie Chan, a month of Brandon Lee.
Oh yeah, we need Bruce
We got
Lee
to
in
do
there
Wesley
too.
Snipes. We got to get to Wesley already. And
yeah,
we got a lot of guys to get through, guys. There's a lot. We're not going to run out.
Clint Eastwood.
Oh shit, man!
We haven't gone westerns.
We haven't gone western.
Clint Eastwood is a whole YouTube channel. Are you kidding me? Gosh damn, he's made some great movies. And for what, 70 years now he's been making movies? Ridiculous.
I think we should do our first, because you can do multiple genres of Clint Eastwood. I say first we do all westerns.
Oh, man.
5 Clint Eastwood westerns.
How good are they? And that's what made him a superstar. I mean, he was already on television on Rawhide and all those things, but those the Dollars trilogy, those are great, man.
My horse don't like you laughing. Makes him think you're laughing. Fucking that dude, like he could deliver a line, man.
He was made for that role.
Dirty Harry, yeah, fuck yeah.
Dirty Harry.
You go Dirty Harry, then you got his a lot of movies that he directed.
Yeah, you got Josie Wales, you got
Absolute
Pale Rider.
Power. Yeah, Pale Rider, that's my favorite.
Here's what we'll put in the poll. Is Pale Rider the one filmed by Mono Lake? You know, where it's
in California?
What is the one where he's like basically a ghost and he comes into town and kills
That's Pale Rider, yeah.
That's Pale Rider. That was filmed by Mono Lake. Have you guys ever been to Mono Lake?
No, I haven't.
Weird calcium like structures that have grown out of the lake over the years of I think maybe boiling water or something. And they're basically tubes. And they're tall. Some of them are many feet tall. And they're big white tubes coming out near the edge of the lake. It's really weird stuff.
What's the place called?
Mono Lake in California. It's on the 395 freeway. It's like the Central Valley driving up from the desert outside of LA, San Diego. If you're driving up to Tahoe and all that. My mom and aunt lived up in Tahoe. So driving up that way, we drove by Mono Lake. It's wild.
Oh, wait, they're saying the movie that's coming up for it is High Plains Drifter.
Oh, that's the one I'm thinking of. High Plains Drifter.
That's what it is. Right. Holy shit. Yeah, that's a beautiful spot. My God. I'm looking at it now. Holy crap.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's so much stuff. Someone said Magnum Force. We got to do the Iron Eagle movies. Have you guys ever seen Enemy Mine with Louis Gossett Jr. and
yes, man.
I fucking love that.
Yep.
We got all kinds of great stuff. The 80s.
There's so many other things, guys. Yeah.
Bruce Willis.
Yeah, when you guys need hope in entertainment and in culture, you need to laugh your head off. You need to be reminded that we have so many great movies behind us and so much great culture behind us. Sometimes it's important to take a look back and to unearth the stuff that you love watching that put, fire in your soul. That's what it's about. We're here to remind you of that stuff and take you away from all of the nonsense, man. It's like, enjoy this shit. It's beautiful. Right. We enjoy you guys being here.
Yeah. Okay. Definitely. And then on the 27th, there will be no show. We will finally have a week off after months of not having one because I've got an engagement on the 27th. So next week there's a show, but 2 weeks from tonight, no show. On that Wednesday night, I've got something very important I'm doing that night. The poll ends. I actually came back to the poll for once, guys. French toast.
Damn it.
There you go. You won it, man.
I'm a pancake guy. Pancakes came in second, so whatever.
Whatever.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Wednesday, April 19th, 6 p.m. Pacific. A new starting time, guys. An hour earlier, so the East Coasters don't have to complain. We will be here.
Right.
Arnold Schwarzenegger will be here. Hulk Hogan will be here. Maybe even Macho Man Randy Savage will be here. Who knows? Sean will be here. Jericho will be here. I'll be here. And we're going to have a great time. Make sure you're subscribed, hit the like, all that stuff that PewDiePie tells us to do. We will talk to you guys later. Bye.